The ancient pureblood family of Belling in England has maintained a low profile for centuries, shunning the limelight. Due to the perils of inbreeding, the family members are plagued by the affliction known as skin hunger. Following the death of his partner, the patriarch, Mr. Belling, succumbed to a deteriorating condition and chose to take his own life to protect his only daughter, Estelle, and their estate. In his final moments, he entrusted his daughter to the distant Malfoy family, naming Lucius as her godfather. From that day forward, Estelle resided within the Malfoy manor, her eyes sparkling upon first meeting Draco, whom she affectionately called brother. Although Draco's ears flushed crimson at her endearing address, he feigned refusal, yet instinctively embraced her in return. Lucius and Narcissa observed their son's flustered yet earnest demeanor, exchanging glances of amusement. Chapter 1. Estelle Belling. Hogwarts, Slytherin Dormitory. The warm, amber glow of the floor lamp enveloped the room, casting a soft light on the two silhouettes that nearly merged upon the sofa. Scattered across the floor lay a man's black suit jacket and two pairs of stiletto heels adorned with sparkling diamonds. Their breaths intertwined, the temperature steadily rising. A cascade of platinum hair, instead of being neatly arranged as usual, fell in disarray across her forehead. Those pale gray eyes fixated intently on the silver-haired girl sprawled upon the plush sofa. Beneath the surface, a tumultuous tide of desire surged within his gaze. His tie was loosened, and beneath his shirt, the delicate contours of his collarbone peeked through, almost imperceptibly. Draco leaned closer, his heated breath cascading against the tender, fair skin of the girl's neck. A faint scent of green apple lingered, intertwined with subtle hints of pine, tantalizingly wafting into the air. "Why is it that I always see you with Knot, Blaze, and even that foolish lion Potter?" Draco lowered his voice, his tone crisp and magnetic. "Dahlia." Upon hearing her name spoken in such a manner, the girl involuntarily softened her breath, her raven-like lashes fluttering delicately. "Draco!" His gaze darkened as his lips brushed lightly against her neck, the warmth igniting a shiver down her spine. "Surely you must know what calling my name at a time like this will lead to, don't you?" "Dahlia, there are times when my jealousy drives me to madness." Tender kisses fell upon the lips he had long desired. His fingertips ascended slowly, lingering on Estelle's beautiful calves, lost in the moment. Suddenly, those finely knuckled hands grasped her delicate little foot, exuding an unmistakable air of aggression. As the night deepened, it seemed the only sounds that could be heard were the girl's soft, petulant whimpers and the man's heavy breaths. 10 years ago, the midday sun poured down like molten gold, piercing through the mist and the gaps between the treetops, bathing the earth in a warm and dazzling glow. Towering ancient trees stood tall, their branches lush and verdant. Along the road, peculiar vegetation of various shapes and vibrant colors thrived. A magnificent white steed, adorned with wings, gracefully carried a silver-haired girl as it moved slowly forward. Accompanying them was a fluffy, mist-blue cat. Its size was more than twice that of a cat from the mundane world, appearing both endearingly clumsy and imposing. "Pegasus, you actually support Brian's decision?" The cat spoke human words, glancing sideways at the winged horse. Its voice was laden with sorrow. Pegasus, the winged horse, fell silent for a moment before responding, "Mammon, we ultimately cannot resolve the issues plaguing Dell's body. I believe you understand my meaning. Moreover, she will inevitably reach adulthood. We cannot confine her to the Belling estate for her entire life, or we would only invite the same fate as Brian, would we not?" Upon hearing this, Mammon wrinkled its nose, its fluffy head drooping in disappointment. Yet, the mere thought of little Dell forging a bond with an outsider made. Pegasus sighed and spoke in its deep voice. "Given the circumstances, the Belling family has no alternative. Do you expect those portraits to teach Estelle how to truly integrate into wizarding society?" Mammon huffed. All right. I hope the godfather Brian found for her is genuinely reliable." Upon hearing Mammon's reluctant words, Pegasus remained noncommittal. The tall, winged horse cautiously cast a glance at the slumbering silver-haired girl on its back, its eyes revealing a sorrow only a human might know. Poor Estelle, having lost her parents at merely 5 years of age. Now, she must step beyond the estate and interact with outsiders. Sensing the gaze lingering upon her, The delicate girl stirred slightly on Pegasus's back, shifting her small form like a snowball to find a more comfortable position, and resumed her deep slumber. The little girl's skin was as fair as snow, with a faint blush. Her nose was delicately arched, her lips slightly pale, and her thick eyelashes trembled gently due to the depths of her dreams, with traces of tear stains still lingering at the corners of her eyes. Beneath those lashes lay eyes that could captivate any heart. Even after 5 years of companionship with Estelle, Pegasus found itself momentarily entranced by the girl's beauty. Were it not for its knowledge of the Belling family's heritage as a pure-blood lineage from the Merlin era, it might have thought Estelle possessed the blood of a siren. Indeed, the Belling family is not only one of the oldest pure-blood families in England, but also counts among its ancestors a close friend of Merlin. However, due to each heir of the family suffering from a condition known as the skin thirst, they have historically been reluctant to trust outsiders, maintaining a low-profile inheritance while turning a blind eye to worldly matters. One might say it is an internal digestion. Of course, this familial affliction is not without its advantages. Estelle inherited her father Brian Belling's immense magical power at birth, which is intricately linked to the skin thirst. Thus, as Pegasus stated, the sole heir of the Belling family, Estelle, must forge a partner contract with a worthy outsider to suppress the skin thirst and the turbulent magic within her. Otherwise, she may suffer the same fate as her father Brian or many ancestors, who, after their partners' deaths, either fell into despair or, to prevent the volatile magic from destroying the estate, took their own lives. In short, none of these outcomes are favorable. For this reason, the 2 magical creatures accompanying Estelle, Pegasus, and Mammon, have only 2 stipulations regarding her future partner. Firstly, they must hail from a pure-blood family. Secondly, they should possess robust health and longevity akin to that of a tortoise. Additionally, the ever-critical ancestors of the Belling family added a further requirement. The suitor's appearance must complement Estelle's beauty. This group of beauty aficionados would not permit an ugly goblin to taint the sacred bloodline of the Belling family. However, these considerations are secondary until Estelle reaches her 15th birthday and comes of age according to wizarding tradition. For now, the most pressing matter is that the godfather Brian chose for Estelle, Lucius Malfoy, is set to arrive at the estate this afternoon to escort Estelle away. The Belling family has amassed countless treasures over the centuries, relying on their formidable magical prowess. The enigmatic figure, during their time in the realm of sorcery, instigated a veritable tempest of bloodshed and chaos, yet the Belling family remained untouched, owing to a unique protective spell cast upon this estate by their ancestors. Only those heirs who possess the blood of Belling within their veins may unlock the gates of the manor. Thus, after Estelle was carried back to the castle by Pegasus, she slumbered briefly before being summoned by Mammon. Meow, meow, Estelle, it is time to rise. Kitty. The girl rubbed her eyes, revealing a pair of misty blue irises that closely resembled Mammon's fur. She deftly rolled around on the soft, deep crimson bed, burying her little head in Mammon's fluffy coat. With her warm cheeks pressed against the plump belly of the cat, Estelle comfortably squinted her eyes in contentment. In the aftermath of Gloria's passing, during the desolate days of Brian's despair, cuddling with the 2 magical creatures had become Estelle's most comforting remedy for her longing heart. A close second in comfort was the peculiar herbs they brought from the family's enchanted forest, which invariably lulled her into a deep slumber. For a Belling, at times, sleep serves as a most splendid method of relaxation. As Mammon sensed the warmth against its belly, its usual aversion to human closeness softened, and it found itself enchanted by the thought that Estelle was undoubtedly the most exquisite Belling in a millennium. Lost in contemplation, Mammon could no longer restrain itself and extended its fluffy front paw, the pink pads gently tapping Estelle's cherubic face. Meow. Estelle, you are not permitted to indulge in your usual charming antics to linger in bed today. Mammon's voice resonated with the cool authority of an elder sister. Quickly don your attire, for your godfather has come to fetch you. As an elegant Belling, I trust you shall not keep our guest waiting for long. Estelle, initially immersed in the delightful embrace of the cat, perked up at this announcement, her silver locks slightly tousled as her head popped out from Mammon's plush fur. Godfather? The girl tilted her head in uncertainty, a flicker of confusion shimmering in her beautiful eyes. A godfather? Is that someone akin to a father? Would this godfather also depart from her unexpectedly, much like her parents did, only to reappear suddenly within a square frame, forever ensconced in slumber? Chapter 85. The Quidditch Cup. Draco. Estaire's eyes widened in astonishment as she resolutely gripped her broom and dove downward. Snape's fingers twitched slightly, his gaze unwavering as he focused intently on the two figures on the field, as if he would disregard the rules of the game to protect either one at the first sign of danger. Just as everyone held their breath for the two, Draco executed a deft maneuver, narrowly skimming the grass to complete a graceful sideways turn just before hitting the ground. The platinum-haired youth regained control of his broom and soared skyward. He raised the golden snitch high, the fierce wind tousling his hair as he laughed exuberantly. Draco. He had succeeded. The golden snitch. 150 points. Slytherin would prevail. The Quidditch Cup belonged to Slytherin. What a splendid victory. Draco. Draco. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted, surging like a tidal wave. Draco raised his arm triumphantly in the air, the golden snitch glimmering brilliantly in his palm. In that moment, he became the focal point of the entire world. The youthful exuberance radiated from him, as if nothing could impede his forward march. Estelle wiped the sweat from her brow, her smile radiant. Even years later, she would vividly recall that day, envisioning the boy who stood in her memories, eternally shining, confident, and proud. Suspended in midair, Harry gasped for breath as he gazed at that platinum head. Though begrudgingly, he had to admit that this time, he had overestimated himself, never anticipating that Draco, who was typically self-preserving, would go to such lengths to seize the golden snitch. However, catching sight of the little girl who had surrounded Draco alongside the Slytherin players, Harry's expression darkened momentarily, but he suddenly found himself smiling. Perhaps it was time to relinquish that obsession, was it not? This year, the Gryffindor trio may not have achieved any monumental feats to save the wizarding world, thus allowing Draco's outstanding performance in the Quidditch Cup to finally break Gryffindor's 2-year streak of winning the House Cup. This signified that the end-of-term feast would be adorned in silver and green. To Draco and Estelle, Blaise called out. The elegantly poised Slytherins raised their goblets high, their sparkling eyes fixed upon the two in the center of their circle. Estelle, beaming, linked her arm with Draco's in a toast to everyone. Meanwhile, Draco, who believed he had reached the pinnacle of his life, tilted his chin and took a delicate sip from his goblet of red wine. He must have been utterly pleased with himself. After biting into a tender steak, Ron glanced angrily at the triumphant Draco across the Slytherin table. There was no denying Draco's prowess. Hermione, savoring her meal, shrugged and remarked, "Not only did he win the Quidditch Cup and House Cup, but he also topped the year. Next term, I will definitely." "Hermione," Ron suddenly exclaimed, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. "What did you just call him?" Harry turned to her with a look of shock. "Oh," Hermione finally realized her slip, awkwardly scratching the back of her head. "Sorry, I've been chatting with Daryl lately. It just slipped out." "Right, I should call him Malfoy." Ron sighed in relief. The sound of cutlery clattering against plates was particularly pronounced. Not only was this due to the fact that the true informant of that incident years ago, Peter, had escaped in his animagus form following Ron, but it was also because Professor Lupin had resigned from his position as the defense against the dark arts teacher. For Harry, this news was even more disheartening than Slytherin winning the House Cup. So, would Dumbledore appoint the headmaster to teach that class next year? The Slytherin table was also abuzz with discussions about this matter. Stealing a glance at the silent, food-consuming old bat at the staff table, Draco turned to Daryl and whispered, "In my opinion, even if Dumbledore were to make such an appointment, we should convince our godfather not to take the position." "Why?" Estelle inquired. Draco replied earnestly, "Can't you see the pattern with the defense against the dark arts class? The professors are practically a revolving door, resigning or disappearing mysteriously each time. I certainly don't want our godfather to leave Hogwarts, so I prefer he continues dealing with Snuggles." "Estelle, Snape, thank you for your blessing, but I must decline. This summer, there's the Quidditch World Cup. Are you all going to watch?" Daphne exclaimed excitedly. At the mention of this, Draco perked up immediately. "Of course, my father will definitely secure tickets in the VIP section. If you both want to go, I can ask him to get a few more. By the way," he added, "do you two require seats next to each other?" Draco cast a knowing glance at Blaise and Daphne. Estelle chuckled, teasingly glancing at the blushing Daphne. As expected, Daphne stammered defensively, "No need. It's just a match. Why must we sit together?" And she inhaled slightly, glaring at Draco in a flustered manner, then turned to cling to Estelle's arm and whispered, "Don't get the wrong idea. Blaise and I are not a thing." "Why?" Estelle tilted her head, recalling seeing the two in the corner of the washroom just the other day. The girl's mouth was swiftly covered. Daphne's cheeks flushed even to the tips of her ears. "We were just discussing family matters, and who would ever like that fickle-hearted oaf?" Estelle wanted to say something, but Daphne silenced her with a nonviolent form of resistance. Hey, don't bully her. Draco raised an eyebrow, rescuing Estelle from Daphne's grasp and drawing her into his embrace. Then turning to Blaise, who had been smirking all along. Keep an eye on your girlfriend, Blaise. Uh-huh. Blaise casually ruffled Daphne's hair, earning him a swift slap from her. The two murmured to each other, lost in their own world, while Draco turned his full attention back to Estelle. That little dragon declared proudly, Daryl, we certainly weren't as awkward as Blaise and Daphne back then. Estelle nodded. All right. I'll pretend I don't remember you saying things like yes, just my sister. Daryl. Chapter 86. A truck. Regarding Draco and Estelle's even more remarkable performances than the previous semester, Narcissa generously lavished her praises upon them, imprinting 2 fragrant kisses on their small faces. However, Lucius's reaction was somewhat peculiar. It seemed that the head of the Malfoy family was preoccupied with matters unrelated to the Quidditch Cup and the children's overwhelming report cards filled with O's. In this regard, Mammon, who enjoyed a solitary cat nook in Malfoy Manor, was quicker to react. The cat pondered for a moment, then darted into Lucius and Narcissa's bedroom that very night. When the recent warmth of the mark on his arm transformed into a cold, prickling sensation, it was already early the next morning. Cecilia. Lucius's voice trembled slightly. Narcissa rubbed her sleepy eyes, gazing in confusion at the man who had suddenly sat upright in bed. What is it, darling? Look. Lucius lifted his arm. The next moment, Narcissa's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. The once prominent mark of the black serpent had vanished without a trace. In her astonishment, Narcissa's thoughts raced, and in a fleeting moment, she arrived at a realization. Her gaze met Lucius's, which reflected the same tumultuous emotions, and she murmured, could it be Dare? Lucius's heart raced like a drum. He had long found an answer regarding that choice. Yet, the recent warmth emanating from the mark on his arm filled him with an ominous foreboding. As Dare had yet to make a move, or perhaps remained oblivious to the possibility of the mysterious figure's return, Lucius had been engulfed in a cloud of despondency these past few days. After all, that individual possessed the power to summon all of his followers through that mark. Lucius had even prepared himself for the worst-case scenario of facing them alone. Yet he had not anticipated that the unsightly mark he had borne for years would disappear on such an ordinary morning. Meow? Just as the Malfoy couple finished dressing and prepared to seek out Estelle, a sudden meow pierced the silence. The space in the corner of the bedroom seemed to warp momentarily. Instinctively, Lucius stepped forward to shield Narcissa. Do not be alarmed, it is I, Mammon. Came the cool voice. Lucius and Narcissa released a simultaneous sigh of relief, only to be struck by a sudden realization, holding their breath. What met their eyes was not a fluffy feline, but a lithe and strikingly beautiful woman. A faint smile danced on her lips, and her misty blue eyes, reminiscent of Estelle's, sparkled with a myriad of glimmers. There is no need to seek Dare, the woman drawled languidly. The mark has been eliminated by me. Conveniently. I have matters to discuss with you. Estelle and Draco were unaware of the origins of Lucius's emotional turmoil. They only knew that this summer, both he and Narcissa had been in remarkably high spirits. They even took 10 days to vacation in Egypt, leaving the two of them to tend to the house with long faces. Moreover, Narcissa often cast furtive glances at the ever-busy Mammon with an indescribable gaze, subsequently expanding the exclusive villa designated for the cat. How was it possible for Mammon to consume so much, yet remain so slender? On one occasion, Estelle overheard Narcissa and Lucius whispering at the dinner table. Her eyes widened as she glanced at the plump cat, resembling a truck, devouring its meal, her pupils trembling. Slim? How could Aunt Narcissa utter such a disingenuous statement? It seemed Mammon had caught wind of her internal musings, letting out a huff before turning its rear towards Estelle, perhaps in retaliation for the truck nickname or for some other reason. Mammon furiously summoned a multitude of Dementors for Estelle and Draco to practice against. Dubbed as enhancing self-defense skills and improving physical prowess, Estelle initially deemed this a mere trifle. But after experiencing an attack from a Dementor, she became serious. Draco was similarly affected. However, the Patronus charm specifically designed to combat such creatures was an advanced spell, one that they could not master simply through private study. The Malfoy couple, long influenced by that mark, felt utterly helpless in this regard. Yet, Lucius suddenly had a flash of inspiration about someone. How could I possibly wield such a spell? Snape's fingertips trembled, spilling half of the potion he had just prepared. However, after Lucius pulled him into the study for nearly half an hour, the Slytherin headmaster begrudgingly found himself half ensconced in the Malfoy manor. Expecto Patronum. As the words left his lips, a graceful and ethereal doe leapt from the tip of Snape's wand. The approaching Dementor let out a shriek, its form abruptly dissipating in midair. Meanwhile, a shadow of another Dementor materialized within the iron cage at the center of the room. This cage, capable of confining Dementors, was one of Mammon's clever tricks. Estelle had no idea how many various forbidden spells and mysteries it possessed. When casting the spell, you must focus on your joyful memories. Rather than mindlessly trying to shove it in the Dementor's face, Snape remarked coldly, employing his usual sardonic tone. Your Patronus is truly beautiful. Is that a doe? Yes, Estelle mused. I cannot fathom what joyful memories the Godfather has. It is truly unimaginable, as he seems perpetually grim. Perhaps Uncle Snape had once experienced a sweet romance in his youth. Clap, clap. Draco and Estelle winced, clutching their heads, silenced by the icy gaze of Snape's eyes. Not everyone is as carefree as Miss Belling, who spends her days dreaming of love, Snape declared with a condescending stare, and I expect Mr. Malfoy and Miss Belling to show respect for your poor old professor, who is not spared even during the holidays. Yes, Godfather. Yes, Uncle Snape. Two sets of pitiful eyes gazed up at the stone-faced man, whose lips were pressed into a straight line. Snape averted his gaze, reluctantly uttering, I shall demonstrate once more. But if you fail to learn it this time, Lucius shall have to seek a more competent instructor. Although Draco and Estelle had only witnessed the correct casting of the Patronus charm once, no one could deter the obstinate old bat. Of course, even if he failed to teach them, Snape would undoubtedly feel justified in claiming the rare potion promised by Lucius. It was an additional price for a potion master and spellcaster genius residing at Malfoy Manor after leaving Spinner's End. Chapter 87, The Wand Incident. Under Professor Snape's diligent and amiable instruction, within a mere 2 weeks, Draco and Estelle successfully cast the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. The energy at the tip of the hawthorn wand flickered, and in the next moment, a fluffy large cat stepped through the void with a languid gait. It flicked its soft, fluffy tail and began frolicking with the little dragon beside it. Is that Mammon? Estelle exclaimed, astonished by the cat Draco had summoned. Although it was Draco's first encounter with his Patronus, he wore an expression of smug knowledge. No. Dare. Look at its ears. Peering closely, Estelle noticed the subtle differences between this cat and Mammon's ears. The latter were rounder and fleshier, while the former were pointed and petite. Yet, why did it seem somewhat familiar? Before Estelle could process this, Draco smirked and softly said, Unfortunately, I have never seen Dare's animagus form, so I could only replicate your ears and tail. Ah, so that was it. The Godfather had said that a Patronus is intricately connected to our most cherished emotions. Clearly, we hold deep affection for one another. Draco's lips curled into a smile, his eyes brightening, watching the lively little dragon and cat in midair. Estelle let out a light laugh, just as she felt a chilling gaze fixated on her from behind. Draco seemed to sense something as well, his brows knitting in embarrassment. Godfather, I didn't realize you were still here, haha. To witness the astonishing love opera of Mr. Malfoy and Miss Belling. Severus Snape curled his lip in a sardonic smile and remarked, Then I shall presume that the exceptionally gifted duo can vanquish all Dementors with but a single incantation of the Patronus charm. Otherwise, one could hardly claim the existence of your pitiful old professor, could one? The pervasive bitterness in his tone was palpable. Indeed, certain emotions unexpressed drove Snape to unleash his devilish training upon the unsuspecting pair. With a flick of his wand, the cage creaked open. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. How feeble. Draco, are you truly struggling to fend off a mirror for Dementors? He continued, his words laced with disdain. Ace dear, perhaps you ought to consider the prospect of a union between Malfoy and Belling. Expecto Patronum. He added, of course. Not mentioning your performance does not equate to it being commendable, Ace dear. Do hasten, lest those sweet memories with Master Malfoy be devoured by the Dementors. As Snape swept away with a flourish of his robes, Draco and Ace dear were left panting and drenched in sweat. The newly conjured patron muses hastily retreated into their respective wands. Nearby, the cage rattled under the relentless persistence of the Dementors, yet no one deigned to spare them a glance. Has our Godfather gone mad? Draco gasped, still catching his breath. The sheen of perspiration on his forehead remained, and in an effort to feel cooler, he swept his hair back, accentuating the refinement of his features. Ace dear was little better off than Draco, her head resting on his thigh, her eyes shimmering with a hint of fatigue-induced crimson. In his efforts to exhaust her formidable magical reserves, Snape had lavished particular attention upon her after addressing Draco. I can't shake the feeling that Uncle Snape is enacting some form of societal revenge, she mused aloud. Draco disagreed. No, he might simply be retaliating against us. In a sense, he was not entirely wrong. After regaining his composure, Draco suddenly spoke. I recall you seemed to have something left unsaid just now, Ace dear. He gently brushed aside the damp strands of her hair, tucking them behind her ear with care. Ace dear smiled softly. It's nothing. I merely wish to affirm that. Without a doubt, we are deeply in love, Draco. A sentiment that even our patron muses could bear witness to. With that, she nestled her head further into Draco's lap. seeking a more comfortable position to gaze up at him. A warmth surged through Draco's heart as he murmured, "In that case, it seems I have forgotten something as well." What? Estelle queried, puzzled. Yet before she could hear Draco's response, a shadow enveloped them. In the next heartbeat, their lips met. The sensation of their tongues entwining sent a jolt through her, leaving Estelle breathless. "To kiss you," he whispered hoarsely. Estelle let out a soft hum, as if an electric current coursed through her, leaving her tingling all over. Draco's kiss swept over her, both fervent and tender. And though he found the intimacy of such a moment under the gaze of the Dementors somewhat peculiar, Estelle was simply too beautiful and endearing to resist. He couldn't help himself. Let us just pretend those Dementors are mere wood, he thought, with a mere second of internal debate. Draco cast aside his reservations and immersed himself in the delicate scent of roses that enveloped her. "Draco." "Yes," he replied, their lips parting, Estelle's chest rising and falling, her eyes glistening. "I've mentioned several times not to leave your wand there," she said, sitting up and casting a reproachful glance at the wand beneath him. The vivid hue of desire still lingered on Draco's lips from their recent kiss, contrasting sharply with his pale complexion, quickening her heartbeat. He had intended to concoct a casual excuse to deflect her concern, but upon meeting her misty gaze, he found himself reconsidering. "Is this the one?" Draco's lips curved into a playful smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Estelle stared, wide-eyed, at the hawthorn wand he retrieved from his coat pocket. Her mouth agape in disbelief as she glanced at the very spot it had just pressed against. With her recollection of Daphne's romantic novels and the recurrent wand incidents following their kisses, Estelle's mind began to piece together the implications. Instantly, her ears flushed a deep crimson. Yet, her curiosity was piqued, and her gaze couldn't help but wander back to it. Draco raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you wish to touch it?" Estelle's ears turned even redder, but after a moment of serious contemplation, she ventured, "Is that not allowed?" "Estelle." This time, it was Draco who felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Chapter 88, The Quidditch World Cup. The sun hung low, casting slanted rays upon the distant treetops. The summer cicadas droned melodiously, heralding the long-awaited Quidditch World Cup. Draco placed great importance on this event, even fretting days in advance over what he and Estelle would wear on the day of the match. After Estelle casually selected a black and red dress adorned with tiny diamonds, Draco went out of his way to commission a luxurious black suit from Madame Malkin to complement her appearance. In the gently swaying carriage, the young man sat confidently in the back seat, his suit impeccably tailored. A silver and crimson brooch adorned his jacket, paired with a simple black shirt underneath. His tie was perfectly knotted, and his long legs crossed naturally, exuding an air of nonchalant elegance. Of course, he had achieved his objective, for Estelle had been unabashedly admiring him throughout the journey. Fortunately, he managed to maintain some decorum in front of Lucius and Narcissa. Otherwise, given the extent to which his ears had flushed crimson, he would likely owe Estelle a considerable debt of affection. "Fudge and Crouch are present. Yes, we should head over soon." Lucius and Narcissa exchanged hushed words as the carriage came to a halt. The sounds of excitement filled the air as Estelle lifted the window curtain, her curiosity piqued by the vibrant scene outside. Tents stretched far and wide. Vendors displayed an array of exquisite trinkets, and the wizards appeared animated, their faces flushed as they engaged in fervent discussions. Stepping out of the carriage, the grand stadium capable of accommodating thousands loomed before them, an awe-inspiring sight that made it hard to imagine the spectacle that would unfold once the match commenced. "Draco, we'll head over to the tents to speak with the ministry officials," Lucius said, grasping Narcissa's hand. "You and Estelle can explore here. If you see anything you fancy, feel free to ask Draco to foot the bill, sweetie. I'm sure he would be more than delighted to do so." Lucius's words were pointed and direct. "All right," Estelle replied obediently. Draco lifted his chin with a sense of pride, for he was indeed quite pleased to be Estelle's walking wallet. After the couple departed, Draco naturally took Estelle's hand, guiding her through the bustling marketplace. The hem of her dress, embroidered with rose petals and branches, danced playfully, accentuating the length of her fair legs. Bulgarian support badges. 3 galleons each. 3 galleons each. Low-priced Irish leprechaun dolls for sale. A variety of banners to choose from at your leisure. Cheer for your favorite players. My dear miss, would you like a cheering headband? We have both Bulgaria and Ireland teams. Unable to resist the fervent calls of the vendor, Estelle paused before a stall brimming with exquisite trinkets. The cart was adorned in equal parts of green and deep crimson, representing the two competing teams. The last time she attended a live World Cup match was 4 years ago. Back then, she and Draco were still children, lacking the opportunity to peruse the market on their own. Consequently, Estelle found herself inevitably intrigued by these charming little items. She picked up a headband recommended by the vendor, adorned with several purple gemstones and a small bear. As she gently patted the bear, A youthful voice chimed in her ear. Bulgaria will surely win. Quite adorable indeed. How much is the headband? Although Estelle was not a fan of either team, she casually inquired. The vendor, discreetly sizing up the seemingly affluent couple, closed his eyes and declared, only 8 golden galleons, my lady. Just then, a cacophony erupted beside them. 8 gleaming golden galleons were placed upon the cart by Draco. The vendor, fearing they might have second thoughts, swiftly pocketed the coins while showering them with compliments. What a generous young master. Your bond is truly remarkable. When shall you be engaged? Just as Estelle was about to respond, she was interrupted by Draco. She is my wife. We are already married, he said, a smirk playing on his lips, his demeanor unfazed. Goodness, you are quite young to be married, but you are indeed a perfect match, the vendor exclaimed, praising them with exaggerated enthusiasm. Estelle caught a glimpse of a certain little dragon whose expression had perked up at the compliment. Draco, I cannot believe you did not see that it is hardly worth 8 golden galleons. Yet you not only gazed at it longer, but also asked for the price, dear. She chided. So, no matter how unreasonable the price, you would purchase it? Of course. That is what a Malfoy ought to do. Besides, he seems to think we are engaged. Perhaps I should give him a little extra tip. So, have you ever considered when we might become engaged, Estelle? Draco asked, carrying a large assortment of gift bags as they walked side by side toward the relatively quieter VIP area. Engagement? Estelle paused, her thoughts racing. Pure-blood families typically arranged marriages early, around the age of adulthood. Draco was already 14, just a year shy of his coming-of-age ceremony. However, Mammon and Pegasus had never broached the topic of engagement, perhaps due to Estelle's tender age. Nonetheless, they had already committed to one another, without any urgency. It seems you have enjoyed your outing. What have you bought? Narcissa's voice broke through Estelle's reverie. They had arrived at the Malfoy tent, and as she looked up, she met the gaze of 2 other individuals within, aside from the couple. One was the seemingly jovial Minister Fudge, and the other was Bartemius Crouch, the serious director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, who was even less prone to levity than Fudge. Just some support items, Draco replied. I bought everything Estelle liked. In truth, Estelle mused, he had purchased everything he had merely glanced at. Well done, little dragon, Narcissa praised generously, while Lucius nodded in agreement. As it should be. Draco turned to Estelle, his gaze soft and affectionate. Long time no see, young Mr. Malfoy and Miss Belling, Fudge greeted with a warm smile. After exchanging pleasantries with Fudge and the stern Crouch, Lucius and Narcissa naturally invited them to stay for lunch in the tent. Clearly, the astute old foxes had finished discussing serious matters, for Fudge had been teasing the young couple in a playful and gossiping tone. Is that so? You have not yet discussed engagement? Well, that depends on the children's wishes, and besides, Estelle is still young. There is no rush, Narcissa echoed Estelle's thoughts. Fudge pursed his lips. The Parkinson family has been busy with this matter lately. I thought we might hear good news about the Malfoys and Belling soon. Parkinson? Estelle exchanged a glance with Draco, who raised an eyebrow. I haven't seen Parkinson in ages, Lucius remarked with a wry smile. You certainly haven't seen him in a long time. After all, the decline of the Parkinson family is largely due to the Malfoys' subtle maneuvering over the years. Fudge mused internally. No wonder you are unaware. He feigned surprise. But who could deny that the union of Parkinson and Flint is a match made in heaven? Draco's eyebrow arched even higher. Flint. Estelle whispered. He never mentioned this. No, Draco began to explain the reason behind Flint's perpetual grimace last semester. But his words suddenly faltered. Estelle, why is your face so flushed? Estelle touched her forehead and found it indeed burning. In an instant, she met Draco's concerned gaze. Over the years, Draco had become quite familiar with Estelle's symptoms before and after an episode. Do not worry. I brought the potion. It's in our little tent. Draco said swiftly, interrupting Lucius and Fudge's conversation. Father, we have finished eating, so we shall not disturb you any longer. Leaving abruptly during a meal was not the behavior of a proper pure-blood, and both Fudge and Crouch frowned at the sudden departure. Everyone expected Lucius to reprimand them. But he merely glanced at the downcast Estelle and the somewhat flustered Draco, and immediately understood the situation. Go on, Lucius nodded, taking advantage of Draco's hasty departure with the young lady to ask, where were we? Parkinson and Flint, Narcissa interjected, providing no opportunity for Fudge or Crouch to interject. Minister Fudge, you must support this union, correct? When do you anticipate their engagement? Next March. As you know, my reach does not extend that far. The 2 old foxes finally shifted their focus, continuing their discussion about the impending union. As Estelle's consciousness began to fade, the moment she returned to the tent, Draco cast a silencing charm. The surrounding world began to blur, enveloped in a thick mist. The light dimmed, and Estelle found it difficult to focus on anything clearly. All objects seemed to dissolve like soft watercolor, and amidst this chaos, A hint of green apple fragrance wafted into her senses. She struggled to open her eyes. And there it was, that familiar platinum hue, tantalizingly close. Almost uncontrollably, Estelle wrapped her arms around Draco's neck. Breath caught in her throat. In the next moment, he leaned down. A searing kiss enveloped her, infused with the taste of herbs. The potion, warmed by their mouths, coursed down Estelle's throat. The glistening remnants at the corners of the girl's mouth were devoured by the insatiable boy, akin to a raging fire consuming kindling. Draco drew closer inch by inch to the semi-conscious Estelle on the couch, his overwhelming possessiveness nearly pinning her down against the cushions. Perhaps struggling to breathe, she reached out, pressing her hand against Draco's firm chest. In that moment, however, Estelle's fingers brushed against a soft yet prominent fabric, a tie belonging to Draco. Driven by her subconscious, she furrowed her brow and tilted her head aside, silently imploring Draco to cease his kisses. Breathing lightly, her small hands fumbled in an attempt to loosen his tie. "Darling, what are you doing?" Draco's eyes shimmered with desire as he gently grasped the hand that was creating mischief upon his chest. Estelle's words stumbled forth, like a gift being unwrapped. She yearned to free her wrist from Draco's grasp, only to find that the wrinkled tie had been cast aside. He had also undone the top 2 buttons of his black shirt, allowing her to caress his exquisite collarbone. "Is this sufficient?" His lips curled into a wicked smile as he spoke in a hushed tone. The gaze he fixed upon Estelle was laced with unabashed aggression. His eyes burned with intensity, gradually trailing downward, before suddenly fixating. Perhaps it was due to the little girl's disobedient writhing, but her delicate dress had shifted from its original position, exposing a fair expanse of skin that was almost blindingly pale. Sensing Draco's rigidity, Estelle audibly shifted again, her movements akin to the sweet allure of the light red berries adorning a cake. Draco's pupils trembled. The chest of the platinum dragon rose and fell violently, and then, slowly, he lowered his head. The muffled sounds of the prey were inaudible beyond the confines of the tent. By the time Draco and Estelle emerged once more, it coincided perfectly with the audience's entry. Aside from the lingering blush on Estelle's cheeks and the inexplicably missing tie around Draco's neck, they appeared unremarkable. "Are you all right, sweetie?" Narcissa's eyes glimmered with concern as she glanced over. Estelle feigned calmness, nodding, deliberately avoiding Draco's gaze, who was draping a suit jacket over her shoulder. He chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her discomfort, and turned to Lucius, asking, "Father, how high are our seats?" "Let us put it this way, Draco." Lucius raised an eyebrow. "If it rains, you will be the first to know." The 2 platinum heads lifted in unison to look upward, unwittingly meeting the gaze of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Clearly, the trio was equally astonished by this unexpected encounter, particularly Ron, whose eyes nearly bulged upon seeing the jacket draped over Estelle. "Dahlia, what a coincidence." Hermione was the first to react, waving her hand slightly, her expression tinged with awkwardness, as if uncertain whether to greet the Malfoy couple and Draco. Chapter 90, Secrets. It was then that Estelle noticed them, quickly raising her lips in a smile and waving, "Hi." Perhaps Ron's unflattering dark yellow sweatshirt had offended Lucius, for he twitched at the corner of his eye, emitting a cold snort before haughtily departing. Draco mirrored this behavior, wrapping his arm around Estelle's shoulders and turning to leave, his posture eerily reminiscent of Lucius and Narcissa. "Malfoy is still the same insufferable brat," Ron scoffed. Hermione offered a fair assessment. "This is a marked improvement. After all, every Malfoy has learned not to spew venom in front of Dahlia." Harry nodded in agreement. Lucius's reserved VIP box was perched at the highest tier, spacious and opulent. Soft sofas were accompanied by steaming cups of coffee and tea, and the entire box was enveloped in transparent glass, offering a panoramic view of the stadium below. Though they declined Fudge's invitation to join him, the box was not solely occupied by 4 individuals. Daphne, whose parents had yet to return from their business trip in America, and the ever-present Blaise, had agreed to watch the match with Draco, thus joining them in the box. "You've been staying at Blaise's house all summer?" Estelle exclaimed, her eyes widening as she glanced at Blaise, who was animatedly discussing the match with Draco. Daphne quickly covered Estelle's mouth, her cheeks flushed with shyness and embarrassment. "Don't be so loud. Estelle is merely under the care of Zabini, as per my parents' request." Estelle nodded, though skepticism lingered. It seemed that throughout the summer, discussions regarding engagements and unions had been incessant whenever a pure-blood heir visited Malfoy Manor. Initially, she had paid it no mind, and Draco had only recently broached the topic after much deliberation. Yet, considering Daphne and Blaise were of the age where such discussions were pertinent, it was indeed noteworthy. Blaise's mother possessed considerable wealth and was subtly inching toward a position in the wizarding political arena. Although the Zabini family was not as deeply rooted as others, it was still regarded as quite desirable. Moreover, considering Daphne and Blaise had practically grown up together, it was unlikely the Greengrasses would impede their union. Oh, very well. Estelle smirked. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Estelle, with a mischievous glint, provocatively asked, Daphne, do you feel uncomfortable when Blaise kisses you? At the sight of Daphne's wide-eyed shock, Estelle's face broke into a grin. Draco has certainly led you astray. She huffed. Estelle tilted her head, feeling a sense of déjà vu. As Daphne's cheeks began to redden further, Estelle quickly clarified, No, I merely meant that Draco and I. Daphne's mouth dropped wider. Is Draco inadequate? Well, Estelle found herself momentarily flustered, mumbling, whenever Draco kisses me, my mouth hurts. It feels as though he is trying to swallow my tongue. Upon hearing this, Daphne finally relaxed. Oh, I see. That's quite normal. The two girls leaned in closer to whisper, it means he likes you a lot, to the extent that he wishes to devour you. Well, that level of intensity is somewhat alarming, Daphne. I was merely using a metaphor. Blaise can be like that sometimes, Dahlia. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell him directly. Otherwise, these insufferable men will never learn how to improve their kissing skills. Their confidence is boundless. Just say it outright. Isn't that a bit awkward? Not at all. Catching a glimpse of a certain mischievous fan of a toxin engaging in hushed conversation with his little Rose, Draco abandoned his discussion with Blaise regarding the team's probabilities of victory. He swiftly crossed the space to the sofa, nonchalantly situating himself between the two girls. It was quite sudden. Daphne frowned at being interrupted. In the next moment, Draco waved at Blaise. Hurry up. The match is about to start. Blaise ambled over, hands in pockets, and settled down, his arm draping over Daphne's shoulders. As if they were drawn together by an unseen magnet, Daphne successfully closed her mouth. Without shedding a single drop of blood, Draco relished the victory of vanquishing the enemy on the battlefield. In a moment of playful affection, he tousled Astoria's hair, only to be met with a furious outcry from Narcissa, who had just turned her head. Draco, do not touch Astoria's hair. I just spent ages styling it. Embarrassed, Draco withdrew his hand and sat up straight like a well-behaved child. Astoria, what did Daphne say to you? He couldn't help but inquire. Astoria blinked innocently. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, Oh, just some little secrets shared among girls. Draco, perplexed and feeling a bit aggrieved, protested, Can I even know? Astoria shook her head, her face reddening further. If she were to bluntly inform her brother that his kiss was painful or that he ought to refine his kissing technique, her proud little heart would likely face dire consequences. Thus, she needed to devise a clever strategy. With her firm refusal to share secrets, Draco sighed in resignation. Very well then. Ireland. Just as Draco prepared to speak again, the stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Peering through the glass window, they beheld the Irish team, clad in emerald attire, soaring through the air on their brooms. What a magnificent entrance! Amidst the thunderous applause, the Bulgarian team in crimson jerseys also came into view. A man moved with such blinding speed that his figure was almost indistinguishable, performing a dazzling maneuver that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Crumb. Draco's expression brightened with excitement. Astoria, he is an exceptional seeker. With such high praise, Astoria surmised that Crumb must possess both skill and charm as a Quidditch player. Soon after, the Vila and the house elf performed opening acts for both teams. When the Vila appeared, the men in the audience collectively held their breath, captivated as if their souls had been whisked away. Draco, inexplicably entranced, found himself momentarily dazed. However, when he cautiously glanced at Astoria, fearing she might be displeased by his state, he discovered that she was even more mesmerized than he. Astoria exclaimed, Beautiful sister, so enchanting. Chapter 91. A sudden turn of events. The match quickly escalated into a fierce contest, with the rivalry between the two teams intensifying. Draco and Astoria's gazes were almost fixed on the elusive golden snitch, oblivious to the moment when Lucius had departed the private box. The golden snitch. Crumb has caught it, but Ireland still wins. Such an impressive point advantage. Incredible. Ireland. The scoreboard displayed Bulgaria 160, Ireland 170. Gradually, like a massive jet engine revving up, the cheers for Ireland grew louder, culminating in ecstatic screams. Although Draco's favored Bulgarian team faced a narrow defeat, he was nevertheless swept up in the fervent atmosphere, suppressing his excitement to applaud half-heartedly. As the golden rain fell, the Irish players joyfully danced amid it. Crumb's speed is astounding. Draco rapidly discussed with Astoria, but where did Blaise and Daphne go? He scanned the surroundings, only to find that not only the young couple was missing, but Lucius had also vanished. Blaise whisked Daphne away right after the match, Astoria noted with raised eyebrows. Has the godfather left early as well? He went to attend to some matters, no need for concern. Let us return to the camp, Narcissa said cheerfully, rising and wrapping her arm around the young girl's shoulders, softly inquiring, How do you feel now? Are you recovering a bit? She was always mindful during Astoria's episodes. Astoria replied, I'm all right, At least I don't feel as weak, but I still need a day for my magic to fully return. I remember when Astoria was younger, it took her 3 or 4 days to regain her magical strength after an episode, Draco interjected. Narcissa nodded. This indicates our sweetie is growing up. Once she finds her lifelong partner, these symptoms will gradually dissipate. In the past, such thoughts would have left Draco feeling disheartened, as it would mean Astoria would no longer seek his affection as eagerly. However, since their visit to the Belling estate and an enlightening conversation with Brian Belling, he had long ceased to dwell on such insecurities. He would patiently await the day when the little rose would truly bloom. After the match concluded, the camp was filled with raucous chatter. In stark contrast, the VIP area remained remarkably quiet. Some wizards intended to stay overnight, while others busily packed to return home. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Miss Belling, are you returning to the estate or staying here for the night? The match was truly exhilarating, wasn't it? Occasionally, someone would greet them, to which Narcissa and Astoria replied with polite nods, while Draco took it upon himself to embody the dignity of a Malfoy, engaging in courteous conversation with a few guests. Standing tall in his impeccably tailored suit, he navigated the social interactions with ease, much like his father. Astoria smiled subtly as she watched him, her gaze unwavering. Just then, the noise from the ordinary camp suddenly escalated into a cacophony. Draco instinctively turned to look in that direction, and the sounds of panic reached his ears. Help! P.S. Dead. What are you doing? Run, run. His heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. They needed to get to the estate's key. Narcissa tightened her grip on Astoria's hand, preparing to pull Draco alongside them, but he stepped ahead of them resolutely. I'll stay behind. Mother, you and Astoria go on. Seeing the flames flickering ominously in the distance, Draco's tone was unwavering. Narcissa, without hesitation, focused on Astoria's still recovering condition, ushering the young girl forward. Be careful, brother. Astoria's heart raced, and she unwittingly reverted to her former endearment. Draco had no time to respond, for he had already caught sight of several hooded figures advancing menacingly. Crucio. Ha! Poor wretches. The chilling sound of mocking laughter drew nearer. As one man entered the VIP area, his platinum hair starkly visible. He hesitated momentarily, but quickly aimed his wand at the young Draco. Imperio. Draco reacted swiftly, unleashing a surge of powerful gray energy from his wand. Reducto. With a resounding crash, the man, whose features were obscured except for a protruding jaw, staggered back 2 steps, barely evading the oncoming energy. Having landed a blow, Draco did not linger. He continued to retreat, keeping pace with the 2 Malfoy ladies. Hey, there's an interesting young lad. Come here. The man shouted, clutching his chest, his dark eyes brimming with malevolence. The wayward wizards, upon hearing the call, converged in an instant. Their malevolent gazes fixated upon the platinum silhouette, and in the next heartbeat, malevolent curses erupted. Crucio. Intral-expelling curse. Ingorgo Scullis. The portkey lay just 10 steps away. Deer could not afford a single misstep. Draco, with reckless abandon, infused his wand with magic. The pale gray beam clashing against the onslaught of dark curses, heedless of the 6 dark wizards before him. Crucio. A woman cried out. A surge of silver energy joining the fray. Draco managed to glance over, and it was Narcissa. Mother, take her and go. He shouted. Avada Kedavra. Estelle brandished her wand, witnessing a wizard collapse before her, her lips turning pale as she declared, We won't let you face this alone, Draco. Dear, you just witnessed Narcissa's pupils tremble. Before she could finish, another killing curse hurtled from Estelle's wand. Perhaps the wizards had grown wary, or perhaps her body was yet to recover, her wrist trembling. This strike did not yield the desired effect. The 2 sides were at an impasse, with the trio subtly losing ground. After deflecting a surreptitious curse, Estelle finally succumbed and collapsed onto the ground. Dear. Draco's eyes widened with fury. Chapter 92. Transformation. Draco's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet he refused to weep. Casting his gaze once more at the wizards who erupted in cruel laughter at the girl's fall, his eyes filled with resolve. His voice seemed to seep through clenched teeth. Die. The pale gray energy surged forth, advancing inch by inch. Narcissa swiftly shielded Draco from a bone-piercing curse, her chest heaving. She glanced at Draco, whose complexion was growing increasingly pale, aware that he could not endure much longer. Bang! A silver serpent staff struck the ground forcefully, a stronger wave of energy surging into Draco's beam. The dark wizard, already exerting all his strength against Draco and Narcissa, was taken by surprise and was sent flying. Avada Kedavra! Lucius withdrew the serpent-topped wand, his voice icy. In an instant, the wizards lying on the ground, clinging to life, fell one by one, leaving no survivors. Draco trembled as he lowered his wand, disregarding the metallic taste rising in his throat, and turned to gently cradle Estelle in his arms. Deer has fainted, Narcissa remarked. Home. Lucius stated gravely, his expansive black cloak enveloping Narcissa, Draco, and the little girl in his arms. What is that? He has returned. The dark mark. The cacophony erupted anew, and instinctively lifting his gaze, Draco beheld an enormous skull materializing in the sky. It appeared to be composed of countless emerald green points of light, with a serpent slithering forth from its maw, strikingly visible against the inky backdrop. Draco's eyes widened as he turned to Lucius, whose expression was laced with complexity. He had seen such a mark on his father's arm more than once. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Lucius promptly whisked Draco to his office. They had intended to take Estelle to St. Mungo's, but Mammon had arrived first to carry the unconscious girl away. Draco had not anticipated that he would be separated from Dear for 2 long months. Everything around him appeared blurred and distant, as if veiled by a heavy curtain. The faint sound of birds chirping outside, along with distant whispers, gradually roused Estelle from her heavy slumber. The exhaustion in her chest lightened considerably. Yet Dear still emitted a soft groan of discomfort, her brow furrowing slightly. Estelle propped herself up in bed, leaning against the soft cushion behind her, only to realize that the decor surrounding her was somewhat strange, yet oddly familiar. She was in the Belling Manor, in her own bedroom. Who had brought her back? What had become of Draco and Aunt Sissy? What of her godfather? He had not appeared before she lost consciousness. Could something have happened? As a flurry of questions raced through the girl's mind, the doorknob to her bedroom suddenly turned halfway. Estelle quickly glanced over, eager to discover whether it was her godfather, godmother, or Draco. The door swung open, revealing a head of sleek silver hair first. The man's features were austere, his brow low, reminiscent of a waning moon over the fields. He wore a pure white shirt, the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a sturdy forearm. Upon seeing Estelle's gaping mouth, the man chuckled lightly, then turned slightly to allow the woman behind him to also meet Dear's gaze. The woman with misty blue hair wore a faint smile, her clear eyes tinted with a cool, playful arc. Oh, my intuition was indeed correct. You have awakened, little Dear. The familiar voice finally brought Estelle back to her senses. She widened her eyes at them, dazedly asking, Mammon? Pegasus. Pegasus shrugged and approached the bed, bending down to ruffle the girl's hair. His palm was icy, sending a shiver through Estelle. Oh, my apologies. I am still getting accustomed to interacting with you in this body, Pegasus said, his tone tinged with mild regret. Estelle, however, was too preoccupied to discuss such matters, and immediately embraced Pegasus, pulling Mammon into the embrace as well. Wow! In the warmth of this familiar scent, Estelle contentedly squinted her eyes. In her fantastical imaginings, Mammon should have been a rather aloof and slightly plump older sister, while Pegasus was a stern, humorless older brother. Although the reality deviated slightly from her expectations, it was evident that the two before her far exceeded her hopes. The Malfoys are all fine. It was I who brought you back to the manor, Mammon said, gently patting Estelle's small face. Upon noticing that the girl's cheeks were no longer as plump as in her childhood, she shifted her hand to the girl's head. At her words, Estelle breathed a sigh of relief. But you haven't explained what on earth is happening. Estelle's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was all so sudden. Pegasus smiled, unfazed, and replied, No need to rush. We must take our time to unravel the tale. So, you are Mammon Belling. Estelle exclaimed in astonishment, akin to Daphne's reaction that day. The statue in the manor is you. You are the ancestor of the Bellings. Having anticipated her reaction, Mammon smiled warmly and said, Indeed. The form you usually encounter is my animagus shape. Then why is Pegasus here? Estelle asked urgently, eager to uncover the truth. Mammon and Pegasus exchanged glances, the former's smile widening. Pegasus was a small winged horse I fortuitously discovered in that dense forest, Mammon explained leisurely, but now that he is transformed, he must undergo a period of adjustment. This is also the reason I brought you back to Belling Manor. All the arcane secrets of the Belling family regarding this estate must be imparted to you in advance, for neither I nor Pegasus wish to be disturbed during our seclusion. What do you think? The woman's tone was like a teasing hook, lazily rising. Pegasus chuckled softly, his gaze tender. Thus, it appears that Pegasus is younger than Mammon. Estelle murmured. Yet, Pegasus seems far more composed than Mammon. Not by much. Mammon tilted his head in thought. He is merely 20. I was already making waves in the wizarding world when he was just born. However, you must understand, dear Dare, that the age of a Pegasus cannot be compared to that of a wizard. Technically, he is only 25 now. Estelle let out a soft hiss, suppressing a smile as she looked at Mammon. Truly, it is you. Ancestor Mammon, may I inquire about the secret to longevity? Estelle asked with utmost seriousness. Mammon raised an eyebrow and lightly scoffed. Shouldn't you be calling me an adorably charming truck at this moment? Chapter 93, The Contestants. Estelle, I did not. Seeing the little girl shaking her head like a rattling drum, Mammon burst into laughter. Very well. The kind-hearted and magnanimous Lord Mammon shall forgive someone. As for the matter of longevity, she glanced at the silver-haired man beside her, attributing that to his extraordinary abilities. It was years ago when a certain little horse whimsically pleaded for me to accept the blessing of such abilities. Mammon, Pegasus interrupted her storytelling with a resigned expression, his gaze exceedingly gentle. Mammon, with a change in tone, cheerily continued. However, a Pegasus is fundamentally different from a wizard, even with such abilities. I must present myself in the form of an animagus. But our little papa has grown, and due to the recent rapid development of his extraordinary abilities, I too can now assume a human form. I see. Wow. Estelle gazed at Pegasus with admiration. The latter remained composed, but his ears subtly flushed red when Mammon's attention shifted back to him. Ahem, Pegasus cleared his throat. If this seclusion goes smoothly, perhaps Dare and her little jewel may also receive the blessing, allowing them to remain together for a long time. Of course, this depends on your own desires. Estelle's eyes sparkled even brighter. Mammon affectionately tousled Estelle's already somewhat disheveled hair into a nest-like state, suddenly turning serious. But that is a matter for another time. I had intended to teach you the Belling family's secrets gradually, as before, but there is something we must take seriously, Dare. Estelle looked perplexed. Is it not because of Pegasus? That is but one reason. Mammon raised an eyebrow, seizing this opportunity to bring you back to the estate. It is also due to Pegasus's prophecy. Pegasus affirmed solemnly, yes, Dare. In the next 5 years, the wizarding world will once again descend into darkness. I cannot foresee your future. Neither Mammon nor I know how long it will take to emerge from that dense forest, so before that, we must teach you all the Belling secrets. At the very least, it will safeguard your life and those dear to you. Mammon and Pegasus gazed at Estelle with gentle determination, stirring a warm current within her heart. The little girl quietly embraced them, just as she did in her childhood. Listen, Dare, follow your heart at all times, Mammon whispered. You are the indomitable Belling. No one can obstruct your path. All right. Estelle's eyelashes fluttered as she responded. No one anticipated that Estelle would take a leave of absence for over 2 months right at the beginning of her 4th year. Mammon had thought it through thoroughly, securing 2 vials of suppressants from Lucius in advance, firmly shutting the estate's doors. Naturally, Dare missed the new defense against the dark arts teacher instructing students on resisting the unforgivable curses, as well as the representatives from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons arriving at Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament. Each day, Draco found himself brimming with words he wished to share with Dare upon their reunion. Yet, as days turned into weeks, Estelle had yet to make an appearance by the Halloween feast, where the list of champions would be confirmed. Had Lucius not mentioned that his cherished little Rose was safely ensconced in the Belling estate, Draco might have taken to lurking in the forests of northern England. Fearing that the first person Estelle encountered upon leaving the estate would not be him. Draco, the list of competitors will be revealed tonight. Are you not going to the Great Hall to take a look? Blaise casually draped his arm over Daphne's shoulder, tilting his head in inquiry. Draco's expression was cold, his demeanor impassive as he turned a page in the book before him. What is there to see? I can already foresee the outcomes of Durmstrang's Crumb, Beauxbatons Fleur, and Hogwarts Cedric. I thought you would support our head boy, Goyle chimed in cheerfully. Since Estelle was studying spells in the upper years, Draco was well aware of Cedric's worthiness as a Hufflepuff. The little dragon, already disheartened by Dare's absence, had no inclination to offer any impassioned words of encouragement for Slytherin's head boy. TSK, Draco, do you know what you resemble at this moment? Blaise remarked. Draco lethargically lifted his head. A young man cruelly abandoned by his beloved. Blaise continued, suppressing laughter. Daphne pinched the soft flesh at his waist, expecting Draco to be incensed, yet he remained indifferent to Blaise's jest, merely huffing and redirecting his gaze back to the book. Is he truly all right? Trust me. He is merely putting on a brave face. Blaise's words struck true. All right, Draco. He pulled the book away, releasing Daphne just before the platinum-haired dragon could frown, and wrapped an arm around Draco's shoulder. Don't wallow in such melancholy. The entire Hogwarts community is likely anticipating the selection of champions. Slytherin should not miss out on such an event. At the very least, allow yourself to unwind a bit. Do not remain tense every day. Draco pressed his lips together tightly, being unceremoniously dragged by Blaise to the Great Hall. Goyle and Crabbe followed closely behind, quietly discussing in hushed tones that were inaudible to them. How long has Belling taken leave? Does it matter? Of course. It determines how long Draco will continue to wear that sour expression. Poor Potter nearly got into a scuffle with Draco the other day in the dining hall over the color of Potter's ugly sweater matching his brooch. By the time they reached the Great Hall, the champions from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons had already been selected. As Draco had predicted, they were Crumb and Fleur. The former was the seeker for the Bulgarian team in the Quidditch World Cup, and although they ultimately lost to Ireland, Crumb's performance was nonetheless spectacular. His deep-set eyes had captured the hearts of countless young witches in less than half a month. The latter, a girl of Vila descent, had recently driven Ron Weasley quite mad with infatuation. Consequently, Draco had unleashed plenty of venomous remarks upon him. The hall was enveloped in silence as the name of the third representative from Hogwarts was about to be announced. Many eyes subtly turned toward Cedric. The goblet of fire blazed anew, turning red, with sparks flying and flames licking high. Dumbledore extracted the third parchment from the fire, and upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, his pupils constricted. Representing Hogwarts was none other than Harry Potter, who stood beside him with a foolish grin plastered across his face. In an instant, however, Harry's smile vanished, leaving him frozen in a state of shock. Every eye in the hall turned towards him, leaving him utterly numb. Draco was the first to react, lowering his gaze and fixing it on Harry, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Look, someone has cast their name into the goblet through a rather clandestine method. Draco was particularly alert when it came to Potter, as he always was. Blaise murmured to Daphne, indeed. Daphne nodded in agreement. Chapter 94, The Headmaster's Sacrifice. Draco's words seemed to jolt Harry back to reality. He stared blankly at Ron and Hermione, as well as the other bewildered Gryffindors who gaped at him. I did not submit my name. You all know I didn't. Harry, are you absolutely certain you did not enter your name into the goblet? Dumbledore asked, his tone urgent, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore scrutinized him for a moment before suppressing any traces of his earlier concern, stating gravely, well, then you should wait by that door. He wore no trace of a smile. Look, what is that? The goblet has turned red again. What is happening? The clamor rose once more, and Dumbledore furrowed his brow, glancing towards the source of the commotion. In the next moment, the goblet suddenly emitted a long stream of fire, within which was ensconced the fourth parchment. All eyes were riveted on Dumbledore as he opened the note. A sense of foreboding inexplicably surged within Draco. Dumbledore paused briefly before clearing his throat and reading aloud, Aster Bellin. In an instant, Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. The others began to murmur in astonishment. Harry, who had yet to reach the designated room, stood frozen, quickly glancing at Ron and Hermione. But Bellin isn't even at Hogwarts. Could it be that Professor Snape wished to elevate Slytherin's status by submitting her name? Cedric's name had not appeared on any of the four parchments. Could it be that Hogwarts was truly sending two fourth-year minors to compete? What was Harry's role in this? Moreover, given the temperament of that serpentine king of the dungeons, he surely would not allow Bellin to participate in such a perilous event. The expressions on both his and Draco's faces were as dark as thunderclouds. Draco naturally noticed Snape, who had been watching the scene from a distance, now wearing a particularly displeased expression. He quickly approached, speaking in a rush. Professor, dare, I will speak with Dumbledore. Snape interrupted coldly, his mood evidently less than pleasant. The goblet does not err. The selection of Aster and Harry as the champion representatives of Hogwarts had become an irrevocable fact. Even Snape could not alter this outcome. He could only stand sullenly to the side, taking note of the competition rules for dare and later relaying them. Unsurprisingly, this matter left Karkaroff and Madame Maxime glaring daggers at Dumbledore for several days. The simultaneous selection of Harry and the long-absent Aster was indeed perplexing, leaving most students in a state of cautious observation. Except for Draco, who was particularly incensed at the thought of seeing the name of the small Rose paired alongside Potter's. Slytherin students even crafted badges proclaiming their support for Aster, Hogwarts' magical prodigy, with the reverse side exclaiming, Potter stinks. It was as if the arrangement of their names could somehow alleviate the storm brewing within Draco. Late autumn had arrived. Wisps of clouds drifted across the azure sky. Aster tugged at the collar of her woolen coat, the sound of her sleek black knee-high boots echoing delightfully against the ground. Perhaps due to the peculiar assortment of odd fruits that Mammon had provided over the years, Draco had long surpassed 6 feet in height, with even more growth anticipated. Typically, Aster appeared diminutive beside him. However, viewed alone, she seemed statuesque, especially with her exceptionally long legs accentuated by her tailored boots. When she departed from the Bellin estate, Mammon and Pegasus had already ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Aster had not informed Draco in advance. Even her belongings had been discreetly delivered to her dormitory by Buddy. Out of personal curiosity, she yearned to witness the surprise in a certain little dragon's sparkling eyes. Bellin has returned. Look, it's Slytherin's Aster Bellin. I thought her absence would last until the day before the first match. Aster had grown accustomed to being the center of attention, yet today felt distinctly different. Students regarded her with a complex gaze, scrutinizing her and murmuring phrases reminiscent of the tournament's name. Aster felt a flicker of confusion until she caught sight of a familiar figure, Cedric. Upon meeting her clear gaze, Cedric's eyes lit up, and he approached with a beaming smile. The enigmatic older girl with an air of mysterious Eastern charm who accompanied him paused, gazing at Aster gently. Senior. Aster, you've returned, Cedric acknowledged. Is everything well? Aster tilted her head, glancing at the older girl, and replied, Of course, this is. Noticing the young girl's interest, the girl stepped forward, greeting Aster warmly under Cedric's beaming gaze. Hello, I am Cho Chong from Ravenclaw. Aster's lips curled into a slight smile as she grasped the older girl's warm hand and shook it. By the way, I've heard quite a few people discussing something about a tournament. What is that all about? Cedric exchanged a glance with Cho before responding. There seems to have been some error during the selection process for the Triwizard Tournament. You may need to speak with Professor Snape about it. Aster's curiosity deepened. If that were the case, perhaps she should pay Snape a visit? So, I am to be the champion representing Hogwarts, and the first match is in just 5 days? Aster's tone rose in disbelief. Snape grunted, Indeed, and you are to compete alongside Potter as representatives of Hogwarts. As soon as the words left his mouth, Snape's red pen struck down heavily on the potion assignment in front of him. The top of the paper suddenly marked with a glaring T-troll. Oh well, that's quite unexpected, Aster remarked lightly. Snape easily detected the teasing tone in her voice, casting her a bemused glance. Are you not the least bit curious about what the first task entails? Aster countered. But you just said that the project details are not to be disclosed as per the tournament rules. What good does my curiosity serve? Snape's expression darkened further. Not to disclose, he retorted. The other 3 competitors were already informed through back channels that the first task will involve dragons. One could only guess the amount of time and effort the busy head of Slytherin expended to ensure Dare was also aware of the first task's details. The poor old bat spent several nights near the Forbidden Forest, having to consume 2 potions daily to fend off colds, all to catch a glimpse of those dragons. Of course, Snape would never allow anyone to learn of this. This certainly detracts from the elegance and grace expected of the Slytherin head. Chapter 95, Longing. Dragon. Estelle raised an eyebrow. Although she had not anticipated the appearance of a dragon in the Triwizard Tournament, she felt it was manageable. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Snape. The girl smiled charmingly, still manifesting the same endearing demeanor she had in her childhood. Snape pressed down the corners of his mouth, which threatened to curl upwards, his expression remaining as frigid as ever. It seemed our magical prodigy possessed an extraordinary level of self-assurance. One could only hope that Miss Belling truly manages to subdue the dragon, rather than being cradled by her little boyfriend seeking potions after the competition concludes. Oh, the familiar formula, the familiar tone. Upon noticing Snape once again marking on the papers scattered across the table, Estelle wisely excused herself. However, just as she pushed open the door to the headmaster's office and took a few steps, she heard a familiar voice around the corner of the corridor. Listen, Goyle, Crabbe. That badge is still a tad too small. We need to create a larger sign for the first match. The inscription must be both catchy and eye-catching, ensuring everyone is aware of the vast chasm between Della and Potter in every conceivable aspect. The clear voice was laced with unabashed malice, unmistakably belonging to a certain platinum-haired dragon who increasingly detested the savior. Then came Goyle's voice. Then why seek out the headmaster? He ought not to appreciate being disturbed. Goyle, even if our godfather does not provide us with creative ideas, such matters must be communicated to him beforehand, lest the biased Dumbledore holds us accountable later. Our godfather cannot conjure excuses for us. Draco, your foresight is truly commendable. Of course, it is only fitting you recognize who I am. Draco's tone was relaxed as he strolled leisurely, hands stuffed in his pockets, his voluminous robes trailing behind him, revealing a trim waist accentuated by his shirt and tailored trousers. The air of a dandy was palpable. Yet, just as he was about to exchange more words with Goyle and Crabbe, his steps halted abruptly. Draco gazed straight ahead, his heart racing at the sight of the figure he had long yearned for, momentarily suspecting he was hallucinating. Estelle smiled gently at him, her lips curling into a soft grin. Over the past 2 months of separation, Draco had thinned slightly and grown taller. Her gaze swept over his luminous, silvery gray eyes. Who said Miss Estelle was not enchanted by Master Malfoy? Della. Draco's eyes sparkled with unprecedented delight as he dashed towards his rose without a hint of hesitation, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Their youthful forms pressed closely together, hearts pounding in unison. Draco buried his head in the crook of her neck, akin to a lost puppy finally reunited with its master. He breathed in her delicate rose fragrance, eyes closed in pure bliss. Draco, Estelle murmured as she placed a gentle kiss on his cool skin, the warmth of her touch soothing the persistent itch in her heart that had remained unassuaged for nearly 2 months. She had to admit, she missed him dearly. I thought you would take an extended leave, Draco rambled on. After you fainted that day, you have no idea how terrified I was. It wasn't until my father informed me that Mammon had brought you back to the manor and that you were recovering that I felt at ease. You know I have so much to tell you every day. As he spoke, Draco's voice grew slightly choked, causing Estelle's heart to skip a beat. Catching a glimpse of Goyle and Crabbe, who stood awkwardly nearby, she whispered, "Brother, shall we return to the dormitory and talk slowly?" Draco mumbled a reluctant agreement, finally convincing himself to temporarily part from Della's embrace while tightly gripping her hand as they walked back, terrified she might suddenly vanish again. Their figures soon faded from view, leaving Goyle and Crabbe overlooked, exchanging glances. "So, do we still seek out the headmaster?" Goyle mused, likely forgetting all about the sign. "Perhaps we should find a cooler place to linger." The two boys, as hefty as small mountains, remained oblivious to the headmaster's office door creaking open behind them. A chilling gaze settled upon them. As if sensing something, Goyle froze momentarily. "Did you feel that, Crabbe?" "Yes," Crabbe replied, his lips paling, that sensation of impending doom. Haha. Snape's lips twitched as he listened to the myriad of conversations for an extended time. "Mr. Goyle, Mr. Crabbe, I presume you are acutely aware of your paper, which you so confidently graded 8. As a responsible potions professor, I believe it is imperative we have a discussion, at the very least to advise you both against trailing after the top student, Master Malfoy, every day." Goyle squeezed his eyes shut in despair. "Oh dear. The headmaster's hypothetical equations have finally been directed at us." Slytherin common room. One might expect Draco to immediately share his unspoken thoughts with the girl he had been longing for upon his return. Yet, as soon as Estelle closed the door to their dormitory, she found herself pinned against it by the towering figure of a man. A fervent kiss enveloped her entirely as Draco skillfully pried her lips apart, greedily savoring her sweetness. He assertively held the back of Estelle's head, denying her any chance of escape until her earlobes turned a delicate shade of pink. From the edge of the bed to the table, and then into the bathroom, Estelle was swept up and seated on the marble sink, her slender waist held firmly in his grasp. No wand was positioned against her by Draco, the atmosphere was heated. Without uttering a word, they shared an unspoken understanding. Her long boots were carelessly discarded at the entrance. Beneath her coat, the hem of her short skirt fluttered, exposing her fair and delicate skin to the cool air. The hawthorn wand was placed in Estelle's hand by Draco. The girl's lashes fluttered as she was compelled to cast spells under such an onslaught. Estelle's face flushed crimson as she buried herself beneath the covers, unwilling to listen to the gentle sound of water cascading from the bathroom. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the bathroom door finally creaked open. She heard the soft chuckle escaping from the man's throat. Still uncomfortable, Estelle clenched her fists, then turned her back to him, shaking her head. When he remained silent, she couldn't help but steal a glance back. What she found was Draco, clad in freshly donned sleep pants, his muscular back exposed. The lines were smooth, a droplet of water slowly rolling down. Draco swiftly dressed, turning to meet the gaze of the girl whose eyes brimmed with shyness. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached her, leaning down to tousle her hair. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me so intently?" Estelle huffed softly, muttering, not even allowed to look. "You stingy boy." "Me stingy?" Draco replied, his tone teasingly elevated as he pondered for a moment, then began to unfasten the buttons of his sleep shirt. "Apologies, I hadn't considered that. Let Della look her fill." "Draco." Estelle's heart raced, hesitantly grasping his hand. The young couple, long separated, swiftly fell into playful chaos once more. Chapter 96. The Art of Language. Estelle did not step beyond the threshold of her dormitory the entire weekend. Even mealtimes were attended by the timely delivery from the Malfoy house elf. She and Draco were experiencing the delightful sensation of a brief separation, rekindling the novelty of their union for the first time, a feeling that was naturally quite enchanting. This was, of course, compounded by the fact that the two had recently ventured into a mysterious realm together. The most esteemed Miss Belling, one of the champions, had been absent for a full 2 days, leaving Rita Skeeter, the journalist from the Daily Prophet, in a state of anxious anticipation for an interview. After a lengthy wait, Rita finally managed to corner Estelle following the 6th-year charms class on Monday, whisking her away along with Fleur Delacour and Harry to a quiet room. While Rita busily conducted her interview with Fleur in a small cubicle, Harry took the initiative to break the awkward silence that enveloped the three of them. Estelle, are you doing well?" he inquired hesitantly. "I mean no offense, but I heard some rumors about troubles at home, which is why you've taken such a long leave." Estelle politely smiled and replied, "That speculation is somewhat inaccurate, but everything has been perfectly resolved, so I am quite well." Harry lowered his gaze, mumbling an ambiguous, "That's good. I heard Miss Belling is a year younger than Mr. Potter." Crumb, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. The man had deep-set eyes and sported a neatly cropped haircut. His broad shoulders and graceful demeanor exuded an air of aristocratic maturity. Estelle nodded. "Indeed." Crumb smiled. "No wonder. She is the heir of the Belling family. My father often speaks highly of Mr. Brian Belling." "Thank you," Estelle adeptly engaged in a mutual exchange of pleasantries. Before long, Fleur emerged from the cubicle, her expression somewhat unusual and clearly distressed. Crumb and Harry followed suit, both wearing similarly complex expressions upon their exit. "Miss Belling, it's your turn," Rita exclaimed with enthusiasm. Under Harry's expectant gaze, Estelle closed the door behind her, leaving only herself and the seemingly youthful journalist in that small space, along with the pen poised in midair, eager to take notes. "Relax, Miss Belling. Today's interview will be quite simple," Rita said with a beaming smile. Estelle shrugged. "I'm not feeling nervous at all." The pen scribbled furiously on the notepad beside them. Estelle raised an eyebrow, wondering if she had just uttered something of substance. "All right. The first question," Rita cleared her throat. "Do you feel confident that you will outshine the other 3 contestants in the first task? After all, everyone knows your spellcasting skills far surpass those of your peers." "I will give it my all," Estelle replied with a subtle smile. Rita's tone brightened. "Oh, is that so?" Miss Belling is neither nervous nor lacking in confidence. Noticing the pen's relentless activity, Estelle felt a twitch in her brow. Perhaps this journalist, consumed by the desire to pen a sensational story, wouldn't he even spare her major shareholders? Or perhaps she was entirely unaware that the Belling family was the true power behind the Daily Prophet. "Second question, are you and the Malfoy family planning to become engaged next year?" Rita asked, her eyes widening with curiosity. Estelle pondered for a moment, her gaze seemingly drifting past Rita to some distant point. Rita held her breath, anticipating a scoop. "It relates to the weather." "Huh." Rita thought she must have misheard. Estelle nodded and continued. "If it's a clear afternoon, the engagement ceremony would be easier to arrange, but you know how unpredictable the weather is in England. It's far more troublesome than in America or Asia. Speaking of which, I truly admire the wedding customs of Asian wizards. Just a few days ago, I met a beautiful Asian witch." Just as Estelle was about to delve deeper into this topic, Rita's expression shifted oddly, interrupting her. All right. Let us set that question aside for now, Miss Belling. The third question is, what are your thoughts on Hogwarts having 2 champions this year?" Estelle replied. "I believe it relates to Hogwarts' geographical position. I've recently been studying magical geography and exploring the true meaning of renowned individuals and auspicious locations. Perhaps you've heard of the author of that book?" In less than 3 minutes, Estelle exited the cubicle feeling lighthearted, her steps buoyant as she pushed open the door to leave with Draco, who had been waiting eagerly. "Is that journalist feeling unwell?" Draco inquired. Estelle looked at him in confusion. Why do you say that?" Draco frowned. Her pallid complexion suggests she might be gravely ill. "Well, she should be fine," Estelle replied, glancing back at the journalist, who appeared utterly drained of energy, and chuckled softly. As Estelle had anticipated, the Daily Prophet reported on the 4 champions' interviews the following day. The article extensively detailed Harry Potter's self-assured responses while barely touching upon Estelle Belling, elevating her briefly only to let her down gently thereafter. The sensationalist Rita Skeeter, devoid of any coherent news, resorted to elegantly describing the childhood friendship between Belling and Malfoy. Draco found this portrayal quite satisfying, and the newspaper quickly circulated throughout Hogwarts. The naive savior, Mr. Potter, became the subject of more disdain due to the journalist's distorted representations of his answers. Fortunately, time flew swiftly, and before long, it was November 24th, the day the Triwizard Tournament officially commenced. "All right, everyone is here. It is time to begin." Outside the tent, the air was filled with the cacophony of excited voices, while inside stood the 4 champions ready to take the stage. Mr. Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, instructed them to form a circle as he drew lots from a bag he held. Estelle drew a Swedish short snout, while Harry pulled a Hungarian horntail. Unsurprisingly, none of the champions were shocked at the prospect of battling a dragon in their first task. Crumb and Fleur both successfully retrieved the dragon eggs guarded by their ferocious opponents, while Harry, utilizing his exceptional flying skills, completed the task even quicker than Fleur. And now, presenting the final champion, please welcome Miss Estelle Belling from Hogwarts, Slytherin House. A roar of cheers erupted. The thunderous applause resonated in Estelle's ears. Rather than immediately focusing on the ferocious short snout guarding the dragon egg, her gaze was drawn to the dazzling silver green in the audience. Beneath the massive banner emblazoned with her name, Estelle quickly spotted a platinum-haired figure. Draco, visibly thrilled, stood up and shouted something, while Snape beside him maintained his composure, barely managing to contain his unruly student's exuberance. Estelle chuckled softly. Chapter 97, Submission. Estelle smiled warmly as she took in the sight of her little gemstone, blushing furiously, before turning her attention towards the dark yellow Swedish short snout. "Hello?" She slowly approached the dragon's position. The dragon, already wary of the girl's unexpected presence, trembled at the sound of her voice. Its murky vertical pupils widened in disbelief as it regarded the steadily advancing Estelle. "It's you." The voice of the short-nosed dragon was deep and resonant, yet to bystanders, it merely sounded like a series of meaningless roars. Unlike the previous 3 contestants, Asteria moved leisurely, as though strolling through her own garden, which sparked increasingly bewildered discussions among the onlookers. What was she doing? Why wasn't that dragon attacking her? I have a premonition that Belling will soon subdue this dragon. Am I imagining things? She hasn't even drawn her wand. Asteria is using a silent spell. Do not underestimate her. Merlin, is she really just taking a walk? I usually move faster than this when going to a restaurant. Draco's eyes were fixed intently on the unfolding scene, gleaming with excitement as he whispered to Snape beside him, Godfather. Della's method is far superior to those of the 3 before her. I dare say she will achieve a perfect score without exerting any effort. Let us hope that dragon can comprehend her. Snape cast an irritated glance at Draco, exasperated. Be quiet, Draco. Do you truly believe your incessant murmurs will aid Miss Belling in persuading that dragon to retreat? Indeed, the old godfather, well acquainted with the nature of a certain little dragon, effortlessly found the switch that silenced Draco, restoring a precious tranquility. Good, now I can watch Sweetie's competition in peace, Snape mused. The greedy creature, the short-nosed dragon, could not tolerate anyone touching its precious egg. Without a moment's hesitation, it rejected Asteria's recently extended olive branch. What kind of armor fruit was that? It had never heard of such a thing. It must be a ruse. Humans always like to deceive with seemingly gentle gestures to snatch away something precious, like its egg. Roar. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena, causing everyone to hold their breath in that moment. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged toward Asteria. Well, since peaceful communication was off the table, this presented her with an opportunity to test a certain forbidden spell. As the flames drew near, Asteria could even see the surrounding air ripple due to the intense heat. Yet, this did not deter her stride. Aguameni. With a swift flick of her wand, so rapid it left only a blur in its wake, a column of water erupted from the tip of her wand, abruptly transforming into a magnificent, surging river that surged toward the flames. Half the sky was enveloped in this torrent, droplets splashing against the dark rocks surrounding the arena, vanishing just as they neared the stands. Hiss! Fire and water intertwined, a thick plume of white smoke ascending. The flames spewed forth by the dragon could not withstand the onslaught of the water column for even 2 seconds before dissipating completely. Roar! The dragon's eyes widened in evident panic. It stepped back a few paces, unwilling to yield, and expelled a few fireballs in defiance. Aguameni. Wisps of smoke billowed, and an unending stream of water continued to pour forth from Asteria's wand. Surely, I did not mishear. She had just employed the Aguameni spell. Merlin, can that spell be utilized in such a manner? Is it truly Aguamenti or a summoning of the water god? Has Belling's magic advanced to such an extent that she didn't even allow those droplets to splash onto the stands? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The short-nosed dragon yearned to continue testing its might against Asteria, but she had no intention of wasting time. If she was to act, she would do so to perfection. Since her name had appeared in the Goblet of Fire, regardless of the reason, she would shine the brightest above all. Roar! The dragon let out a long, mournful howl, seemingly preparing to unleash its ultimate attack. Asteria paid it no mind. Instead, she placed her wand against her chest and slowly closed her eyes. Submit. A faint red light spiraled towards the raging dragon. Compared to her previous water column, this thread of light was as thin as a hair. If one were not attentively observing the spectacle, most would not even realize what Asteria was attempting. The red light suddenly pierced the dragon's forehead. In the next moment, the ferocious roars gradually diminished, and the murky eyes of the dragon flickered with an unusual glow. It struggled against the discomfort, yet the world before it grew increasingly surreal. Roar! Under the gaze of all, the short-nosed dragon emitted one final cry before its foreknees slowly bent, lowering its head in deference to the small girl opposite. Utterly humbled, in the ensuing silence, Asteria calmly opened her eyes and gracefully approached the dragon egg, cradling it in her hands. From the moment she entered until now, not a speck of dust had marred the hem of her robe. Belling. Asteria Belling. What had she just accomplished? An indisputable magical prodigy, Asteria Belling. The applause thundered. Students erupted in excited cheers, chanting her name, as Asteria stood at the center of the arena like a radiant silver moon beneath the pitch-black sky. Her gaze traversed the sea of faces, ultimately resting upon Draco. Then, a gentle smile graced her lips as she winked at him, who was on the verge of tears from joy. Without exception, Asteria garnered a remarkable score of 45 in the first round. The reason she did not achieve a perfect score was that Karkaroff and Maxim had awarded her 6 and 9 points, respectively, citing the brief duration of the competition and the lack of visual spectacle. Consequently, an indignant Draco penned a letter to Lucius, the ever-protective father, who dutifully delivered precise criticisms to Karkaroff's biased dealings, as mentioned in the letter. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Belling, you are undoubtedly the best. How did you execute that Agumeni spell? I am more intrigued by Belling's final incantation, but alas, I could not catch it clearly. The first place in the Triwizard Tournament's inaugural task belonged to Slytherin. Ha ha ha. One can only imagine the expressions on those foolish lions who had pinned their hopes on Potter. This golden egg surely contains hints for the next task, does it not, Asteria? Once the competition concluded and Asteria returned to the Slytherin common room clutching the golden egg, she found herself surrounded by the little snakes. Draco stood beside her, beaming with pride, his gaze never straying from her beautiful profile for even a moment. Chapter 98, Treasure. Quickly, open it, and see what lies within, Daphne exclaimed eagerly, under the expectant gazes of everyone. Asteria traced a finger along the groove of the golden egg and then pried it open. A blinding light erupted, followed by a horrifying and piercing wail. The sound instantly filled the entire common room. The moment everyone covered their ears, Asteria swiftly closed it. Good heavens, it sounded like a banshee, Draco said, still shaken as he rubbed his ears. Blaze frowned. So that sound was the hint? Asteria remained silent. She had heard it clearly. It was a most beautiful melody. Find us, where our song resounds. We have taken away your most cherished treasure, and you have but 1 hour to experience the passage of time. After that, it shall vanish, never to reappear. The most treasured possession. Estelle's gaze was fixed upon Draco's face. Draco blinked in surprise and softly inquired, "What's wrong, Dare? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing," Estelle replied, raising an eyebrow, and in a hushed tone that others could not hear, she whispered in his ear, "I've uncovered the information regarding the second task. It seeks to take away my most cherished treasure." "What is it?" Draco's eyes widened. Then he heard the girl softly respond, "You call me again, Dare." Draco's breath quickened, his words spilling over Estelle's delicate, pale neck. She shivered involuntarily. Draco settled into the large, cushioned chair in the dormitory, embracing her, his chin slightly lifted to meet Estelle's misty blue eyes. Today, Dare seemed unusually different. Even though the corners of her eyes were tinged with red, she still struggled to maintain her nearly blurred consciousness. "Darling?" The girl's crimson lips parted, her chest rising and falling erratically. Draco's heart faltered. He could no longer suppress his inner impulse, letting out a soft sound as he eagerly leaned in to kiss her. However, she gently placed a finger against his thin lips, halting his movement. Estelle could not ignore the searing heat. Yet thoughts of the items Daphne had secretly shown her in recent days made her feel that she could not let her efforts go to waste. "Actually, I prefer this." Before her words had fully dissipated, she leaned down, softly pressing her lips against Draco's, kissing him tenderly. The sensation was as soft as feathers, offering Draco, a master of conquest, an entirely new experience. "I prefer it when you kiss me like this," Estelle declared, her ears flushing red. She had not forgotten her discussions with Daphne about the art of kissing. For that reason, Daphne had arranged several meetings under the pretense of seeking Estelle's knowledge of spells. Studying the narrative within Isabella's novels in the library, it seemed that moments like this, filled with romance, could coax a certain platinum dragon into willingly exploring a different style of kissing. Little did she know, entirely absorbed in her plan, Estelle had failed to notice that Draco, who usually closed his eyes during such moments, was now gazing intently at her. He watched as her lips, tinted with a hint of color, slowly drew closer, kissing her again and again. He observed her earnest expression and the blush that crept behind her ears. "Who taught you that?" Draco tightened his grip around her slender waist, his palm radiating warmth. Although his eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing the turmoil within, he spoke in a hoarse voice. As he met her narrowed, light gray gaze, Estelle's heart raced even faster. She stammered. This time, Dare had promised Daphne not to reveal her strategist identity. "That's all right. I like it as well." Draco easily turned the page on that topic. Just as Estelle silently sighed in relief, he suddenly added, "Aside from that, our clever Dare must have gleaned some other knowledge from those books, such as, when couples are intimate, perhaps using different terms of endearment could enhance the romance." "How do you know?" Estelle propped herself up, her tone rising. Draco glanced helplessly at the pile of books that had been deliberately disorganized beneath the table and replied, "My dear, our room is not that large. Unless you don't bring those books back, I can hardly miss them." Estelle lowered her gaze, muttering something under her breath. But in the next moment, the hands resting on her back exerted strength, and she gasped as the distance between her and Draco suddenly vanished. His eyes lingered on her tender lips. "So, Dare, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Suggestion for a term of endearment? What should I call you?" Estelle asked, her face turning crimson. Draco raised an eyebrow. "What did those books say?" "Sweetie, honey, baby." Unexpectedly, Estelle tilted her head, nervously leaning closer to Draco's ear, softly uttering a word he had never contemplated. He inhaled sharply, unable to contain the flames igniting within him, and kissed her fervently. "You dare to say that? But the book says so." It seemed my little dare was bolder than I had imagined. The air was tinged with a cool chill, the earth cloaked in a deep, white blanket of snow. A mist enveloped the surroundings, the cold wind sweeping through as the robes of wizards fluttered. With merely 3 days until the Christmas ball, most had already chosen their partners. Slytherin's Estelle and Draco were undeniably viewed as a couple, inseparable in the eyes of others, leading the bravest of young wizards to refrain from approaching Estelle this year. "Forget it, Hermione. This association of yours is a rather distant concept. At the very least, you should devise a gradual plan." This lesson was a joint class on defense against the dark arts for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Before the professor, known as Mad-Eye Moody, had arrived, someone Estelle had yet to meet. She overheard Harry, Ron, and Hermione murmuring about some association. "The House Elf Rights Promotion Association," Draco scoffed lightly, explaining to her. "Granger has been obsessively researching these impractical matters lately." Estelle pondered for a moment and replied, "After the defeat of their kind, house elves have served wizards as servants. If she truly wishes to establish such an association, it would undoubtedly be a challenging path. The great savior and his esteemed friends always seem to strive for greatness." Draco commented, resting his head on his hand, utterly bored. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise erupted from the classroom door, and everyone turned to look. Chapter 99, Teaching Demonstration. A burly man, sporting an eye patch over one eye, stood at the entrance. He held a small flask in his right hand, and, even as everyone stared, he casually took a swig. "Moody, our defense against the dark arts professor for this semester." Unsurprisingly, the moment Draco laid eyes on the man, a look of disdain crossed his face. "First-year garlic, second-year peacock, third-year werewolf, and fourth-year drunken Dumbledore. Has defense against the dark arts become a sanctuary for peculiar individuals?" Of course, the fact that Professor Lupin was a werewolf had been inadvertently revealed to them by a certain Slytherin head during the summer. "Well, he certainly has a personality," Estelle nodded, making an effort to ignore the discomfort of Moody's gaze upon her, offering a fair assessment. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but the professor seemed to fixate on her and, over there, Harry Potter, who flashed a silly grin at the sight of Moody. The savior seemed particularly trusting of him. "All right, everyone. Today, we shall continue our lesson on the unforgivable curses," Moody bellowed in his hoarse voice, "and I notice we have an extra student in class." Despite having taken an extended leave, Estelle Belling triumphed in the first event of the Triwizard Tournament. Suddenly called upon, Estelle rose gracefully, accepting the myriad of gazes directed her way. "Good day, Professor Moody," she greeted, her voice light and melodious, exuding the poised elegance characteristic of a pure-blood aristocrat. Her delicate, alabaster wrist made it difficult to fathom her capability of wielding the water-making spell with such proficiency. "I have long heard of Miss Belling's extraordinary talent and charms. In fact, charms and defense against the dark arts are intrinsically linked." Moody paused momentarily before suggesting, "Why does Miss Belling not step forward and initiate our lesson?" "Very well," Estelle replied softly, ascending the long wooden platform to face Moody from the opposite end. Draco curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes glimmering with excitement as they rested upon her. "Do you know the unforgivable curse, Miss Belling?" Moody inquired. "Indeed. Excellent. Now, you shall cast the unforgivable curse upon me, and I will demonstrate how to counter it," he continued, taking a sip from his flask. The students below began to murmur, some astonished that Estelle possessed such a curse, while a few Gryffindors discreetly glanced at the Slytherin snakes. Clearly, the latter displayed a greater aptitude for this particular spell. Rumor has it that many among them have been secretly studying the unforgivable curses, particularly Draco Malfoy, who has nearly mastered both the Cruciatus and Imperius curses. Yet he consistently struggles with the killing curse. Some of the Slytherins speculated that Malfoy was merely hiding his true abilities. "Shall I begin?" Estelle inquired, raising her wand. Moody nodded, one hand still clutching the flask, as if confident he could effortlessly deflect Estelle's spell. Estelle bit her lip. "Very well. This is your request. Avada Kedavra." A powerful burst of pale red energy erupted, hurtling towards Moody, who had just raised his wand. "Protego!" Moody exclaimed, as his words left his lips. A faint yellow glow enveloped him, shielding every inch of his being just a second before Estelle's energy struck. In an instant, the opposing forces of magic collided. A resounding crack echoed, followed by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Moody's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, swiftly tumbling to the side. With a thunderous crash, the stray pale red energy sent a nearby wooden chair flying, which shattered against the wall. His drink spilled across the floor. A profound silence fell over the classroom. Estelle, feeling a touch of embarrassment, stepped forward to assist him, but he trembled and waved her away. "Professor, are you all right?" Harry rushed over, concern etched upon his features. Moody cast a wary glance at Estelle, declaring loudly, "I'm fine. I'm fine. It seems I underestimated Miss Belling's prowess. However, the shield charm can indeed offer some defense against the unforgivable curses. Just remember, you must ensure your understanding of the spell surpasses that of your opponent, or else." Draco disregarded the drunken ramblings of the professor, taking Estelle's hand and guiding her down from the platform amidst the varied gazes of their peers. "I heard even Professor Flitwick has stopped allowing you to demonstrate," he remarked with a chuckle. Estelle interrupted his mirthful teasing, her gaze fixed on the spilled drink on the floor. "Draco, what was he drinking?" Draco furrowed his brow in inquiry. All attention had been diverted to the recently fallen Professor Moody, leaving no one to notice the unusually viscous liquid that lay on the ground. "Scourgify!" Moody exclaimed, waving his wand at the moment Draco's gaze fell upon him, magically cleaning the spill with ease. He lowered his eyes and bent down to retrieve the nearly empty flask. "All right, just as I demonstrated, cast the shield charm in pairs for practice," Moody hastily instructed, departing the classroom before the students could even stir into action. "How peculiar," Estelle mused. Without the professor's supervision, the lesson had devolved into a free period. The girls congregated, discussing potential partners and attire for the upcoming Yule Ball, hardly paying attention to the time. "When we change in Daphne and Christo's dormitory that day, Estelle, would you like to join us?" a Slytherin girl inquired. Glancing at Draco, who was deep in discussion with Blaise, Estelle smiled with narrowed eyes. "Certainly." She was eager to surprise him. "How are your accessories coming along?" "I'm still waiting for my owl, but I must wear the sparkliest earrings that day." "Ha ha 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 ha. Wouldn't that blind someone's partner?" "Oh, Christo, stop laughing at me." The Slytherin girls chattered animatedly, and out of the corner of her eye, Estelle suddenly spotted Hermione hesitatingly glancing their way. The moment their eyes met, Hermione's lips moved slightly. "Hermione, is something the matter?" Estelle sensed her hesitation and stepped over to inquire. Chapter 100, Envy. It was easy for her to spot the letters inscribed on the cover of the notebook Hermione clutched. "Spew. Estelle. I would like to establish a society for the promotion of elfish welfare. I wonder if you might be interested?" Hermione swallowed nervously, seeming quite anxious. "Although the project has yet to officially launch, I have a preliminary concept. Look." She opened the first page of her notebook, presenting it to Estelle. It featured a simple table of contents, with headings such as the evolution of house elf status, the true voices of elves, and why we should establish a welfare society, among others. Beneath the table of contents, the section for society members bore several names: Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. "Well, it does seem that this is still in the early stages." "I'm sorry, Hermione," Estelle shrugged, "but I won't be joining this society." The elf race was defeated by wizards and bound by a lifelong servitude contract. As a Belling, I do not feel any grievance towards this voluntarily signed contract that followed a fair defeat. Upon hearing this, Hermione's gaze fell in disappointment. "All right, but I believe your intention to establish this society is noble, providing house elves with a more liberated and warm space. I hope to see you realize that someday." Estelle chuckled lightly, recalling the kind little Barty who had always served her in the Belling Manor's wardrobe. As a child, Estelle would courteously thank Barty for preparing her outfits. But each time she did, he would display an expression of profound guilt. He had even attempted to repay her gratitude by harming himself. "Really?" Hermione's eyes brightened. Esther nodded thoughtfully, recalling the fleeting image that had just crossed her mind. She then shifted the subject, saying, "However, Hermione, this is not a trivial matter. The most challenging aspect is not merely how to advocate for our voices to be heard within the Ministry of Magic or to implement measures that genuinely promote their rights. Rather, it lies in truly awakening the house elves to their situation." Hermione stood there, momentarily lost in thought. Having expressed her point, Esther smiled and departed the classroom alongside Draco. Time passed swiftly, and the Christmas ball was set to commence at 8 o'clock that evening. "Goodness, I've never seen you so serious about your appearance," Daphne exclaimed. "Where's my necklace?" "Have you seen it, Daphne?" "Merlin, I'm in the midst of my makeup. How can I look for your necklace?" "Dahlia, does my face look too pale?" Daphne turned around, eager to receive a reassuring answer from Esther. Yet, upon catching sight of Esther nestled on the sofa, she instinctively held her breath. The girl was adorned in a black velvet strapless gown that accentuated her slender waist. Her hair was elegantly swept up, revealing a smooth forehead and strikingly beautiful features. Delicate black velvet gloves adorned her slender arms, lending her an air of mystery and grace, reminiscent of a noble princess from the Middle Ages. Hearing Daphne's query, Esther glanced over and critically assessed her appearance, stating, "It suits you well." However, Daphne was hardly listening. She swallowed hard and said, "Dahlia, how do you look like that?" "Huh," Esther replied, puzzled. Following Daphne's unwavering gaze, she blushed and instinctively covered her deep neckline. Indeed. Esther, do you take any supplements? Kristoff had also taken notice of their previous exchange, observing them with keen curiosity. Esther cleared her throat, replying, "No, I just eat normally." Daphne and Kristoff flanked Esther on either side, making her feel as if she had stumbled into a den of wolves. Just eating normally? I envy that. Envy what? You're lovely too. I envy Malfoy. Well, that's valid. I can only imagine how smitten he will be when he sees Dahlia tonight. Ha ha ha. Esther's cheeks flushed crimson. At 8 o'clock, wizards dressed in formal attire began to arrive at the hall with their partners. Draco and Blaise had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Although some attempted to appear composed, their fleeting glances towards the entrance betrayed their excitement. In fact, Draco had inquired about Esther's attire 3 days prior. Unfortunately, despite his various methods, all he could glean was that she would be donning something in black for the evening. Consequently, Draco found himself torn between a silver-gray suit and a black tailcoat before ultimately choosing the latter. The clean lines of his shoulders and the exquisite detailing at the cuffs enhanced his tall stature, while his meticulously styled platinum hair accentuated his chiseled features. Since he had inadvertently learned that hair gel could damage hair and potentially lead to baldness, Draco had disposed of all his hair products from both his dormitory and the manor, though his current hairstyle lacked the sleekness of gelled hair. Dahlia seemed to enjoy playing with the few strands that fell across his forehead, and he allowed her to do so without further thought. How much longer do they need to get ready? Draco asked hurriedly. Blaise, appearing unfazed, chuckled and reassured him, "Every time I go on a date with Daphne, I have to wait at least 2 hours." Draco lowered his gaze, leaning against the wall with his hands in his trouser pockets, exclaiming in exasperation, "So?" Based on this timeline. Before he could finish his thought, a cacophony erupted at the entrance. Draco immediately turned his head to see Hermione. "Her hair looks beautiful today." It was indeed Hermione Granger. Draco's spirits sank once more. However, Hermione's transformation was remarkable. Her usually disheveled hair was neatly styled, drawing attention to her already striking features. She stood at the door, exchanging pleasantries with Harry and Ron, before, to their astonishment, smilingly linking her arm with Victor Crumbs. This was indeed sensational news, especially for Draco. Hermione Granger and Victor Crumb? Draco's gaze fixated on the retreating figures of the pair, his voice rising in disbelief. His favorite Quidditch player was dating one of his most formidable rivals. Draco felt as if the world around him had crumbled. Just then, another commotion arose at the entrance. Almost instinctively, Draco turned to see a vision that had haunted his dreams for countless nights amidst the enchanting Slytherin girls. Chapter 101, The Ball. How beautiful. Her hair was elegantly styled, her lips parted in a soft smile as she conversed with Daphne beside her. The black velvet gown accentuated her curvaceous figure, adorned at her delicate collarbone with a simple ruby pendant. As she moved, the color of the pendant harmonized with the hint of red peeking from her high-heeled shoes. With every glance, it seemed as though the entire hall became more radiant in her presence. As Esther's gaze shifted, she caught sight of Draco leaning against the wall, spellbound. "Are you mesmerized?" Esther teased, playfully waving her hand in front of his eyes. Draco snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with awe as they roamed over her, deepening in intensity. "Dahlia, you look stunning," Draco stammered, struggling to articulate his feelings. Perhaps it was a combination of pride in being her favored companion and a flicker of possessiveness stirring within him. One part of him, enchanted by Esther's beauty, felt as if he were spinning in circles. Another part, envious and devilish, scanned the room for all the other males. They seemed to be at odds with one another. "What is the matter? Is it not appealing?" Esther shot him a glance. Draco pursed his lips, finally reconciling the conflicting voices within him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he tenderly caressed Esther's soft cheek, whispering, "You look beautiful, Dahlia." Esther linked her arm through his, proudly declaring, "Well, that is more like it. Is it chilly in this attire? Do you need a warming charm?" "No, the hall is quite warm. I'll be dancing soon, and we'll work up a sweat." The two affectionately entered the hall, with Daphne and Blaise following closely behind after exchanging a few words. Unlike previous years, this year's fourth-year Christmas ball was marked by budding romance, as young wizards earnestly invited their crushes to be their partners. The heirs of pureblood families, accustomed to early marriages, were particularly keen on ensuring that tonight's partners would likely become their future spouses. For instance, Draco and Astoria, Daphne and Blaise, Pansy and Flint. But why hasn't Theodore made an appearance today? Just before the ball commenced, Astoria cast a puzzled glance at the person beside her. Indeed, the Slytherin clique was notably missing Theodore not. Seizing the moment while the ever-jealous Draco was otherwise occupied, Daphne quickly replied. The Knott family had some pressing matters that required his attention. As she spoke, her expression became complicated as she pursed her lips. It was indeed difficult to envision Theodore engaging in a dance with anyone here, as he seemed rather indifferent to everything. Astoria nodded in agreement. However, Now that Theodore had become the head of the Knot family, he need not heed the incessant pressures of courtship. He could wholly embrace his freedom and become the person he wished to be. That was a blessing in itself. Look, Dahlia. Potter and Weasley have actually chosen those twin sisters as their partners, Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with the thrill of discovery. Following his gaze, Astoria immediately spotted the striking pair of twins accompanying Harry and Ron. However, their expressions appeared rather peculiar, as if they were enduring something. Astoria's interest quickly shifted to Krum and Hermione, who stood together on the other side. The burly man leaned down to listen intently to the girl, nodding occasionally and responding with clumsy charm. Meanwhile, Hermione's cheeks were tinged with a suspicious blush, seemingly captivated by the intense gaze of the man before her. Her fingers shyly entwined. Astoria's eyes widened, and a smile crept onto her lips. They appeared surprisingly well-matched. Dahlia, I must contact Isabella to write fanfiction about Krum and Granger, Daphne exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The exhilaration of shipping this couple temporarily overshadowed her actual disdain for Hermione. I wholeheartedly agree, Astoria replied, her voice filled with enthusiasm. The rugged chill of winter embraces his warm sun, Daphne murmured. I must inspire Isabella. Alas, she isn't here today to witness this scene. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. Daphne glanced up to see Astoria sitting upright, elegantly lifting a small cake to her lips, as if the very person who had just leaned in to discuss these matters was not Astoria herself. Oh, I see, Daphne remarked, under Draco's scrutinizing gaze. She cleared her throat and said, this cake truly is a delightful confection, isn't it, Astoria? Perhaps it was better left unsaid. A grand crystal chandelier cast a soft, warm glow, illuminating everything with a crystalline clarity, as if even the dust motes in the air shimmered with a gentle luminescence. Holly and mistletoe intertwined in garlands, adorned with golden bells and flickering magical candles. Melodious music flowed gently, inviting the young couples to gracefully enter the dance floor. Among them, Hagrid and the giantess Madame Maxime stood out most prominently, the tall woman swaying gently while Hagrid, having meticulously groomed his beard, nestled happily in her embrace. Dahlia. A long-fingered hand appeared before Astoria, who looked up to find herself gazing into Draco's eyes, which sparkled with a gentle warmth. In them, only her reflection was visible. A smile graced Astoria's lips as she took his hand and rose. Draco lightly placed his hand on her waist, seemingly by chance brushing against her before they began to dance slowly to the enchanting music, twirling, gliding, swaying. Each movement was filled with unspoken understanding, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them, communicating their endless affection through mere glances. This was, of course, the result of a little angel with wings residing in Draco's heart, asserting its influence. In that moment, the Christmas ball behind them. He and Astoria returned to the Slytherin common room and closed the door. In the next instant, the little demon reclaimed its consciousness. Astoria sat in a chair, slowly removing the necklace from around her neck. Draco stood silently beside her, lifting a cup of water to his lips to moisten his winter-roughened mouth. Dahlia. He stepped forward, his voice husky. The sudden sound startled Astoria, causing her shoulders to twitch as she turned, her chair shifting unexpectedly, and Draco bumped into its edge. The cup in his hand wobbled precariously, spilling water. The droplets landed on the side of Astoria's neck, trickling down to form a small pool. Chapter 102, The Lakebed. On her fair skin, the water rippled. Astoria's eyes widened, and she sprang to her feet as the water droplets slipped from view into the crevices below. The cold sensation sent shivers across her skin. Yet, before she could fully comprehend, her lips were captured by another warm pair. He kissed her gently, just as she liked. However, his intentions clearly extended beyond that. Draco's kisses gradually wandered, falling like fine raindrops. Delicate chin, slender neck, and descending further still. The fragmented pool welcomed a tender visitor. His tongue curled like a great feline drinking, greedily claiming every droplet, leaving behind a trail of glistening remnants. Astoria's eyes glazed over, her ears visibly flushed with crimson. Draco, satisfied, savored the water that was rightfully his hand firmly clasping her waist as he drew her closer. Just then, Draco's leg collided with the edge of the bed, and a sudden jolt coursed through him. Unprepared, he released Dahlia's waist in the split second before he fell. Astoria gasped, her gaze dazed as she looked at the man now seated on the edge of the bed. One hand braced against the floor, his long legs crossed beneath her. His pale face bore the vivid imprint of her lipstick, drawing attention. Draco. Astoria bent down, attempting to help him up, only to be met by a pair of inscrutable eyes. Draco remained silent, his gaze shifting from Astoria's misty eyes to the black, red-soled heels peeking from under her skirt. In the next moment, his warm palm encircled her delicate ankle, which had instinctively recoiled. Draco exerted a gentle pull, unceremoniously lifting her foot to rest against his chest. The pointed heel pressed against his solid muscle. Astoria's breath hitched, her lips parting as she gazed at Draco on the floor. He lifted his head to meet her gaze, yet his hand remained steadfast at her ankle, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. The second task was set to take place on February 24th. Astoria had been well aware of the golden egg's clues and had gleaned insights about the underwater challenge from Cedric. Thus, she spent her days quite leisurely. In contrast, Harry Potter, the other champion from Hogwarts, had been nearly glued to the library or Professor Moody's office for days. On the eve of the second task's commencement, Draco, true to Astoria's expectations, did not return to the dormitory. For the first time, she lay in an empty bed without a bebe, Draco's waist, beside her, and naturally, she found it somewhat disconcerting. Additionally, although Estelle was quite certain that Dumbledore would not place Draco and the others in a situation more perilous than the competitors themselves, she still tossed and turned for a while before finally succumbing to slumber. However, what Estelle did not anticipate upon arriving at the competition venue the next day was that she was not the only one yawning incessantly. Fleur bore darker circles under her eyes than even Estelle, and Harry appeared somewhat anxious. Crumb, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, nodding at Estelle as he spotted her. "Have you devised a strategy, Estelle?" Harry inquired, glancing at the still, enigmatic depths of the Black Lake, his lips pressed together. Estelle nodded, momentarily taken aback upon noticing the gillyweed in his hand, before replying, "Yes, your method is quite commendable." Harry offered an embarrassed smile, his gaze lowered, daring not to look at Estelle, who was clad in her swimsuit. Daphne and Kristoff had indeed spoken truthfully. Estelle's figure had conformed to its rightful proportions. Furthermore, coupled with the relentless efforts of a certain little dragon, her peaches had swelled to a degree that left him blushing profusely at every glance. "All right, the competition is about to commence. I trust you have gleaned hints from the golden egg." Bagman's voice subdued the cacophony of the surrounding crowd. "You have but 1 hour to retrieve your treasures from the Black Lake and bring them to the surface. Remember, you have only 1 hour. The judges will ultimately score you based on your actions and timing." Now then, several competitors turned their gaze to him. The competition begins. At Bagman's command, Estelle swiftly encased her head in a bubble of air and leaped into the water. Simultaneously, Crumb transformed into a half-man, half-shark and plunged into the Black Lake, followed closely by Fleur and Harry. The moment they hit the water, all sounds from the shore were muffled beneath the lake's surface. The underwater realm was tranquil, with only the fish swimming about and the occasional mischievous tendril of aquatic plants playfully ensnaring her ankles. Estelle was unperturbed by the murky atmosphere. Upon feeling the lake water was not frigid, she relaxed completely and swam towards the sensing charm that had been cast on Draco. In no time, her vision expanded. Perched upon a massive rock was a gathering of merfolk, their bodies a dull gray, hair a deep green, and their eyes a dark yellow, resembling the decayed teeth in their mouths. Upon catching sight of Estelle, the leader emitted a cacophony of discordant sounds. Instantly, countless yellow eyes emerged from the caves, all fixated on Estelle. This sudden spectacle sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, she soon spotted 4 figures not far above the merfolk, their ankles ensnared by aquatic plants: Ron, Hermione, Fleur's sister, and Draco. They were all with their eyes closed, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Clearly, Estelle was the first contestant to arrive at this location, and she still had ample time. Upon glimpsing the platinum hair, Estelle disregarded the fearsome-looking merfolk and accelerated towards him. "Reducto!" she exclaimed, as she embraced Draco's waist and cast the shattering spell at the plant binding his ankle. However, just as Estelle began to swim upwards with him, a sudden force tugged at her. Looking down, she saw a mermaid gripping Draco's calf, baring her teeth menacingly. "Let him go," Estelle commanded, her gaze indifferent, a fierce glint flickering in her eyes. The mermaid froze, and the other merfolk in the cave stared at her in bewilderment. "Let her pass, Heise," the leader mermaid, perched at the highest point of the rock, declared with an inscrutable expression, gazing into her misty blue eyes. Estelle sensed a strong intuition that if they continued to obstruct her, this girl, endowed with a potent magical presence, would not hesitate to orchestrate an explosive spectacle in the Black Lake for those on the shore. Chapter 103: Rumors of a Love Triangle. At the leader's command, the mermaid, intent on attacking them immediately, withdrew her hand. The myriad eyes that had been watching them vanished. Unburdened by any concerns, Estelle continued to ascend with Draco, albeit their pace was ultimately slower than if she had been alone. Not only was Draco still unconscious and immobile, but his towering stature and solid muscles posed a challenge for Miss Belling. Under normal circumstances, she would have been enamored by his physique that appeared lean in clothes, yet sculpted when bare. However, now, as she gazed at Draco's serene and handsome face with his eyes closed, Estelle bit her lip, her mind racing. Suddenly, Her eyes lit up. Inforjo. Enlarged swiftly. The bubble that had originally shielded her head began to expand, and in an instant, it enveloped Draco's head as well. His platinum hair, now damp, was mere inches from Estelle's nose, their breaths intertwining. Draco's eyelashes fluttered. Noticing his reaction, Estelle smiled, realizing she had not been mistaken. The heir would automatically awaken them. This must have been a little enchantment set by the judges. Amidst the chaos, Draco finally stirred, his consciousness gradually returning. He recalled being summoned to Professor McGonagall's office the night before, encountering Hermione and Ron along the way. It felt peculiar, as though he had submerged underwater. As the sensations in his body began to revive, Draco eagerly wished to open his eyes and survey his surroundings. Then, he found himself staring into a pair of misty blue eyes brimming with mirth. Draco could scarcely articulate a complete thought before Estelle pressed her lips against his. Seizing the rare opportunity while he was dazed and disoriented, Estelle finally took the initiative. Their lips entwined, they kissed in the tranquil waters of the lake. Just as Draco began to regain his senses and attempted to pry her lips apart, Estelle abruptly withdrew from the kiss. Instinctively, Draco was drawn up to the surface by Estelle's pull. The sound of raucous cheers filled their ears. Estelle, it's her. It's only been 20 minutes. I thought the first place would require at least half an hour. Beside her was Draco Malfoy. So the treasure the contestants were seeking was actually their loved ones? No wonder Ron and Hermione had been absent. Belling was once again in first place. There was no doubt about it. As they navigated through the myriad voices filled with excitement and concern, Estelle and Draco stepped onto the wooden platform at the shore. Blaise, Daphne, and others immediately surrounded them. However, before they could utter a word, Draco's gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, and with remarkable speed, he yanked off Blaise's suit jacket, which he had carelessly worn without fastening the sleeves, and draped it over Estelle's shoulders. Blaise's hand hung in midair, poised to applaud Estelle. Thank you, Estelle said, a smile tugging at her lips as she stole a glance at Draco. He glanced back with an air of calm, seemingly having forgotten the events that had just transpired beneath the water. Estelle sensed that this evening might unfold into a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Snape, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, interrupted their silent exchange by draping his magical cloak over Draco before striding away without so much as a glance. Particularly, as he passed by McGonagall and Dumbledore, the headmaster lifted his chin a fraction higher, resembling a victorious rooster, as Crabbe muttered in discontent. Goyle nodded in agreement, clearly in concurrence with Crabbe's sentiments. So, Estelle, Draco, are you still cold? Daphne swiftly cast a warming charm upon them. Estelle shook her head, accepting one of the 2 cups of hot water Theodore offered, warming her hands. Not cold anymore. Thank you, Theodore. You're welcome, he replied softly. Blaise observed the pair with keen interest, remarking, I was curious about what precious treasure they were referring to. This makes sense. Of course. I am the one most cherished by Dare, Draco quipped, his brow raised in pride, resembling a mirror image of Snape. Estelle looked at him with a bright smile. Her cheeks dimpled with delight. Undoubtedly, Estelle once again claimed the crown. Harry, having utilized the gillyweed, was the last to return. However, the judges awarded him 45 points for ensuring the safety of all the other hostages, placing him in second. Crumb took longer, earning 40 points and securing third place. Lastly, Fleur, who had failed to rescue her hostage, received only 25 points, landing her in fourth. After the competition concluded, everyone was eager to uncover the secrets of what had transpired at the lake's bottom. Compared to the actual contestants, the hostages were palpably more excited. Omitting the detail of Estelle kissing him underwater, Draco extolled the steadfastness of his bond with Dare. Naturally, that kiss also bore consequences for a certain feline, whose lips were swollen, resulting in a day spent cooped up in the dormitory. Additionally, Ron was busy recounting Harry's heroic deeds, though the tale grew increasingly exaggerated, with the protagonists evolving into himself and Harry. Yet, it must be said that this garnered the attention of many girls. Within a fortnight, Ron confirmed his romantic involvement with Lavender Brown from his house. Thus, Harry was left as the sole bachelor among the trio. Hermione, are you with Crumb? Estelle whispered, accompanied by the sparkling-eyed Daphne. The 2 little snakes ventured into the lion's den, a rare sight indeed, and it occurred during a Care of Magical Creatures class. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students stood haphazardly, occasionally glancing toward Hagrid, who was rummaging through a box. Upon hearing this, Hermione's face flushed, and she stammered. Why do you ask that? Isn't it because of that article in the Prophet? Daphne couldn't contain her curiosity, hastily interjecting. It said you were in a love triangle with Potter and Crumb. So is it true that Potter is waiting for you, and thus has no interest in romance? Her thirst for knowledge was unprecedented. That is not the case at all. Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide. Harry's love life has nothing to do with me. We are merely friends. At this, Daphne let out a relieved sigh. So you and Crumb. Estelle recalled the confession scene from Isabella's latest chapter, her pace quickening. Hermione's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red as she looked down, softly confessing. All right, Dare, he confessed his feelings to me the night before last. But I need time to think it over. If I agree, we will have to face some challenges, such as distance. Estelle nodded thoughtfully, understanding Hermione's hesitation. Yet, Estelle yearned to share a piece of advice that Mammon once imparted to her. She gently patted Hermione's shoulder, whispering, Hermione, distance is not the crux of the matter. The essential question is whether he is truly the right one for you. Follow your heart, Hermione. Estelle smiled softly, her expression warm. Hermione's mouth parted slightly, staring blankly at the silver-haired girl before eventually nodding, her voice barely audible. All right. Upon returning to Draco, Blaise, and the others, Hagrid seemed ready to commence the lesson. Estelle had anticipated that the box contained the unpleasant little creatures known as the blast-ended scroots, but to her surprise, Hagrid emerged with an adorable, furry creature. It had a long snout and shovel-like front paws, nestled in Hagrid's embrace while sniffing around. This is a niffler, Hagrid announced. They adore anything that sparkles, gems, gold coins, and are commonly used in mining. Who wants to come and hold one? However, he cautioned them to remove all valuables from their person, lest the niffler snatch them away or damage them. Upon hearing this, Estelle, who had felt a flicker of desire to cuddle the cute little creatures, was deflated. To hold a niffler, she would have to part with her ruby bracelet, a diamond necklace, and 2 ruby earrings, an inconvenience akin to a complete wardrobe change. Observing Ron eagerly stepping forward, Draco scoffed without mercy. Weasley is always the quickest to volunteer in these situations, considering he has nothing of value on him. The young master proudly twirled the silver Malfoy family ring on his finger, a gift from Lucius this year, symbolizing Draco's status as the next head of the Malfoy family. Like Estelle, he was gradually becoming involved in the family business. You mustn't say that about Ron. A somewhat sharp female voice interjected from beside them. Draco and Estelle turned to find a familiar face, Lavender Brown, who had recently become quite close to Ron. She glared fiercely at the Slytherins, shooting Draco a particularly venomous look. Oh, really? Draco replied with a slight click of his tongue, sizing her up. Then may I ask, this lady dressed in a couple's old robes, just like Weasley. Where exactly did I err? Clearly, Draco had inherited Snape's sharp wit, as his remark, devoid of any foul language, left Lavender's ears flushed with anger. Just as she was about to retort, Hermione rushed over to pull her away. Engaging in a verbal spar with Draco was futile, as she and Harry had learned over the years. He would assess individuals based on their lineage, determining their worth by their appearance, clothing, family background, and academic performance. Employing a comprehensive and multifaceted approach. In the presence of everyone except Estelle, Draco's true nature was on full display. Meanwhile, Hagrid excitedly organized a contest involving the Nifflers searching for coins. Unsurprisingly, Ron emerged victorious, winning a prize of Honeyduke's chocolate, which he then inexplicably used to charm Lavender for the entire day. Upon finally discovering the reasons behind his girlfriend's anger that evening, Ron bellowed at the sky, Malfoy, you scoundrel. Yet, the instigator had already drifted off to sleep, cradling his fragrant little Dare. Peace. In the last week of May, Professor McGonagall summoned several participants to gather at the Quidditch pitch. Thus, Bagman unveiled the final challenge, the Labyrinth. For reasons unknown, Crumb and Harry, who were making their way towards the Forbidden Forest, encountered the erratic Barty Crouch. Of course, this had nothing to do with Estelle, who had returned to the dormitory promptly after receiving the announcement. Draco, what are you doing? As Estelle swung open the door to the dormitory, she was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. The once pristine room was now infused with a smoky scent reminiscent of scorched minerals, with several shards of red gemstones scattered across the floor. Draco turned at the moment the door opened, his face a picture of surprise as he gazed at Estelle, with a hint of guilt etched on his otherwise soot-stained features. Estelle, what are you doing back so early? Draco said, attempting to nonchalantly shove something hidden at the corner of the desk further away. Squinting, Estelle replied, I merely listened to the details and rules of the task. It hardly took long, but while I was out, what have you been up to? She stepped closer. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned in to catch a glimpse of the 3 identical brooches nestled in Draco's arms. Their antiquated design and simplistic form were striking. Well, I thought this would be a surprise, Draco muttered, his dissatisfaction palpable. Realizing he had been caught, he reluctantly pushed the 3 brooches forward, his arms still shielding a 4th. So who are these for? They bear enchanted runes, Estelle keenly noted, sensing the magical energy emanating from the completed brooches. For you, Draco replied, clearing his throat and puffing out his chest, awaiting praise. Estelle looked at him in astonishment, her fingers brushing over the brooch. A protective charm? Draco nodded. Indeed. The last task is bound to be particularly perilous. One must be prepared. Is it truly necessary to craft so many? Estelle glanced at the discarded red gemstones on the floor. Although she was aware of Draco's talent in the field of enchanting runes, she also recognized the immense difficulty of embedding such a sophisticated defensive charm into a mere brooch. It was evident he had encountered numerous failures. Of course it is. I initially intended to create 10 for you, Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with conviction. Chapter 105, the final. Moreover, this was to be the most highly anticipated final, wherein they would undoubtedly devise a myriad of peculiar challenges to test you. Perhaps a boggart, a dementor, Cornish pixies, or even werewolves and spiders would all emerge together. The more Draco spoke, the more convinced he became of his reasoning, insisting, I must ensure your safety. Estelle chuckled softly, playfully twirling his hair, not to mention, whether contestants are permitted to carry rune-etched items is another matter. Even if they are, wouldn't it be rather odd to sport several rows of brooches on your chest? Hearing this, Draco smacked his forehead as if struck by enlightenment. Yes, you're right. I shall design other forms of jewelry afterward. The concern manifested in Draco, the platinum-haired dragon, was evident. After Estelle cast a cleaning charm on both him and the room, she naturally settled into Draco's embrace. All right, I know you worry for me, but according to Mr. Bagman, such items likely won't be allowed into the arena. Draco elongated his response with a drawn-out ah, before his gaze fell, disappointment shadowing his features. His lashes, as dark as raven feathers, trembled gently before Estelle. A pang of sympathy surged within her, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, softly saying, But thank you, dear brother, for making these for me. Rest assured, after the competition, I shall keep them safe, alongside that little firework brooch. Wearing a different one each day. Gradually, the corners of Draco's mouth curled upwards. However, as his mood improved, he recalled other matters, rambling on, yet for practicality's sake. I did not design these brooches with any particular style. They will need to be remade. A crisp sound and the warmth of moisture upon his cheek caused Draco to widen his eyes. He soon found himself staring into Estelle's innocent gaze. Indeed, in that instant, Draco cast aside thoughts of brooches and competitions, his hand cradling the back of Estelle's head as he deepened the kiss. Nothing cannot be resolved with a kiss. If not, simply add another, Estelle quipped. Estelle Belling. She shall secure 3 first places. Glory belongs to Slytherin. This round is merely a practice for Estelle. Support Harry. Gryffindor never surrenders. What a colossal labyrinth. Must they truly find the Triwizard Cup within its confines? This seems exceedingly difficult. Crumb. Crumb. Cheers and shouts echoed through the air on the evening of June 24th. The Quidditch pitch bore no resemblance to its original form. Before them lay an expansive, towering maze. Merely gazing down the foreboding, shadowy entrance instilled a sense of trepidation, hinting at the myriad dangers lurking within. Behind them loomed an audience of packed seats. The most numerous flags in gold and scarlet, green and silver. Draco's platinum head was nearly submerged beneath the layers of banners as he struggled to extricate himself. Estelle, your courage is your sharpest sword, and your wisdom is your sturdiest shield. Fixated on the handmade banner hoisted high by Blaze and Crab, Estelle abruptly fell silent. Acutely aware of how adeptly they could embarrass her, a glance sideways revealed Harry's expression tinged with unease. Are you all right? Estelle inquired, her concern for her fellow Hogwarts competitor evident. Harry snapped back to attention, forcing a somewhat strained smile as he nodded. Yes, thank you for your concern. The familiar sting from his scar felt increasingly unbearable. A commotion erupted as Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall, and Bagman entered the arena. Listen up, brave champions and spectators. Bagman amplified his voice with a sonorous charm, proclaiming, The rules of this contest are straightforward. The first contestant to touch the Triwizard Cup will be victorious and will earn the highest score. Subsequently, we will aggregate the scores from the 3 tasks to determine the ultimate champion. As the current standings were announced, Miss Estelle Belling from Hogwarts, with a total score of 93, currently ranks first. Mr. Harry Potter, also from Hogwarts, follows closely with a total of 88 points, ranking second. Before Bagman could finish relaying the scores of the remaining 2 contestants, the audience erupted into fervent cheers and discussions, nearly drowning out his voice. Professor McGonagall turned to the 4 contestants, advising, We shall patrol outside the maze. Should you encounter difficulties, send up a red signal, and one of us will come to your aid immediately. Understood? The 4 nodded in unison. Then let us commence. Bagman instructed the patrolling professors. Harry, good luck. Hagrid whispered by Harry's ear, offering a sincere smile as his gaze drifted towards Estelle. You too, Miss Belling. However, before Harry and Estelle could respond, the giant turned to head towards his designated patrol area. Now on my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Bagman blew his whistle vigorously, and Crumb and Harry promptly entered the labyrinth through the newly revealed entrance. Next was Fleur, followed by Estelle. Lumos. The shadows cast by towering hedges danced upon the road. The path that Estelle traversed appeared desolate. It extended northward, compelling her to ensure she consistently advanced in a northwestern direction. An eerie silence enveloped her, and Estelle could almost discern the rhythm of her heartbeat echoing in the stillness. A rustling sound emanated from around the corner, prompting her to clutch her wand tightly. Yet as her gaze swept across the ground, her movement abruptly halted. The interplay of light and shadow made her squint slightly. Although she was uncertain of what was occurring, one thing was abundantly clear: no grotesque, writhing appendage would sprout from her head. Swish! Reducto! Estelle exclaimed, her wand emitting a solid crimson beam that surged towards a colossal creature towering 3 meters behind her. It was a blast-ended skrut, previously cared for by Hagrid. So, they had been repurposed for such a scenario. In an instant, the fearsome creature was hurled several meters by the force of the red light, its tail failing to unleash a fiery spray before it crashed against a nearby hedge. Its hard shell shattered under the impact, offering no chance for retaliation. The hedge seemed to writhe with life, dragging the defeated skrud into a deeper abyss. Without pausing, Estelle pressed onward, guided by the faint glow, eager to conclude this contest swiftly. Suddenly, a piercing and heart-wrenching wail pierced the silence, causing Estelle to falter, her heartbeat quickening. It was Fleur's voice. Moreover, it sounded alarmingly close to her current position. Chapter 106, The Illusion. The shriek seemed to be wrenched from the depths of her throat with all the strength she could muster. In the next moment, Estelle beheld a red signal firework bursting in the inky black sky above her. She could scarcely determine Fleur's exact location relative to her own. It felt perilously close. It was as if turning a few more corners would lead her directly to Fleur. Following the scream, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Estelle was unaware of which professor was patrolling this area, nor did she know if Fleur was out of danger. Frowning slightly, she quickened her pace toward the heart of the labyrinth. Imperio! Without warning, Crumb suddenly appeared from around the corner. The unforgivable curse, imbued with an aura of death, surged toward Estelle's face. Caught off guard, her pupils dilated as she sidestepped the attack, the energy grazing the hem of her robe before striking the hedge. That was close. Estelle had no time to ponder further. At the same moment Crumb raised his wand again, she aimed her wand at his shadowy, ghastly visage. Stupefy! A resounding bang echoed, and Crumb collapsed, devoid of consciousness, crashing heavily to the ground. Estelle approached him and dispatched her second distress signal of the evening. A red firework once again illuminated the night sky, brilliant yet foreboding. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Who was it? Someone had withdrawn so swiftly. It appeared close to Fleur's signal. What had transpired? Please, let it not be a Hogwarts contestant. It seemed they were nearly at the labyrinth's center, just a step away. Good heavens, it was Crumb. Hagrid hurriedly approached, cradling the unconscious man, while many students craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Draco exhaled in relief upon seeing who Hagrid was carrying, murmuring, "Thank goodness it's not Daria, but I can't shake this ominous feeling, Godfather." Snape's lips quivered. His icy fingers brushed against the searing mark. He closed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. She will be all right. Draco glanced at Snape, who seemed to be speaking to himself, fixated ahead. Godfather. Draco, I must leave for a moment. Stay here and do not go anywhere. Snape shot Draco a look of unwavering authority before turning away. His dark cloak billowed as his determined silhouette gradually vanished into the night. Estelle moved with urgency, her robes billowing in the wind, resembling a small bat inheriting the legacy of her esteemed headmaster. No, something was amiss. She had sensed it the moment Crumb fell. Crumb would not suddenly cast an unforgivable curse upon her. He was not one to employ ambush tactics. Moreover, his pallor suggested he was under some malevolent influence. Determinedly, Estelle resolved to locate the Triwizard Cup and extricate herself from this unsettling competition. After vanquishing 3 spiders, traversing 2 mud pits, and successfully answering a Sphinx's riddle, her perseverance bore fruit. At last, she beheld the Triwizard Cup, glowing with an ethereal blue light. It rested upon an unassuming wooden pedestal, patiently awaiting the victor's touch. Estelle raised an eyebrow and approached with caution. Yet, just as her alabaster fingertips were about to make contact with the cup, an unforeseen force erupted. A powerful push, as if vehemently resisting her, sent Estelle staggering backward 3 paces before she regained her balance. Her brow furrowed even more tightly. It could manifest in such a manner? Estelle. At that moment, Harry's voice prompted her to turn. The boy who lived was not far behind, a gash across his face oozing blood, evidently having encountered his own set of challenges. You really are the fastest. Harry's expression was peculiar, a blend of disappointment and exhilaration at the prospect of a fellow Hogwarts contestant reaching the Triwizard Cup. I haven't touched it. Estelle fixed her gaze on Harry, pondering her next move. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Why? The rules state that the first person to touch the Triwizard Cup wins. As long as you lay a hand on it, you become the champion of the tournament. Did you not listen closely to Professor McGonagall? You come. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Estelle interrupted him. What? Harry emitted a sound that was rare for him, his tone rising in uncertainty, twisting in confusion. He quickly recovered. Speaking rapidly, no. You were the first to arrive. The championship rightfully belongs to you. Though we are both Hogwarts contestants, that need not matter. Estelle cast a cold glance in his direction, her voice icy. Hurry, I am not jesting. Harry had never witnessed such a demeanor from her. After a moment of stunned silence, he looked at her once more before silently stepping closer to extend his hand toward the Triwizard Cup. At the precise moment Harry's fingers brushed the cup's surface, Estelle moved as well. Together, they grasped the Triwizard Cup from either side. And in the fleeting moment before their consciousness faded, Estelle caught a glimpse of Harry's astonished expression. The sensation of spatial distortion enveloped them, initially filled with trepidation. Estelle felt a wave of relief wash over her as the true upheaval arrived, just as she had anticipated. Amidst the chaos, Estelle was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. She let out a soft gasp of pain, rubbing her dislocated arms and legs. Esther instinctively reached for her wand, her palm grazing the grass idly before her movements halted. Her wand had vanished. A feeling of dread washed over her, yet her demeanor remained composed as she surveyed her surroundings. She found herself standing in a graveyard overrun with weeds. To her right, a small church was barely discernible, while to her left loomed a hill, atop which perched an exquisitely rustic old house. So, the Goblet of Fire is actually a key? Is this part of the competition? Esther quickly dismissed this notion. For if it were indeed a component of the contest, this key would not have barred her, a fellow contender, from entry. Thus, matters had taken an intriguing turn. Harry? Esther called, but the silence echoed back, leaving her alone in this eerie place. Yet, the sensation of being watched was so palpable that she couldn't help but entertain alternative possibilities. Glancing at the pallid moon above, she turned her gaze to the birch tree beside her, which cast no shadow, and suddenly chuckled softly. If this were merely an illusion conjured by wizards. It seemed rather juvenile. Chapter 107. Enticement. Mist cleared. Esther gently closed her eyes, a crimson light emanating discreetly from her forehead. Tiny sparks of light danced and twirled upward, halting abruptly about 5 meters above her head, as if obstructed by an unseen force. The veil above her parted upon contact with the red light, akin to ice meeting molten iron. Clarity returned to her vision, and sounds immediately filled her ears. 13 years felt like mere moments ago. Yet, my old friends, not one of you has come to seek me out. Goyle, Crabbe, Parkinson. A pale, gaunt figure stood with his back to Esther, clutching a wand, with each furious shout. A hooded figure wearing a skull mask fell lifelessly to the ground. Furthermore, a hoarse-voiced man surveyed the throng of Death Eaters summoned by the Dark Mark, his tone faltering as he caught sight of Esther approaching leisurely. She's awake, he grimaced, warning his master. Voldemort turned swiftly, his gaze meeting Esther's, which bore no particular emotion. Clad in a robe as dark as ink, his sunken red eyes were deeply set within protruding sockets. Esther scrutinized the dark wizard's nose with a look of evident disdain, for his appearance seemed to transcend humanity, veering into the realm of the fantastical. Voldemort chuckled ominously, glancing at the massive serpent coiled at his feet. It appears this little one has effortlessly surpassed your strength, Nagini. Bound to a gravestone and bleeding. Harry suddenly realized the peril and desperately attempted to turn his head, shouting, Esther, be careful. Bang. Voldemort unhesitatingly unleashed a curse upon the defiant Harry, who emitted a muffled groan, struggling in agony. I must catch up with this intriguing Miss Belling. Refrain from speaking, Voldemort hissed. Esther approached the gravestone, mere steps away from the most infamous dark wizard in history. She bore no wand in hand, yet her expression remained unperturbed. Long time no see, Esther remarked. Voldemort appeared delighted, exclaiming, so you remember what transpired in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Esther smiled, but chose to remain silent. Perhaps for Voldemort, this was the first encounter with someone unafraid or unrepulsed by him, and the sensation he derived from Esther was utterly novel. The pallid, towering wizard circled Esther with keen interest, entirely disregarding his arch-nemesis, Harry Potter, who was fixated on him from behind. How fascinating, Voldemort murmured, gazing intently at the silver-haired girl. 13 years ago, I exerted tremendous effort to locate the Belling family, and now, the heir stands before me, addressing me in such a manner. Voldemort mused. I've heard Miss Belling has acknowledged Lucius as her godfather, and that she is to marry his son. What a splendid match. He leaned in now. Only you can answer my question. Do you know where Lucius has gone? Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Esther's gaze swept over Voldemort's murky red eyes, then shifted to those behind him. Old Goyle and Crabbe's masks had just been shattered by Voldemort. They trembled, shoulders shaking, unwilling to meet Esther's gaze. Everyone present understood that the dark mark allowed Voldemort to summon all his Death Eaters. The absence of one indicated that Lucius had somehow extricated himself from that vile mark. But did he not fear Voldemort's inquiry at Malfoy Manor? Goyle and Crabbe exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing shared astonishment. Esther scanned the crowd, and indeed, she spotted the unmistakable figure of an old bat amidst them, even cloaked in a hood that obscured all but half of his chin. Esther could not mistake her former headmaster. Snape was a Death Eater. This fact had long been clear to Esther and Mammon. Yet, he had refused Mammon's offer to remove the mark, as if he had his own reasons. "Listen, Esther Belling," Voldemort said, his voice unusually calm despite her silence. 13 years ago, my inability to collaborate with the Bellings was a regret. But times have changed. We could join forces, could we not? You seek to restore your family's former glory, and my ambition aligns perfectly with yours. I will elevate purebloods to the pinnacle of this world. No, Esther, don't trust him, Harry cried out. Voldemort cast a cold glance at him, noticing Esther's contemplative silence, and smirked. Yes, ponder it well. You are also a pureblood. How could you not comprehend my perspective? Profit is the bond that unites people, and I can offer you substantial rewards. I promise that when the time comes, not only will I overlook Malfoy's current stance, but I will grant you authority over thousands. Esther scrutinized him. The Death Eaters around her were equally astonished that Voldemort would treat an underage girl with such courtesy, devoid of threats, merely enticements. Esther, he is deceiving you. Harry, still nursing his wounds, grew anxious as he sensed her contemplation regarding Voldemort's proposition. Voldemort exhibited little patience for Harry's interjections. He jabbed his wand sharply under Harry's chin. I had intended to introduce you to them, but it seems you've become just as renowned as I, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. What a grand deception. Shall I enlighten you about the truth of that fateful night 13 years ago? Harry trembled in response. Voldemort let out a chilling laugh, stepping back a few paces and raising his arms, proclaiming, "The beloved Lily Potter sacrificed her life for love, granting you formidable protection that forbids me from touching you. It is an ancient magic. Perhaps Miss Belling has some inkling of it. But now, I have returned. Everything has changed. For instance." Voldemort strode forward, forcefully pressing his fingers onto the scar on Harry's forehead. "I can touch you now." The next moment, Harry's scream echoed through the night sky. Voldemort savored the anguish etched on Harry's face, then turned his gaze towards Estelle. "So, Miss Belling, have you made your decision? Will you join us? Or will you futilely resist alongside this defenseless savior?" Harry looked at Estelle in terror, and when he noticed the faintest hint of a smile at her lips, his heart sank. Chapter 108, Tenaciously Declining. "I am truly touched by your generous invitation, Mr. Tom Riddle." Upon hearing that name, Voldemort froze, his eyes narrowing with a tempestuous glare fixed on her. The air was so still that the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Some Death Eaters even held their breath, striving to diminish their presence. Estelle, seemingly oblivious to the strange atmosphere, continued, "However, I must apologize. I have no interest in your lofty ambitions. The primary reason being." Voldemort remained silent, gazing at her in astonishment that she dared to utter such words before him. "You are rather unsightly to my eyes," Estelle declared, boldly implying she was prepared to utter even more audacious statements than merely rejecting Voldemort. Voldemort, his visage pale as a skeleton, momentarily faltered, tilting his head in disbelief, as if he had misheard. "Huh," Estelle chuckled lightly. "I never imagined you would genuinely attempt to persuade me with talk of pure-blood families ascending to the pinnacle of the wizarding world. As a half-blood, do you not find such reasoning utterly absurd?" Voldemort tightened his grip on his wand, his chest heaving with fury. He wished to annihilate this audacious girl. Yet the thought of her formidable lineage, the Belling family, forced him to suppress that impulse. He stood there, smirking coldly, adopting an air of superiority as he resolved to hear what this Miss Belling had to say next. "You merely regard purebloods as tools to recruit your followers. In your eyes, there exists only the useful and the useless, does it not?" Estelle asserted. "You would employ a half-blood if they are useful, while a pureblood who serves no purpose would be discarded and slain regardless. Do you truly believe he is scheming for the sake of purebloods? Oh, I shouldn't say this. In truth, many of you are well aware of his true intentions and recognize that one day, you might find yourselves inescapably doomed. Yet, for the sake of temporary stability, you are compelled to serve the Dark Lord." Estelle raised her voice. "So listen, purebloods. If you wish to break free from the shackles of the Dark Mark, come find me. No matter how you choose to pledge your allegiance, I shall offer protection to sincere purebloods in the name of Belling. My godfather, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, not being present here today, is the best testament to this." "Silence," Voldemort bellowed, his crimson eyes blazing with fury. Harry was utterly taken aback by Estelle's audacity to undermine Voldemort in his very presence, nearly rendered speechless. Very well, Voldemort murmured. You just squandered your sole opportunity to choose, Belling, and now it is time for you to pay for your words. Unfettered, before Voldemort could cast a malevolent curse, Estelle had already freed Harry from his bindings with a nonverbal spell. Without hesitation, Harry aimed his wand at Voldemort, but before he could utter the incantation, he was instinctively struck by Voldemort's curse. Crucio, Crucio. The excruciating pain from his scar intensified, and Harry struggled to evade the onslaught. Estelle seized the wand that had been abruptly discarded before her, Avada Kedavra. In an instant, Peter, who had intended to strike Estelle amidst the chaos, froze and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Estelle had never encountered Peter before, yet he evoked memories of Ron's repugnant rat, smeared with the filth of the sewers. Thus, when Peter aimed his wand at her, she swiftly cast a killing curse to sever his head from his body. Do not move, Voldemort exclaimed, nearly bursting into maniacal laughter. They are all mine, do not move. At his command, the Death Eaters who had planned to take advantage of the chaos halted their advance, for no one would notice any discrepancies amidst the turmoil. For instance, Severus Snape discreetly retrieved the ebony wand that Peter had clutched. Still unwilling to acknowledge it, Voldemort's azure energy clashed with the pale red beam emanating from Estelle's wand, locked in a stalemate. You wield the killing curse with such proficiency. Estelle Belling, you were meant to belong to my ranks. Voldemort cackled, an inexhaustible torrent of magical energy surging toward Estelle. The azure beam crept closer. Clearly, Estelle was unaccustomed to wielding her headmaster's wand, feeling a certain constraint in unleashing her formidable magic. Is that so? Who declared that the killing curse belonged solely to you? Mr. Dark Lord? You ought to refine your magical prowess, she retorted, her silver hair flowing as she lowered her brow, realigning the opposing energies to a neutral position before raising her left hand. Expecto Patronum. A platinum dragon surged forth towards Voldemort. The Patronus charm. How could she possibly? Voldemort was caught off guard by the sudden dragon. Although the Patronus charm was primarily effective against Dementors, it still struck a formidable blow against dark wizards. Voldemort staggered back 2 steps to evade the dragon and the approaching pale red energy. Reducto. Another spell struck Voldemort's right forearm with blinding speed, blood gushing forth. It was Harry, though his face bore the pallor of having endured 2 cruciatus curses. He displayed unprecedented bravery in the presence of the dark wizard who had slain his parents. Estelle cast a quick glance at him, contemplating raising her wand to unleash another Avada Kedavra at Voldemort when a wisp of black smoke suddenly erupted. Following that, the Death Eaters vanished without a trace. Clearly, Voldemort had not anticipated being stalemated by a girl who had yet to graduate from Hogwarts, and even more so, to find himself at a disadvantage. He fled? Harry murmured, his lips trembling, disbelief evident in his eyes. Estelle shrugged. Perhaps Voldemort had grossly underestimated Estelle's capabilities, dismissing the Death Eaters as inconsequential. Or perhaps the recent betrayal had compelled him to convene with his followers to solidify his position, or for other reasons. In any case, all was well now. They were safe. Chapter 109. The Champion. Once again confronted with the Goblet of Fire, the overwhelming resistance against Asteria mysteriously dissipated. Both contenders simultaneously made contact with the vessel, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves before the spectators. A momentary hush enveloped the surroundings before a flurry of whispers erupted. Did they truly both touch the goblet at the same time? After all, they were both representatives of Hogwarts, and it seemed a foregone conclusion that victory in this tournament belonged to their school. But this was a matter of honor for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Let us hope it is Harry. Asteria has outperformed him by a full 5 points in the previous 2 tasks. Do not indulge in daydreams, foolish lion. As tensions escalated on the stands, with the 2 factions on the verge of confrontation, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall hastily stepped forward. Draco, unable to restrain his excitement, leaped down from the stands and squeezed his way to Asteria's side. Thalia, upon seeing Asteria devoid of any injuries, her hair merely tousled, Draco felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Hermione and Ron approached, but Bagman did not afford them any opportunity to inquire after Harry. His gaze fixed intently on the 2 contenders, placing his hand upon the base of the goblet. The first to touch it was Bagman. Sensing the surge of magical energy, Harry Potter. He was not mistaken. Had Harry not touched the key before entering that realm, Asteria would have been repelled by that very force. Someone had intended to prevent her from entering that space. Yet Asteria remained oblivious to the identity and motives of that individual. Harry has triumphed in the competition. The championship belongs to Gryffindor. A thunderous applause erupted, the cheers resonating through the air, while the Slytherin banners drooped dismally. The tournament's champion is determined by the final cumulative scores, Do not celebrate too soon. Draco glared indignantly at the two who were fervently embracing Harry, before turning to envelop his little Dahlia in a tight embrace. Regardless of the outcome, Dahlia remains the best in my heart. No, Mr. Bagman. Harry managed to extricate his head from Ron and Hermione's embrace, speaking rapidly. It was Asteria who first discovered the goblet. Discovery means little. One must make contact with it, Bagman replied with a perplexed expression. Harry, on the verge of tears, exclaimed. It seems something prevented her from touching the goblet. Had it been me, I would have succeeded. It transported us to another location where we encountered Voldemort. He has returned. Bagman's expression froze instantly. The nearby audience regarded Harry and Asteria with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, the cheers gradually fading into silence. Draco was the first to react. Inhaling sharply as he appraised Asteria once more, confirming her unscathed presence before him, he regained his composure to inquire, is what he said true? Simultaneously, the gazes of Bagman and the others fixated on Asteria. Indeed, she nodded. Before Bagman could utter another word, Karkaroff collapsed to the ground, promptly losing consciousness. Asteria was undoubtedly the rightful champion. Consequently, the decor of the Great Hall for the end-of-year feast was transformed into Slytherin's silver and green. Donning a stylish off-the-shoulder dress, she became the undeniable focal point of attention. That evening, Harry's remarks incited fervent discussions among all. Some believed that Harry and Asteria felt no need to deceive anyone. It was entirely plausible that Voldemort had returned through some means. Others contended that the mere fact they returned whole from an encounter with such a being was likely a ploy for attention. Naturally, such claims were swiftly countered by the little snakes of Slytherin. Would Asteria Belling seek attention through such tactics? Yet, curiously, the very snakes who privately defended Asteria and celebrated Slytherin's victory in the Triwizard Tournament displayed peculiar expressions when interacting with her, hesitant, uncertain, obsequious, or even fearful. Even Goyle and Crabbe, who usually followed Draco closely, distanced themselves from this most conspicuous Slytherin couple. Only Blaise and Daphne continued to engage with them, as they always had. Dahlia, on the 1st of next month, you truly intend to meet with them? Daphne hesitated. After the competition, Asteria promptly returned to Malfoy Manor, and upon her return, she slept for 2 days and nights in the dormitory. Even Draco found no opportunity to inquire about what had transpired that day. This morning, Asteria announced in the Slytherin Common Room, on August 1st at 36, Will Road, London, a gathering of pureblood families, hosted in the names of Belling and Malfoy. Voldemort had indeed returned. Regardless of how students from other houses perceived this news, the little snakes of Slytherin regarded it as an unspoken truth. Thus, everyone understood the implications of this gathering, promptly writing to their parents. At such a precarious moment, a gathering with a specified time and place that seemingly could not guarantee the safety of its attendees might witness a meager turnout. Yet, Asteria appeared entirely unperturbed. Or perhaps she had already devised some sort of plan. Indeed, she replied lightly. Ah, well then, do be cautious, Daphne urged. Draco cast a glance at the concerned Daphne. But before he could speak, a massive shadow loomed overhead. It was the Malfoy family's larger-than-usual augury. It dropped a letter to Draco before flapping its wings and soaring away. It's the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, Draco remarked as he unfolded the newspaper, only to pause abruptly upon seeing the prominent headline. Triwizard Tournament, the truth or deception of Asteria Belling and Harry Potter. The letters were strikingly conspicuous, even as Draco attempted to turn away. Asteria caught sight of a significant portion of it. The article elaborated extensively on Harry's claims regarding Voldemort's return. Although the primary focus was on Harry, Asteria, as the champion affirming his words, could not escape the scrutiny. Even as a stakeholder in the newspaper, she could not entirely evade public opinion. The Ministry of Magic had taken notice. Draco observed the image of Minister Fudge at the bottom left corner, his face contorted in anger as he vociferously denounced something. Narrowing his eyes slightly. Chapter 110, Draco's unique way of enjoying dessert. Asteria needed no second thought to ascertain the mischief brewing in her little dragon's heart. I do not care about this, Draco. You need not concern yourself either. The latte is splendid. She took a sip of the sweet, creamy beverage, contentedly squinting her eyes. Very well, Draco lowered his lashes, concealing the emotions in his gaze, shifting his focus to the corner of Asteria's mouth. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Draco swiftly leaned in to capture the faint coffee stain upon her lips with his tongue. Quite sweet, he remarked. Asteria's lips curled slightly as her little ears flushed red. So, Draco, will you truly not do anything about this news? A few little snakes whispered among themselves. Have you seen this title? What? Is there a problem? Even if he disregards what others say about Estelle lying. The mere juxtaposition of Potter's name alongside Estelle in the headline suggests that this news will likely be retracted by tomorrow. Malfoy is exceedingly concerned. Before the banquet has concluded, Estelle makes her way to the office of the Slytherin head. Snape sits in his chair, his expression as frigid as ever, meticulously grading the final paper before the holiday for his students. When Estelle casually settles onto the sofa beside him, he does not even bother to glance up. The ebony wand rests silently on the coffee table. Estelle carefully stows it away and replaces it with Snape's wand, which she had been holding. "Thank you, Uncle Snape." "I did nothing," she says. Snape's tone remains flat. Estelle winks playfully, of course. An unsettling silence envelopes the room. Snape hesitates, his hand hovering above the red quill pen, momentarily at a standstill. "Have you made your decision?" At last, he breaks the impasse, though his gaze remains fixated on the papers before him. Were it not for the fact that they were alone in the office, Estelle might have thought he was addressing someone else. Understanding his implication, she replies, "Yes." To elevate the Belling surname to its rightful pinnacle, vanquishing Voldemort would serve as a remarkable publicity stunt. Her tone is casual, as if discussing a commonplace matter. Snape raises an eyebrow. "You possess quite the ambition. However, I harbor no desire for world domination." Estelle chuckles. "The Belling family has missed numerous opportunities over the years. So I intend to seize this moment to forge an indomitable alliance. Business, politics, entertainment, industry. Pureblood families hold 80% of the wealth in the wizarding world. And behind Belling will stand 80% of those pureblood families. I have the means to offer them protection, and in return, they shall grant me the corresponding wealth and status. It is a remarkably equitable win-win situation, is it not?" At last, Snape lifts his gaze, locking eyes with the girl whose iridescent orbs gleam with vitality. She has matured. This thought surges through Snape's mind, accompanied by memories of their first encounter in Spinner's End. How swiftly time has passed. The enchanting little sprite who used to cling to his leg has blossomed into a capable head of a pureblood family. "Have you made your decision as well?" Estelle's words interrupt Snape's reverie. He observes her quietly, his expression still rigid and cold. If it were anyone else, I would be concerned. Regardless of whether Estelle truly possesses the capability to defeat that individual, he must prepare for all eventualities. She nods in understanding. "I will not let you down." At her words, Snape's expression momentarily softens. A fleeting lift at the corner of his mouth betrays his surprise at hearing such sentiments, especially from a child he has watched grow up, who is still yet to reach adulthood. Snape huffs, as if dismissing Estelle's recent declaration, yet deftly marks an O on the paper before him. As Estelle walks back to the dormitory, her mind is heavy with thoughts. It is not until a sharp crack interrupts her reverie that she returns to the present. Draco leans against the table, clutching a green apple, gazing at her with eyes that seem to accuse her of neglecting his presence. 4 heart-shaped cupcakes adorn the table, likely sent by Narcissa. Even though today marks the final day of the term, Mrs. Malfoy, who has always indulged Draco and Estelle, insists they enjoy the freshest desserts. "Ah, Draco, you've returned so early," Estelle exclaims, momentarily taken aback for having completely overlooked the little dragon's existence. Draco sighs, sets the apple aside, and steps forward to embrace her. He ruffles Estelle's hair and murmurs, "Who has upset our little Estelle?" "No one," Estelle replies, her voice muffled against Draco's chest. "I'm not unhappy." "Is that so?" His warm breath brushes against her ear. She hears him say, "Estelle, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. So, I kindly ask this lovely Miss Belling not to furrow her brow. If you have worries that need expressing, I assure you your boyfriend is more than willing to listen." Estelle's eyes crescent with joy, and she finally laughs in his embrace. Time spent with Draco always allows her to momentarily cast aside her troubles. As their relationship deepens, Estelle's afflictions gradually diminish, particularly after Draco begins expanding his territory, dedicating himself to planting his own strawberries in the garden. A sense of intimacy gradually envelopes the atmosphere, fermenting like fine wine. Creamy desserts lay chaotically on the table, marked with traces of fingers that have indulged. Draco sits up in bed, his gaze intensely fixed upon his entranced cat. Breathing lightly, the sweet aroma fills the air. Estelle watches as he licks the cream from the corner of his mouth, her cheeks blooming like the vibrant hues of a sunset. Draco has long desired to enjoy dessert in this manner. He simply has not acted on it until now. "Good girl," he breathes, his chest rising and falling slightly, a hint of blush gracing his eyes. He rises to carry Estelle to the bathroom, but she suddenly grips his hand. A low, melodious hum escapes his throat. Estelle, her breath still uneven and her cheeks flushed, gazes at him with a voice as soft as a whisper. I do too." Chapter 111. The Disappearance of Malfoy Manor. "What?" Draco did not quite catch what she had just said. Estelle, however, has no intention of repeating herself. She glances at the desserts on the table, propping herself up to dip her fingers in the cream. Under Draco's incredulous gaze, that dollop of cream is smeared across the unyielding hawthorn wood. The soft touch sends a shiver through Draco. He finally comprehends what she had meant. I will help you. In that instant, a warm breath envelopes them, rendering the air almost suffocating. In a daze, from a state of panic to an all-consuming flame, the atmosphere thickens with unspoken tension, and in a moment of reverie, he feels as though he has surrendered himself entirely. As Barty Crouch Jr., who had impersonated Professor Moody for an entire term, is apprehended and sent to Azkaban, Estelle's 4th year at Hogwarts comes to a close. The time for farewells has arrived. Delegates from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons depart alongside the students of Hogwarts. Once again, the scene is as boisterous and bustling as ever. See you next semester. Be sure to stay safe over the summer. Harry, Fleur's sister calls out to Harry, then gently kisses his cheek. The fleeting softness leaves Harry momentarily stunned. Had Draco witnessed this scene, he would have scoffed and remarked about the hero spreading his affections. However, at this moment, Draco stands by the train platform, waiting for Estelle. The latter mingled with a group of Isabella's young admirers, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the distant figures of Krum and Hermione. Hermione, promise me you'll write to me, all right? The man had donned thick clothing and a felt hat, resembling a robust bear in stature. Krum gazed deeply into her enchanting eyes, as if he intended to etch her likeness into his heart. But in just half a month, we shall meet again, Hermione blushed. Krum smiled, playfully pinching her soft cheek. Yet I cannot wait a single day. Such forthright words left Hermione momentarily speechless, lost in a blissful smile. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the direction of the Durmstrang students. They were due to depart. Remember to think of me, Krum said, his eyes full of reluctance. Stepping forward to embrace Hermione tightly, the crisp scent of rum enveloped her. Hermione whispered, you too. Though her voice was barely audible, Krum heard her clearly. Releasing her, he resolutely leaned down to kiss her forehead. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The urging voices from afar prevented Krum from lingering. And after tousling Hermione's hair with his large hand, he turned to leave. With every step he took, he glanced back thrice. And only then did Hermione come to her senses, waving vigorously at him. Once Krum's figure vanished into the crowd, Hermione turned to find herself confronted by a group of girls, all flashing bright smiles, their teeth gleaming like pearls. The little lions, little snakes, little eagles, and little badgers. Such a harmonious scene seemed almost unimaginable at Hogwarts. Indeed, no matter the time or place, fans of the couple could always transcend various barriers to come together. Hermione, your face is as red as if you have a fever, exclaimed Ginny Weasley, the first of her year to speak up. The others eagerly turned their attention to her. Hermione cleared her throat. It's nothing much. Krum just invited me to visit Bulgaria. To Bulgaria? For fun. Does this count as meeting the parents? Oh my, finally, I've gotten my ship. Hermione hurriedly clarified. No, it's not about meeting parents. Hermione's shy. They all laughed. The girls playfully teased her until they finally dispersed. Estelle patted Hermione on the shoulder and winked at her. Well then, enjoy your holiday. Yes, Hermione nodded, suddenly sharing a warm smile with her. In mid-August, Voldemort and his Death Eaters took residence in the Parkinson Manor. Prior to this, he had thrown a tremendous fit. For not only had Malfoy Manor seemingly vanished without a trace, but as he came to realize, the estates of other pureblood families such as Goyle, Crabbe, and Macmillan had also disappeared right under his nose. Voldemort attempted to awaken the dark marks he had left on those individuals, but all efforts proved futile. If you dare to deceive me. Voldemort's crimson eyes fixated intently on Hector Parkinson, who knelt trembling on the cold ground. My lord, I am absolutely loyal to you. The fact that Parkinson Manor has not vanished is proof. Is that so? Voldemort scoffed. Absolute loyalty? So your appearance at that gathering was merely to gather intelligence for me? Of course, Parkinson replied, eyes tightly shut. Those still present in this manor are your faithful followers. Voldemort's cold gaze swept over the Death Eaters seated at the long table, some of whom, like Parkinson, had attended that gathering, promptly reporting back to him upon their return. However, the trust between him and his subordinates had already become precarious after the consecutive disappearances of those estates and several pureblood families. Voldemort tightened his grip on the neck of the trembling woman beneath him, their foreheads touching. No one could deceive him through his legitimacy. The fog thickened, and memories gradually became clearer. At last, Voldemort beheld the scene of the inconspicuous wooden door at 36 Willow Street in London, which he had failed to locate on August 1st. Accompanying the woman was Old Goyle. Is this a pub? Old Goyle hesitantly opened the wooden door after glancing at the sign. Behind the door lay a brick wall. Just as the two were left bewildered, a line of text suddenly appeared upon it. Walk through the wall. The woman murmured, tentatively reaching out her hand. In an instant, akin to Platform 9, they found themselves in another realm. The din of voices surrounded them. Clearly, this was not a pub, but rather a large conference room. Seated on the central sofa was the figure that Voldemort could never forget. Welcome. Estelle glanced over, her lips curling into a slight smile. Clad in a black mermaid gown, Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her. Lucius and Draco sat on either side of her. The visual impact of the two platinum blondes momentarily stunned the woman. And as she surveyed the room, she noticed many familiar faces had arrived early. Crabbe, Bad Doc, Macmillan, and even the young Nod, who had just taken over his family. Chapter 112, Pure Blood Union. Aside from the neutral families like the Greengrasses, most of the pureblood heads had gathered here. Parkinson was among them. This young lady, who dared to usurp Voldemort's attention right before him, now appeared to be quite successful in her endeavors. Estelle seemed in no hurry to commence her speech. Old Goyle and Voldemort's perspectives of this woman were now seated among the familiar faces. Whispers filled the air. So this was Belling's secret weapon. Such ancient spatial magic had likely been lost for centuries. It seemed that Hogwarts' platform initially originated from Belling's hand. I was quite worried today. But even the Dark Lord could not find Malfoy Manor, could he? Where is he now? He has gone to Azkaban. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Is she not afraid that one of us here is that person, or that he directly breached the spatial enchantment? Mr. Macmillan, Estelle suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. First of all, I am not afraid that someone here might betray Voldemort. Some have witnessed how Voldemort was utterly incapable of dealing with me and fled in panic. Have they not? Some individuals stiffened at that. No one had reopened the wooden door, so Estelle waved her hand, and a wisp of faint red energy enveloped it. The space was completely sealed. Perhaps in the future, Voldemort will use legilimency on one of you and witness this scene. How fortuitous. I shall now answer Mr. Macmillan's second question. Estelle's gaze swept over the various expressions of the purebloods. This is indeed an ancient spatial magic, functioning on principles akin to those behind the disappearance of Malfoy Manor, though I have set an additional condition. What? Theodore inquired with keen interest. Only purebloods may pass through this door, Estelle said, her smile deepening. In Voldemort's perspective, it appeared both audacious and malevolent. He trembled with rage, desperately suppressing the tempest of fury within as he continued to observe. It is evident that each individual present here today has their own considerations, Estelle remarked. And thus I shall continue from where I left off that day. As you can observe, provided you do not willingly place yourselves before Voldemort, I possess the capability to offer sanctuary for all pureblood families, liberating you from the perpetual anxiety of fearing for your lives each day. However, I must confess, I have no inclination towards altruism. Upon hearing this, many attendees straightened in their seats, seemingly eager not to miss a single word she uttered next. I intend to establish an alliance for purebloods that will infiltrate various domains of the wizarding world, serving as a catalyst for the resurgence of the Belling family to its former glory. And you, my esteemed partners, will play a pivotal role in this endeavor. No sooner had her words settled than someone eagerly posed a question. Are you implying? Estelle shrugged, revealing a meticulously detailed plan for your perusal. With a flick of her wand, a stack of neatly arranged papers on the coffee table soared into the hands of the attendees. Pureblood Union. The top line bore this title, accompanied by an enigmatic hexagram beneath. She demands 20 points. In truth, this could be deemed acceptable if all present pureblood families joined the alliance, as each shareholder would, on average, receive a distribution of 79 points. We could undoubtedly explore diverse industries through mutual support, representing a substantial fortune. The more one invests, the greater the returns. This agreement is certainly not limited to a mere division of points. Indeed, this is not a simplistic profit-sharing arrangement. She has laid bare the notions of exploitation and benefit. Some individuals have already realized the implications, casting furtive glances at the two Malfoy gentlemen. The contents of this alliance agreement are undoubtedly shrewd. It not only ensures that each family can partake in a larger share of the proverbial pie, but also significantly consolidates Belling's actual interests and standing within the alliance. Even in Voldemort's absence, the ever-expanding yet mutually balancing interests could endure and proliferate. Moreover, Lucius had previously inquired about this matter. If Voldemort were to perish, how could you guarantee the protection of those families, without fear of them turning against you? Thus, my dear godfather, I aim to ensure the swift rise of this alliance. At least before Voldemort's true demise, Belling must attain absolute superiority, leaving them neither willing to forsake their current wealth nor daring to confront me. Your plan is 3 years, that will suffice. Presently, certain pureblood families are gradually diminishing due to their internal strife, yet some have cultivated their own domains. They genuinely require such a leader. And coincidentally, Estelle has emerged, standing alongside the head of pureblood families, Malfoy, one who possesses ancient secrets to withstand the mysterious, and another with exceptional acumen in commerce. Miss Belling, do you not fear that this alliance may be stifled in its infancy by that individual? Crabbe cast a glance at Estelle. He will only contribute to our grand endeavor, Estelle replied calmly. She gazed back, reflecting upon her past. Estelle Belling. Voldemort's crimson eyes abruptly severed from that memory. His frail neck trembled. He could even perceive the throbbing of the veins above. Master, Master, I truly did not intend to join that ludicrous alliance. Like Parkinson, I came to seek you first. The woman wept profusely. Voldemort fixed his gaze deeply into her eyes. Simultaneously, Parkinson and the others lowered their heads even further. In a moment of rage, she could very well find herself meeting her end. Voldemort had always operated in such a manner. I trust you implicitly, my loyal follower, Mrs. Carroll. Voldemort suddenly straightened, releasing his grip, and I have every confidence in you. As soon as his words left his lips, Carroll shot her head up in disbelief. I am delighted that none among you chose that girl with lofty aspirations who spends her days dreaming impractically. Voldemort chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the trembling Mrs. Carroll. My power has been steadily restoring, and it has become evident who between Belling and I is truly worthy of allegiance. He flicked his wand, causing a man who had lost an arm while following him to Azkaban to gasp in astonishment. A new arm gradually sprouted from the man's shoulder. He attempted to move it, and his face was instantly suffused with joy. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Chapter 113, The Officiant. This spectacle left many Death Eaters in attendance astonished. Some gazed intently at the man's newly formed arm, their desires laid bare. Voldemort observed their reactions with satisfaction and spoke leisurely. I shall not, like that girl, make empty promises. Following me will yield tangible benefits, will it not? The man remained obsequious, standing aside, his eyes brimming with gratitude for his master. Voldemort appeared remarkably amiable as he personally assisted the man back to his seat, the latter trembling all over. Oh, by the way, Voldemort seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Turning to Parkinson and the short-haired girl beside him who dared not lift her gaze. I have heard Miss Parkinson is now engaged to a lad from the Flint family? Yes, Master. Parkinson's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Voldemort nodded, striving to stretch his lips into a semblance of a smile. He fixed his gaze on the pale-faced pansy and remarked, what a splendid match indeed. It is a great pity I could not attend your engagement banquet, but fortunately, I still have the opportunity to officiate your wedding. No sooner had he spoken than Pansy's expression morphed into a complex palette. Flint, seated opposite her, was even more taken aback. An unwelcome union, presided over by the Dark Lord himself. Flint's fingers trembled, silently cursing his father for not believing Belling. Instead, choosing to rush to Parkinson Manor to inform Voldemort. He could have escaped all of this, just like Goyle and Crabbe. Thank you, Master. This is an honor for both our families. Old Flint and Hector Parkinson stood simultaneously, making every effort to conceal their shock and bewilderment. When shall we hold the wedding? Voldemort inquired with enthusiasm. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, and Flint tentatively suggested, perhaps in 10 days? Splendid. Voldemort clapped his hands in a peculiar manner, clearly pleased with the timing. Flint tightly shut his eyes. This summer passed swiftly amidst the bustling activities of various factions. Voldemort ostentatiously acted as the officiant for Flint and Pansy. Harry faced an attack from Dementors, and, due to using magic in front of Muggles, received expulsion letters from Hogwarts and a summons from the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Estelle and Draco were tasked daily with managing a plethora of investment documents from pureblood families. Integrating the assets of various families and establishing thorough connections was no trivial endeavor. As the long-standing leader of pureblood families, Malfoy was naturally a member of the alliance. Thus, with the business-savvy old fox, Lucius, at the helm, the two appeared not overly flustered. The mere circumstances have resulted in the two individuals gradually finding themselves bereft of time for tender embraces and affectionate exchanges. Oftentimes, the lights in their bedroom remain aglow until the late hours of the night. Fortunately, prior to the commencement of the new term, they meticulously untangled the convoluted web of shares and resources among their respective families, thereby ensuring a more manageable start to the semester. As the train gradually approached the station, it emitted a prolonged, resonant rumble. Students, already donned in their wizarding robes, surged forth, eagerly recounting the events of their holiday. Draco's eyes, akin to a tracking device, immediately spotted Potter striding ahead. To his surprise, the Ministry of Magic had permitted him to roam freely. Draco did not lower his voice, thus his words reached Harry's ears. Perhaps Azkaban had prepared a cell for him? Upon hearing this, Harry abruptly turned to glare at Draco. Harry, do not act impulsively. The Ministry officials are still watching you. Hermione and Ron swiftly restrained Harry, who was on the verge of lunging at Draco. Estelle observed Harry, unable to contain his emotions as he glared at them, while Goyle and Crabbe took away the rather audacious young dragon who wished to confront Harry. After a summer apart, his audacity had indeed increased. Draco walked along, muttering his displeasure. Estelle, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead. Just days prior, At the inaugural banquet following the establishment of the alliance, Mr. Malfoy had appeared impeccably attired, his hair styled in a manner befitting an adult, navigating the social scene with ease. Yet, upon encountering Potter, Draco was perpetually on edge. Crab Blaze. And others had discreetly deliberated this matter and reached a consensus. Someone still harbored resentment over Potter's childhood rejection of friendship and his attempts to encroach upon Draco's territory. Oh, the vengeful young Malfoy. What on earth is she wearing? Lost in thoughts of Draco's vexed expression at Potter's infuriating demeanor, Estelle's attention was forcibly diverted as her gaze swept across the far end of the teacher's table. Following Draco's line of sight, her eyes widened. Initially, she presumed Draco was merely taking out his anger on someone, only to find his previous remark rather astute. The unfamiliar woman bore an appearance reminiscent of a pink assemblage. Clad in a pink lambswool top and a pink leather handbag, she sported a matching pink hat perched atop her head. If her feet, concealed beneath the tablecloth, were any indication, they too were adorned with pink shoes. Estelle could not discern where her neck began, yet was captivated by her large, protruding eyes. Merlin. She looked remarkably like a pink toad, Crabbe muttered. At that moment, someone from Slytherin recognized her. Umbridge, the newly appointed Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic and a staunch supporter of Fudge. Is that so? I can scarcely believe the Deputy Minister would present herself in such a manner, Draco mused as he recalled the name Umbridge. Adhering to the adage that minimizing his gaze could prolong his eyesight by a year, he silently turned his head back to Estelle. The world brightened. All right, students. I trust you will all focus your attention here. We must now proceed with the opening announcements, Dumbledore proclaimed, addressing the first-year newcomers. Mr. Filch reminds you that the use of magic is strictly prohibited in the corridors between classrooms. Following the division of the first-year students into houses, Dumbledore proceeded with his customary opening address. The upperclassmen exhibited little enthusiasm, many casting furtive glances at the woman seated at the far right of the staff table. This was primarily due to her strikingly pink attire, which stood in stark contrast to the sea of black robes surrounding her. Chapter 114, A Pink Toad. Today, we have 2 changes to our faculty. Let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Grubblyplank for care of magical creatures. I am also pleased to introduce Ms. Umbridge, who will serve as the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Sparse applause followed, though the students below were more engaged in hushed whispers. Draco's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he incredulously glanced at the impassive expression of Snape, then back at Umbridge. Her? A pink toad? The professor for defense against the dark arts? His voice rose in disbelief, twisting in several directions. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby Slytherins stifled laughter. Casting glances at Umbridge, Draco's analogy was indeed apartment. This must be Fudge's method of keeping tabs on Dumbledore, Estelle remarked. Fudge. Even if the Daily Prophet had not targeted Estelle, who had supported Harry's statements, had nonetheless taken necessary precautions against Dumbledore. The Pure-Blood Alliance had yet to emerge into the open, making it challenging for Fudge to uncover any flaws in Belling. However, the Malfoys, closely intertwined with Belling, were another matter entirely. Under Fudge's directive, Lucius had subtly distanced himself from the political sphere, unable to partake in significant meetings and decisions. Lucius relished this leisurely opportunity to focus entirely on the initial phases of the Alliance's establishment. Draco lowered his gaze, unable to discern the emotions swirling within. The college Quidditch preliminaries will commence. A curious sound abruptly interrupted Dumbledore's speech, prompting him to turn in confusion, only to see Umbridge, who, despite standing, was not much taller than when seated, ambling slowly to the front of the stage. She was indeed wearing pink shoes, Estelle thought. Meanwhile, the other teachers could no longer mask their astonishment. Professor Snape's brow was obscured by his fringe, while Professor McGonagall's lips had thinned to their narrowest form. Never before had a new teacher interrupted Dumbledore's address. Thank you, Headmaster, for your warm welcome. Umbridge's voice was piercing and rapid, tinged with a girlish sharpness. I am absolutely delighted to return to Hogwarts and eager to meet each one of you. I am certain we shall become great friends. Provided she would discard that ghastly pink cardigan from her person, Draco murmured to Estelle, who nodded in agreement. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of utmost importance, and it is the responsibility of the professors here to uphold that duty, Umbridge continued, launching into a lengthy discourse on the theme of tradition versus innovation. Most students in the audience began to lose focus. When she finally took her seat, Dumbledore resumed the topic of the Quidditch match before announcing the dismissal. As the newly appointed prefects, Draco and Estelle were tasked with escorting the first-year Slytherins back to their dormitory. Listen up, newly sorted Slytherins, gather over here, Draco stated. His lips pressed into a thin line as he stood at the corner. Estelle stood beside him, organizing the girls into a line. Several wide-eyed newcomers gazed in awe at the renowned Malfoy and Belling, while while a few bold boys at the back of the line muttered amongst themselves. Draco, preoccupied with his thoughts, quickened his pace. The little Slytherins scurried after him, their short legs struggling to keep up. From a distance, their flapping robes resembled a battalion of tiny bats. Wild ambition. The door to the Slytherin dormitory creaked open, and although the little snakes were filled with curiosity, they maintained a dignified silence before Draco, who clearly preferred not to engage them in conversation. "Remember the incantation for the door, little snakes," Draco declared. Standing at the forefront of the common room, his gaze sweeping over the first-year students who looked up at him in unison. "Furthermore, adhere to the school regulations. Should I discover anyone wandering about at night like that pride of Gryffindors, I would be more than willing to escort you to the headmaster's office for a cordial discussion with Professor Snape." At this pronouncement, several first-years gasped audibly, perhaps having been left with a rather formidable impression of Snape. "Of course, if any of you encounter difficulties that seem insurmountable at this stage, do not hesitate to seek us out," Estelle chimed in with a smile. The enchanting silver-haired senior undeniably captured the attention of the whispering young wizards, and the atmosphere lightened momentarily. "The prefect's dormitory is a level down. If you have urgent matters, knock on the door to the right," Estelle continued. "All right, prefect. Is the door on the right your room or Senior Malfoy's?" "Hey, don't ask such foolish questions. Bellatrix and Senior Malfoy are engaged, so of course, they would reside together." "Is that true? But aren't they yet to be formally betrothed?" "My father says that is merely a matter of time." "Very well." By the time Estelle had sent the girls back to their dormitory with their cheeks flushed and had helped two of them with their intricate braids, Draco was already seated on the sofa in the common room, awaiting her arrival. Estelle arched an eyebrow. Surely her brother hadn't just bundled those boys off to the boys' dormitory and returned? As soon as Draco detected the sound of her footsteps, he rose and took her hand. "What a bother. We still have the night patrol to attend to." "Yet your expression was quite different when you received the prefect appointment letter before school started," Estelle teased, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Draco cleared his throat, pinching her soft cheek gently as he murmured, "I knew you would mock me." Estelle winked at him, her lips curling into a smile, revealing her faint dimples. "Of course, being a prefect does have its perks. Besides earning extra points during the final exams, it grants us the privilege to stroll freely through Hogwarts at night." Even the ever-observant Filch seemed powerless against them. The atmosphere was tranquil, the corridor dimly lit. Only the shadows of two figures walking side by side could be discerned. A faint scent of roses wafted by, stirring something within Draco. "Dahlia," he whispered. Estelle turned, her gaze colliding with his smoldering, pale gray eyes. Years of familiarity rendered words unnecessary. She understood his intentions instinctively. They had been so busy lately that it had been a full 4 days since their last kiss. Under Draco's intense gaze, Estelle bit her lip, quickly glanced around, and then planted a soft peck on his cheek. Chapter 115, Visual Deprivation. The warmth of her lips left Draco's eyes darkening with desire. He leaned down to capture her moist lips with his own, but was interrupted by a familiar voice calling out from behind them. "Dahlia, what a coincidence." Draco stiffened momentarily before straightening his posture. "Damn that bushy-haired Granger." Estelle, startled by the sudden exclamation, felt her heart race. She turned to see Hermione, blissfully unaware of the moment that had just transpired, approaching them with enthusiasm. Draco scowled as he stood beside Estelle. Casting a glance behind Hermione, he inquired, "Isn't Weasley accompanying you on patrol?" Hermione replied, her gaze drifting. "Ron had something to attend to tonight." If she were to mention that Ron was secretly on a date with Lavender, it would not be long before Draco reported him to Dumbledore for neglecting his duties. However, it was well known that Ron's girlfriend, Lavender, was rather possessive. If Hermione were to patrol with Ron, there would undoubtedly be a scene. "I see," Estelle nodded, deducing that this might have something to do with Lavender. She chose not to probe further, and instead suddenly brightened, grabbing Hermione's arm. "By the way, how was your trip to Bulgaria?" Hermione's lips curled into a smile as she instinctively held onto Estelle's hand, chatting as they walked. "Oh, Crumb took me to so many places, and I even met his parents." "How was that?" "They were very kind to me, and before I left, they mentioned they would visit the UK next summer." "So your parents think?" "They've seen Crumb's matches. My dad is a huge fan, and my mom thinks very highly of him too." "Wow." Draco's expression soured even further as he observed the two girls holding hands. An hour had passed by the time they returned to the dormitory after their patrol. The moonlight was pristine, and the lake lay tranquil. Occasionally, fish would swim past the window, creating delicate ripples in the water. As Estelle pushed open the door, she instinctively glanced toward the desk. Indeed, several piles of documents had appeared, delivered by Malfoy's Niffler. Estelle cast a space charm on it, ensuring that the Niffler could promptly deliver any urgent documents to the dormitory. Are they planning to invest this much in the Crab family's metal industry? She pondered, sitting down to organize the documents, intending to review them the following day. However, a few titles among the reports caught her attention, prompting her to ask. Goyle and Crabbe have always followed Malfoy's lead. Draco must know more about their family's businesses than I do. Yet, Estelle waited in vain for Draco's response, only to be met with the sound of rustling. Confused, she turned. But before she could fully comprehend, darkness enveloped her vision. A soft silk cloth had been placed over her beautiful eyes. At that moment, the lights in the room seemed to extinguish as well. Draco? Cold fingertips brushed against Estelle's earlobe. For her, that was an exceptionally sensitive spot. Almost immediately, a muffled moan escaped her throat. The warm, slightly hurried breath against her neck sent shivers down her spine. She murmured his name, but he did not respond. Instead, he gently took her earlobe into his mouth. With her vision deprived, her other senses heightened. A tingling sensation coursed through her, and she could barely stand, leaning against the firm chest behind her. The rustling sound she had heard earlier was him shedding his clothing. Yet, he remained bare from the waist up, standing behind her in the dark. The sound of their heartbeats quickened. Perhaps sensing her unease, Draco's hand encircled her waist and slowly moved upward. Isn't this sensation completely different? He finally released her poor earlobe, whispering softly. What? Estelle gasped intermittently, curious about the source of his mischievous ideas. Because, Draco paused. You can no longer see anyone else, Dahlia. You can only feel me. As this is the gentleman's locker room for Quidditch. I am curious as to how you managed to enter. An impudent little ball boy? He smirked slightly, his tone languid. Estelle's breath hitched. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Stammering, I apologize, sir, I didn't know. But why did she feel the need to apologize? Draco turned her to face him, reasoning that as long as this befuddled girl could provide him with a valid excuse for her intrusion, he would certainly refrain from objecting. Draco suddenly let out a low grunt. He glanced down, slightly out of breath, his brows arching. Another sleepless night. The defense against the dark arts class was scheduled for every Tuesday and Thursday. Thus, on the second day of term, the wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin were obliged to confront the exceedingly pink-clad Madame Umbridge. Upon entering the classroom, they found her already seated in the foremost position, garbed in a fluffy pink cardigan paired with a velvet hat. Draco couldn't help but mutter under his breath, I highly suspect her wardrobe contains nothing else. However, before he could finish his thought, Umbridge swiftly cast a warning glare in his direction. He merely rolled his eyes and settled Estelle next to him in the third-to-last row. Throughout this ordeal, Umbridge's gaze remained fixated on their intertwined hands, adopting an expression of feigned ignorance yet unmistakably stern, leaving one to wonder what her intentions were. Good afternoon. Once the entire class had arrived, Umbridge energetically widened her eyes and greeted them. The students offered a sparse response of good afternoon. However, Umbridge appeared unfazed by their lackluster enthusiasm, opening her briefcase to retrieve a wand. Now, put away your wands and take out your quills. The students complied. Then, the wand of the pink-clad lady tapped against the blackboard, revealing several lines of text. Understand the principles of defense against the dark arts. Learn to discern when to employ defensive spells. Study commonly used defensive spells in practical life. What are you waiting for? Write this in your class notes. Umbridge's tone brooked no argument. Chapter 116, Detention. For a moment, the classroom resonated with the sound of quills scratching against parchment. Estelle and Draco, however, were not so obedient. The former hastily jotted down several pressing issues concerning the Pure-Blood Alliance, while the latter was engrossed in sketching something in his notes. Seizing the opportunity while Umbridge's attention was diverted, Estelle stole a glance at the page in front of Draco. Two chibi figures with oversized heads. They were nestled closely together. The girl adorned with a veil and the boy in a suit, both beaming with 8 gleaming teeth, exuding sheer joy on the page. Draco exhibited no embarrassment at being caught by Estelle. Rather, he leaned in excitedly and whispered, Dahlia, what kind of wedding dress do you fancy? Perhaps one with a long train and a mermaid silhouette? Estelle inspired him. Draco nodded, his hand unceasingly moving as he drew a mermaid gown on the figure with the veil, as if deeming it inadequate in splendor. He embellished the dress with numerous sparkling diamonds. It's beautiful, Estelle smiled, complimenting him. Your frequent changes in instructors and lack of exposure to the ministry's implemented defense against the dark arts curriculum will inevitably lead to unfortunate consequences, such as poor scores in the OWL's examination. Umbridge's suddenly elevated voice caused Estelle and Draco to instinctively lift their heads. The deputy minister seemed to be delivering some impassioned speech, clearly emphasizing the exam's significance. Oh, do you have a question, dear? Hermione, who typically occupied a seat in the front row, raised her hand high, capturing Umbridge's attention. Professor, I have a question regarding your course objectives, Hermione inquired. Umbridge replied resolutely. I believe my course objectives are quite clear, provided you have read the book thoroughly. Hermione candidly responded, I haven't, as it contains nothing regarding defensive spells. Defensive spells? Why? Surely, you wouldn't wish to be attacked in class, would you? Umbridge's expression was exceedingly peculiar. At this, Ron couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, "In defense against the dark arts class, we won't be using magic? What if we're attacked?" Others echoed his sentiments. Umbridge reacted swiftly, her eyes widening. "Goodness! Who would dare attack my dear students? Therefore, we need not prepare for any battles?" Harry suddenly interjected, his gaze locked on Umbridge. "There are no battles awaiting us, Mr. Potter." She instantly called out his name, her voice sweet yet ominous. "What do you think? Who would fight us?" "Let me think." Harry stared at her, uttering a few words. "Perhaps Voldemort." The atmosphere grew unsettlingly quiet. Umbridge's swollen face seemed to twitch slightly, and she swiftly turned her attention to Estelle, who was whispering something to Draco. "Miss Belling." The sudden call caught Estelle off guard, and as she noticed the front row students turning their heads towards her, her brow furrowed. "You concur with what Potter said, do you not?" Umbridge fixed her gaze upon Estelle. "What did Harry just say? Voldemort?" Estelle nodded, having publicly affirmed Harry's statement before. "Indeed." "Professor." As her words left her lips, the Gryffindors cast her a complex array of glances. Some remained skeptical about Voldemort's return, while others were astonished that Belling would support Harry in such a setting. Umbridge's shoulders trembled. A few words escaped her clenched teeth. "How splendid. It seems you remain unrepentant." Estelle Belling, Harry Potter, detention. Upon hearing this, Draco seemed to be pressed by an unseen switch. He glanced at the inscrutable Harry before unhesitatingly raising his hand. Umbridge, assuming this handsome Mr. Malfoy had something else to say, forced a smile. "What is your question, Malfoy?" "Professor." Draco cleared his throat to ensure she could hear him. "I also concur with Potter's words." Umbridge's face appeared to crack for a moment. "Draco Malfoy, detention." She bellowed. Draco exhaled in relief, settling back into his seat. Estelle cast him a resigned glance, but when their eyes met, filled with his triumphant sparkle, words eluded her. This was undoubtedly the most supportive Draco had ever been of Potter, many thought. Umbridge's office was not far removed from what one might imagine. A sweet scent wafted through the air, and the entrance was adorned with numerous pink decorative plates featuring cat faces. Once the door was closed, Umbridge instructed the three of them to gather around the opposite side of her desk, handing them a thin sheet of paper and a quill. "This is your detention assignment," Umbridge proclaimed, tilting her chin. "You are to write, 'I must not tell lies' 100 times on this sheet." Harry immediately lifted his head, glaring at her with a defiant expression. This only served to further irk Umbridge, who furrowed her brow tightly, commanding in a tone of authority, "Right, Potter. Show some support for Miss Belling and Mr. Malfoy." Harry pressed his lips into a thin line. He cast a swift glance at Estelle and Draco beside him. The former appeared lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the paper and quill, while the latter lounged nonchalantly in his chair, exuding an air of ease as though he were in the Malfoy manor. A heavy weight settled in Harry's heart as he slowly raised his hand. "I must." Before he could complete the sentence, a sharp pain shot through the back of his left hand. Caught off guard, Harry gasped and flung the quill aside. Estelle and Draco's attention shifted to his trembling hand, which was now a bloody mess, as if it had been sliced by a knife, deeply etched with the words he had just inscribed. "I must." Draco inhaled sharply, casting an indignant glare at Umbridge. He had anticipated a trivial punishment of rewriting, but he never imagined she would resort to such cruel corporal punishment. Umbridge, clearly pleased with Draco's reaction, said cheerfully, "Good, exactly like that. Now, Miss Belling, Mr. Malfoy, it's your turn to begin." Estelle. Draco's gaze immediately darted towards her. He was indifferent to Harry's fate, but he could not bear to see Estelle harmed. If it came to that, he would. Estelle squinted and smiled calmly. In an instant, Draco felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 117, An Overt Threat. Umbridge's eyes remained fixed on Estelle and Draco, half closed in scrutiny, as she observed the silent exchange between them, her chest rising and falling slightly. "I must not tell lies." Umbridge smirked, her expression haughty as she declared, "I hope you will remember this lesson well. Now, put pen to paper." Estelle offered her a sweet smile, lowered her head, and picked up the quill. Counterforce. A subtle, unseen crimson hue flickered at her fingertips. Draco pressed his lips together, ignoring Harry's furtive glance, and quietly wrote the letter I on the paper. Yet, before he could continue, a piercing scream erupted from Umbridge's throat, threatening to shatter eardrums. "Ah!" Looking up, Draco saw Umbridge holding her hand aloft. 2 lines of elegant English letters gradually emerged on her skin. The first line bore a single letter I, and the second continued until Estelle set down her quill, completing the phrase on Umbridge's hand. Bright red droplets of blood splattered onto the floor. Umbridge trembled, even her pupils quaking. She shot a furious glance at Estelle, who leaned back in her chair with a smirk. And upon realizing that the words on their papers mirrored those on her hand, an inferno of rage ignited within her. It seems that Miss Baling and Mr. Malfoy have grown quite audacious, Umbridge hissed, her voice warped with fury. It appears I must take some extraordinary measures to ensure you acknowledge your mistakes. Crucio. The excruciating curse. Bang. Umbridge's back collided violently with the balcony behind her, her wand shattering as she failed to fully cast the curse. A sturdy rope bound her tightly, digging into her flesh. The binding curse. Estelle lowered her wand and approached Umbridge slowly, who watched in terror. What are you doing? Are you really going to attack a teacher? Umbridge cried. Hogwarts will expel you. Estelle paid no heed to her bluster. Listen, Ms. Umbridge, she stated, locking eyes with the toad-like woman, her tone eerily calm. If you were wise, you would refrain from provoking me. Should you contemplate using those ineffectual curses against Draco and me, I would not hesitate to let you experience the repercussions of a rebound curse. Her voice was soft, her misty blue eyes devoid of emotion. In stark contrast, Umbridge lay helplessly bound, her lips pale and trembling, as if crushed beneath an unbearable weight. For reasons unknown. Upon meeting Estelle's gaze, she experienced a sensation akin to suffocation. Harry watched in disbelief. She truly dares. A sidelong glance at Draco revealed a rather proud expression on his face, his eyes fixed intently on Estelle, as if he admired her boldness. Seemingly sensing Harry's gaze, Draco shot him a disapproving look. Let us go? Estelle rose, turning to Draco with a remark. The latter smirked, stepping forward to take her hand as they pushed open the office door together. Before departing, Estelle flicked her wrist, dispelling the binding curse. Umbridge made no attempt to further discipline them, instead fixating on the retreating silver-haired figure. That night, Umbridge had indeed penned a letter to Minister Fudge, filled with over 4,000 words denouncing Estelle's disrespectful behavior and demanding her expulsion. However, Fudge was preoccupied with the impending inquiry into the recent unusual activities of pureblood families and had no time to read Umbridge's lengthy diatribe. Thus, she received a terse response from Fudge. 1. You cannot expel Estelle Baling. 2. If you cannot manage a few students, I will consider appointing someone else to take your place at Hogwarts. Umbridge's heart shattered into a million pieces. Consequently, she had kept a low profile for a while. Yet now, the ambitious deputy minister sought to prove her worth to the minister once more. Forgive my ignorance, but it seems you are questioning my teaching methods in my own classroom. Umbridge hastened to follow Professor McGonagall, finally jogging a few steps to block her path. Standing on the stairs to look down upon McGonagall. Not at all. I merely suggest that you need to reassess your antiquated teaching methods, McGonagall replied in a low tone. Umbridge donned a faux regretful expression, her voice dripping with condescension. I regret to inform you, dear, that questioning my teaching methods equates to questioning the Ministry of Magic. Further, you are questioning the esteemed minister. I am a tolerant person, but the one thing I cannot abide is disloyalty. Disloyalty? McGonagall fixed her gaze upon her. Umbridge scoffed haughtily, raising her voice as if addressing all the students in the Great Hall. It seems the situation here is worse than I imagined. Therefore, the ministry will take further action. Draco cast a glance at the pompous Umbridge, sneering, a true ugly duckling causes mischief. She won't be able to do anything to us. Indeed, Estelle replied. Draco shrugged, his eyes drifting to Ron at the Gryffindor table, desperately shoving turkey legs into his mouth, disdainfully remarking, yes, but those reckless Gryffindors may be the ones to suffer. The following day, a notice appointing Umbridge as the senior investigating officer of Hogwarts was pinned to the wall by Filch. The Daily Prophet was inundated with news of the ministry seeking educational reform. Umbridge roamed the halls of Hogwarts like a pecking hen. Whether she encountered affectionate couples or disheveled wizards, she brandished her newly acquired wand to admonish them. Who goes there? Umbridge called out in a loud voice. She strode briskly towards the two shadows huddled together at the corner, tilting her chin as she declared, it is now bedtime. And I have already emphasized that male and female students at Hogwarts must maintain a distance of at least 3 feet. The deep green robe, Slytherin students? If your prefect cannot discipline you properly. Umbridge's words faltered painfully in her throat. Chapter 118. The Jealous King of Slytherin. The platinum hair was simply too conspicuous. Draco held the red-eyed Estelle close to him, meeting Umbridge's puzzled gaze with a cold, sardonic smile. It seemed the lady investigator had urgent matters to discuss with us. He smirked, his lips curling sarcastically as he regarded the high-ranking investigator still wielding her feather as a scepter late at night. Umbridge cast a quick glance at the girl in Draco's arms, her expression shifting from pale to flushed, realizing it was them. As prefects, Draco and Estelle were indeed entitled to be in the corridors of Hogwarts at this hour. Even if that were not the case, there was nothing she could do about it. Umbridge felt a surge of indignation at this thought. She desperately reassured herself that Fudge must have had important reasons for not allowing her to expel the girl. So, the patrol went smoothly? Umbridge forced a stiff smile. Draco's pale gray eyes looked even colder in the dim light. and he asked with feigned innocence, "So, why aren't you leaving yet?" Umbridge's chest heaved irregularly, and after a curt nod, she hastily retreated in the opposite direction. The surroundings fell silent once more. Estelle lifted her head from his aromatic embrace, her lips slightly swollen. It was time to inform the first years that if Umbridge dared to administer secret punishments like last time, they need not endure it. Having spent so many years with the Malfoys, Estelle had inevitably absorbed their protective qualities. Draco murmured, his gaze lingering on her glistening lips. "So, was that pair of Weasleys seeking you today merely to persuade you to invest in their magical prank shop?" He had anticipated that this matter was still on his mind. Estelle huffed in annoyance. "They showed me a plethora of prank items, and I found them quite intriguing, at the very least. They fill a significant gap in the entertainment industry of the wizarding world. Moreover, the Weasleys are pureblood. I shall not overlook any investment opportunity that could benefit the alliance." Draco's lips curled disdainfully, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Very well, I trust your judgment. But it is also time to find some reliable agents to handle these chaotic matters for us. It cannot always be you taking the initiative." While Draco could place his utmost trust in his little Rose, it did not imply that he was entirely indifferent to the flamboyant men who gravitated toward Estelle. The image of the Weasley twins flanking Estelle during the day was still vivid. The jealous king of Slytherin was nearly ready to grind his teeth in frustration. "Well then, Mr. Malfoy, you must keep a close eye on this," Estelle said. This was precisely the kind of matter in which the astute Malfoy had the most say. Both Lucius and Draco would undoubtedly have better candidates. Draco nodded, rest assured. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Estelle's lips, then quickly glanced at the clock on the wall at the end of the corridor. The patrol had concluded. Next was the private time for the two Slytherin prefects. Aside from sparing Estelle and Draco, Umbridge had grown increasingly arrogant. Even the stoic Snape was not spared from her whims. "I hear you have consecutively applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor for 4 years, yet have met with repeated failure?" Umbridge approached the rigid Snape with her demure smile, her notebook filled with names and corresponding penalties in hand. Snape glanced at the notebook and replied with a humorless smile. "Indeed." "Oh." Umbridge let out a peculiar laugh, scribbling a line in that notebook before marching out of the classroom in her high heels. Uffed. Ron could not contain a laugh. Smack. Snape was equally unreserved, slapping his potion textbook against Ron's head. "So why can't your godfather be the professor of defense against the dark arts?" Draco whispered. Estelle leaned closer to his ear, but before she could respond, a chill swept through the air beside them. She immediately sat up straight, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Miss Belling, what is the function of Moonstone?" Snape queried rapidly. "It calms emotions and alleviates anxiety. Wizards often plant it in bedrooms or meditation rooms," Estelle replied fluidly. "Perfect answer. 10 points to Slytherin." The question was so simple that Estelle suspected her old headmaster was merely venting his own frustrations through a means of granting excessive points to Slytherin. After she and Draco secured 30 points for the Snake House, the potions class concluded amidst the resentful whispers of the Gryffindors. However, before Draco could escort Estelle to the 7th-year Charms classroom, they encountered Professor Trelawney standing alone in the courtyard. A crowd of students surrounded her, gazing incredulously at the suitcase beside her and the imposing Umbridge. "Is it because of that prophecy?" Draco raised an eyebrow. A few days prior, Umbridge had demanded Professor Trelawney make a prediction for her, and the latter spoke truthfully of seeing Umbridge enveloped in an endless darkness. It turned out Umbridge had not erupted in fury on the spot. She had been waiting for today. "Dumbledore will intervene," Estelle remarked. As she had surmised, Dumbledore, in his capacity as headmaster, retained Trelawney at Hogwarts. Yet this seemed to exacerbate the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's intolerable situation. Within days, Estelle saw Cedric from Hufflepuff mingling with Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw and the Gryffindor Lions, engaged in mysterious activities. It was as if they were challenging each other. And Umbridge swiftly enacted new regulations. Not only did she mandate that everyone must undergo questioning regarding suspicious activities, but she also established a task force for investigations. Engrossed in the formation of the Pure Blood Alliance and selecting agents, Estelle and Draco naturally had no time to intervene. Instead, it was Pansy Parkinson who became Umbridge's confidant. Traditionally low profile, Pansy had gained self-worth and validation from both Voldemort and Umbridge, becoming increasingly confident and assertive. "What is this?" Pansy, accompanied by several glowering Slytherin students, stood behind Estelle, her eyes fixed intently on the doll she held. The doll, resembling a toy, was only the size of a palm but exquisitely crafted. Its proportions were lifelike, with highly flexible joints, yet it had a flat chest, devoid of any distinguishing characteristics to indicate gender. "What does this have to do with you?" Draco interjected, his brows slightly furrowed, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Flint on the other side of the table. Chapter 119, The Doll. Under the auspices of Voldemort. He and Pansy were united in matrimony. This development placed Flint, who previously enjoyed a cordial relationship with Draco and Astoria, in an exceedingly awkward predicament. He found himself powerless to alter his stance. For the sake of his family, Flint was compelled to part ways with them. The only recourse left to him was to refrain from complicating matters for his erstwhile friend by aligning with Pansy. My apologies, Pansy managed to keep her tone deceptively neutral. The investigation task force is entitled to search for any suspicious items that may appear at Hogwarts. This is a directive from Ms. Umbridge, she added pointedly. Astoria nodded, unflinchingly meeting Pansy's gaze, which was a tumult of uncertainty and jealousy. If Ms. Umbridge truly wished to ascertain the contents of my possession, let her come and inquire directly. It was evident that Pansy, newly appointed as the head of the task force, was unaware of the intricacies between Astoria and Umbridge, perhaps feeling publicly humiliated. Pansy's face flushed crimson. With a spark of anger in her eyes, she coldly retorted, I believe this should not require her attention. With that, Pansy reached out, attempting to grasp Astoria's arm. The familiar scene made Draco's heart skip a beat, a flicker of muted gray light igniting in his gaze. Pansy's pupils constricted as she felt a sudden force push her back. She stumbled several steps, colliding unexpectedly with a chair beside the Ravenclaw table. Astoria raised an eyebrow at Draco, a nonverbal spell. He was reacting even faster than she anticipated. What is happening? No wandering around during mealtimes except for the investigation task force. Umbridge's voice rang out. Pansy, as if hearing a divine proclamation, painfully rose to her feet and shouted, Professor, Belling is using magic in the dining hall, and he refuses our investigation. Her exclamation garnered the attention of nearly everyone in the dining room. Surely, she must be aware of Umbridge's stance towards Belling and Malfoy. TSK, where did Parkinson find the audacity to applaud? What was Belling holding? It appeared exquisite. A toy like none other. How could I recall seeing something similar in George and Fred's possession this morning? It must be said that their quick-acting skiving snack boxes are quite effective. Amidst the murmurs, Umbridge's expression darkened further. She shot a venomous glance at Pansy, who was looking back with a glimmer of hope, and gritted her teeth. You, come with me. Upon hearing this, Pansy, disregarding everything else, huffed and immediately turned to Astoria. It seems Ms. Umbridge is addressing you, Pansy. Indeed, several members of the task force murmured in agreement. Once Pansy confirmed that Umbridge's ire was directed at her rather than Astoria, her mouth gaped in disbelief. Once the group departed, the cacophony of the dining hall resumed. Is this the new invention from the Weasleys? Draco refocused on the object in Astoria's hands, disdain etched across his face. While it appears more novel than a typical doll, it hardly seems exceptional. If their magical tricks are promoting such products, I see no need for substantial investment. His critique was incisive. Astoria chuckled lightly. It is far more intricate than that. This is a sensory doll. Draco regarded her with a puzzled expression. According to George, the inspiration for this doll originated from Umbridge herself. In any case, Astoria felt compelled to provide Draco with a practical demonstration, extending her hand, palm up, and saying, A heir, Draco. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Draco never denied her requests. He plucked a platinum strand from his head and placed it in Astoria's hand. Fire. The heir instantly transformed into a small pile of ashes. She placed the doll on the table and, using her fingers, rubbed the ashes onto the diamond-patterned area on the doll's back. Is that all? Draco frowned. Yes. I believe enhancing its capabilities would undoubtedly lead to a lucrative sale, Astoria remarked. What a splendid prank idea. I hadn't anticipated George and Fred to possess such talent in this regard. Do you feel any changes? Draco glanced at the doll resting on the cold table, shrugging. No. I feel nothing at all. Is this truly a sensory doll? It cannot be the Weasleys, he gasped, his eyes widening as he looked at Astoria. The latter paused, then tentatively reached out with her finger and lightly touched the doll's chest. Draco's face flushed a deeper shade of red. Astoria, stop, he murmured. In truth, George and Fred had imparted the method for ending the prank to Astoria, but it seemed incomplete. Astoria's gaze wandered. It will take 12 hours. What? Draco inhaled sharply, hastily reaching for the doll in Astoria's grasp. In his flurry, it seemed he accidentally triggered a response, causing little Draco to stand tall. His hands gripped the chair back tightly, fingers turning pale. Meeting Astoria's sparkling eyes, Draco, both exasperated and amused, inquired, Was that intentional? Astoria struggled to suppress a smile, quickly seizing a nearby Charms textbook, declaring, I must attend Charms class. Farewell, brother. With that, she dashed away, the doll still in her possession. Draco had no classes that afternoon, a fact Astoria was keenly aware of. Thus, she understood that while she was in Charms class, Draco would likely be in the Slytherin common room. Consequently, Miss Belling, typically focused in Charms class, found herself engaging in mischief beneath the lectern for the first time. Her fingers danced, leaving a trail of crimson. Astoria smirked, her mischievous intent practically radiating from her eyes. Humph, this time it's your turn to be exasperated with me. What are you doing? Cedric's voice broke into her thoughts. Astoria, caught like a child in mischief, abruptly looked up, stammering, "Oh, nothing, why?" She cast a glance at Professor Flitwick, who was diligently demonstrating advanced charms from the podium, breathing a sigh of relief. "Nothing. Just never seen you." Cedric observed the doll in her hands, playing so cheerfully in charms class. Astoria's cheeks flushed. Did she really appear that joyous? Chapter 120, The Reward. Caught red-handed by her senior, the diligent student Astoria finally diverted her attention to Professor Flitwick, who was enthusiastically showcasing advanced spells at the lectern. Yet, her little hands remained beneath the table, occasionally succumbing to small antics. Professor Flitwick glanced over in confusion several times, sensing that one of his star pupils was being led astray by a group of unruly wizards. Today's class assignment is simple, good luck, and class dismissed. As the noise erupted, Astoria tidied her books on the table, turning with a cheerful demeanor toward the exit. Just then, she locked eyes with a pair of stormy gray orbs. Draco, still clad in his deep green robes, leaned casually against the classroom door. His superior physique attracted the attention of several upperclassmen. Yet, he keenly detected the astonished gaze of one individual, raising an eyebrow as he met Astoria's eyes. Watching her with a leisurely interest, Estelle paused momentarily, a chill of anxiety coursing through her as she inhaled sharply. Draco, had he not returned to the dormitory? How could he be here? As they passed the doorway, Cedric greeted Draco with a smile, just as she intended to turn back and exchange words with her clever junior. Estelle noticed that she had fallen several paces behind, moving towards him at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise. Haha, senior, you go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. Estelle managed to smile, albeit awkwardly. Cedric glanced at her, sensing that the atmosphere was rather off. All right, remember to submit your assignment by Wednesday afternoon. He refrained from probing further and hurriedly departed. Are you planning to take until dusk to cover that distance? Draco's voice made Estelle freeze. She cleared her throat nervously, casting a furtive glance at her brother, and noted that he didn't seem angry. This realization allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief, but she still ambled towards him at a sluggish pace, her head bowed, radiating an air of guilt as if proclaiming, "It's all my fault." "Brother, you're not angry, are you?" Estelle inquired softly. Upon hearing this address, Draco let out an enigmatic chuckle from deep within his throat. "Give it to me." He cast a glance at the textbook in her hands, yet completely ignored the doll clutched in her other hand. Estelle felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, but she could not articulate it. Thus, she handed him the book as she had done in the past, and silently followed him out of the classroom. Navigating through the throngs of students who had just finished their classes, the atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of silence after a few turns. Estelle's mind was inundated with thoughts. Did Draco truly not harbor any anger? Was it perhaps a bit excessive? She would likely be up late tonight. And other such musings, until she finally regained her focus. This was not the path to the Slytherin dormitory. Oh, her arm was suddenly yanked, causing Estelle to gasp as the scenery around her shifted rapidly. In an instant, she realized that this might also be a form of ancient spatial magic. Yet, before Estelle could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enclosed within a confined space. It appeared quite small, furnished only with a table and chairs, along with a bed draped in silken fabric. How could Hogwarts have such a place within the classroom building? Wait, the room of requirement. The name surfaced in her mind, and the next moment, a searing presence pressed closely against her back. It felt like a wand resting against her waist. In a heartbeat, she sensed the palpable danger that quickened her heartbeat. What are you hiding from? Draco's voice whispered beside her, imbued with a fervent warmth. His husky tone stirred ripples across the skin of her neck. And no, Estelle stammered, but before she could finish her protest, she was swept off her feet and unceremoniously tossed onto the soft silk fabric. The surface bore a faint scent of green apple, suggesting that Draco had lingered in this chamber for some time. Being positioned this way, with her back to him, left Estelle feeling vulnerable. Just as she attempted to turn around, her wrist was firmly seized, rendering her immobile. Draco tossed the textbooks aside, his gaze shifting toward the doll in Estelle's grasp. Their fingers intertwined, he effortlessly took hold of it. It seems that Dare is quite attached to this little trinket, Draco observed nonchalantly, his tone rising slightly at the end, as if unwilling to divert his attention even during class. Estelle huffed. I've simply never encountered such a prank toy. It was merely a momentary whim. At this juncture, it seemed that Miss Belling was left with nothing but a defiant mouth. Oh, is that so? It appears I misjudged Dare, Draco retorted, his tone now laced with playful sarcasm. Indeed, Estelle's eyes widened in surprise. The discomfort emanating from behind her urged her to move. Yet Draco still held her wrist captive. He had never been this forceful before. It seems the transformation into this state is indeed my fault, Draco remarked. His words layered with implication. The heated breath he exhaled caused Estele's ears to flush crimson. From lunch until your charms class concluded, it has been incessant. Draco gently kissed Estele's ear, sending shivers coursing through her, prompting a soft sound to escape her lips. Although this had nothing to do with our innocent dare. It was simply the consequence of having a mischievous boyfriend. And now he sought to collect his dues. Draco finally relinquished her ear, redirecting his focus to the doll in his hands. Fire. The silver strand that had appeared in his palm ignited spontaneously, instantly turning to ash and scattering. Mimicking Estele's earlier actions, he delicately placed the ashes upon the diamond pattern on the doll's back. What are you doing? Estelle felt an ominous premonition swell within her. Draco offered no reply, for in the next moment, Estelle felt a peculiar sensation in her chest, causing her pupils to constrict. Draco. Draco watched her and the doll's synchronized response with interest, noting that typically, when Dare found herself in trouble, she would not call his name. Brother. Estele's eyes shimmered with moisture. Draco nodded, leaning closer, his tone encouraging, but that's not enough. Perhaps if Dare tries a few more names. Your mischievous boyfriend might consider letting you off the hook? Estelle ceased to grant Draco further opportunities to toy with her. Her voice was low as she uttered the one word that would elicit a strong, irresistible reaction from him. It had never failed her before. Indeed, his gaze darkened, and he seized Estele's chin, crashing his lips onto hers. You always know how to make me lose control. As consciousness began to blur. This was the last thing Dare heard. Chapter 121, The Mind Closure Charm. Draco had recently sensed that Potter was acting rather peculiar. Moreover, the atmosphere between the so-called savior and his old godfather seemed rather strange. After 3 days of lurking, young Malfoy finally made his move when Potter stepped once more into the Slytherin head's office. 3 hours later. Dare. Draco lamented, cradling her in anguish. I knew it. The godfather is secretly giving that scar-headed boy special treatment. Estelle paused, setting down her quill. Special treatment? Yes. Draco affirmed. He.s. teaching Potter the mind closure charm. He.s. never taught me any of this. The mind closure charm is an advanced defensive spell capable of resisting spells such as the Dementor's kiss. This ancient technique is mentioned in the tomes of Belling Manor. Why is Snape teaching Harry this? But how do you know? Estelle focused on the crux of the matter, raising an eyebrow at him. As expected, Draco's gaze wandered. Well, I happened to discover it while delivering potions homework to the godfather. That is not important, Dare. When did the godfather and Potter's relationship become this cordial? Estelle recalled the complex expressions Snape bore whenever he looked at Harry. Everyone believed those looks were filled with disdain and contempt. Even Harry himself thought so. I don't know. Estelle shook her head, then as if suddenly remembering something. She detached herself from Draco's embrace, rising to survey him from head to toe. What is the matter? Draco inquired. Astoria exclaimed with feigned astonishment. So, you mean to say you interrupted Uncle Snape's private lesson and returned to the dormitory unscathed? At the mere mention of this, Draco perked up immediately, a triumphant huff escaping his lips as he declared, not only that, but my godfather invited me to join them. Invited? Astoria's brows furrowed slightly, fearing that some little dragon had become overly attached to the poor old bat, perhaps insisting that if his godfather did not teach him, he would throw himself against a wall, which might have prompted Snape to relent. TSK. This was undoubtedly something Draco would be capable of. I possess far greater talent in legilimency than Potter. Draco stated enthusiastically. My godfather used the spell on me only twice, and I have already grasped part of its intricacies. However, the truth of the matter was legilimency. Snape raised his wand, its tip aimed squarely at Draco's forehead. The latter frowned deeply, and Snape effortlessly delved into his memories. Mountains of documents regarding the pure-blood union, along with visions of Astoria's hugs and kisses and moments shared in the bathroom, on the bed, and at the table. Just a second before witnessing something he ought not to have seen, an opposing force expelled Snape from the memory, and he scowled as he lowered his wand. His promising pupil's mind was nearly consumed with thoughts of how to woo that little cabbage. Draco opened his eyes, casting a guilty glance at Snape, whose mood was evidently less than cheerful. Meanwhile, Harry dared not even breathe. Aren't we continuing, Godfather? Draco inquired. Snape's lips twitched as he responded, each word carefully enunciated. No need, my dear exceptionally gifted pupil. It is evident that you have already grasped certain aspects of the mind-closing technique. He had unwittingly fed the one who viewed his memories a plethora of emotional baggage, thus forcibly interrupting the legilimency. Draco mistakenly believed Snape was praising him and immediately lifted his chin. His gaze inadvertently met Harry's complex expression, as if to say, look, this is the prowess of Malfoy. Would you like to join me, Astoria? Draco asked, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Astoria let out a soft hiss. recalling the expression Snape might wear upon seeing his three most troublesome students gathered together, and resolutely declined Draco's offer. "No. I believe no one will have the opportunity to use legilimency on me," she said. Draco felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly consoled himself. After all, Potter was present, and it wouldn't do to constantly undermine the confidence of the boy who lived. Astoria smiled, her lips curving as she observed his arrogant demeanor. Well, handsome. Quite reassuring. The matters to be handled during the initial establishment of the pureblood union were exceedingly complex. To this end, Draco and Lucius had meticulously chosen the heir of the Burstead family, Leon Burstead, who had always maintained a good working relationship with the Malfoy family, to act as Astoria's representative. This girl, merely 10 years Astoria's senior, was efficient in her dealings and possessed a cheerful disposition, making for a pleasant companionship. After Christmas, the documents that had been filtered down to Astoria were reduced to only some crucial decisions and agreements, alleviating the burden that had rested upon her shoulders. Strangely, Draco seemed even more pleased than Astoria herself, for they had finally resumed the frequency of their previous close interactions from their 3rd and 4th years, and he no longer had to endure the solitude of an empty bed each night. Has the Weasley magic trick shop secured a location? Draco lay casually on the Slytherin common room sofa, his head resting on Astoria's lap. Her slender, pristine fingers gently wove through his platinum locks, allowing Draco to close his eyes in bliss. Over there, Pansy and the others, having just entered the common room, cast ambiguous glances their way. After exchanging a few looks, none dared to approach and interrupt the intimate couple. After all, no matter how outrageous they were, even Umbridge would merely regard the two as invisible. "Yes, at 93 Diagon Alley," Astoria replied. Draco chuckled lightly. "A fine location. I never expected the Weasley family to also strike it rich. One cannot deny that those twins possess unparalleled talent in mischief-making." At this, he paused, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "At least I am a loyal fan of their empathy dolls." Astoria's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly covered his mouth before he could steer the conversation off course. Draco chuckled deeply in his throat. Suddenly, Astoria felt a soft, damp sensation in her palm. That insufferable brat. Is he a dog or something? She quickly withdrew her hand, but before she could voice her grievances, Draco continued. "Actually, aside from those dolls, their canary cream biscuits are quite delightful. But I would love to provide them with some inspiration to turn wizards into kittens. I truly wonder when I will see Pegasos and Mammon again." It was a facade to miss them. The genuine desire was for Astoria's animagus form to make a return. Draco's thoughts were utterly transparent. Chapter 122. Career planning. Draco's words caused Astoria to recall the incident with the cat ears, and her cheeks flushed crimson once more. At that time, they had just established their romantic relationship, and he was not yet so outrageous. If it were now, how much trouble would he not put her through? Astoria glared at Draco, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, while he only laughed more audaciously. "How about tonight, Astoria?" "Draco." Daphne's voice interrupted Draco's words. Looking up, they saw Blaise and Crabbe following her. As they passed by Pansy and her group, Blaise cast several glances their way. Theodore, having distanced himself from the former Slytherin clique, had significantly less time at Hogwarts now, busily supporting the Knott family as its young patriarch. Burstead mentioned that all investment documents concerning Knott were personally dealt with by this young lord, Astoria recalled. "What is it?" Draco straightened up, his brow furrowing. Daphne hurried over to another sofa, not even pausing to drink water before she spoke. "You won't believe what just happened." It turned out that the group of students who always walked with Potter had been practicing spells in the room of requirement under his guidance. Umbridge and Filch had been lying in wait for several days, and along with Pansy's group, they had caught Potter and his friends red-handed. Upon hearing Potter's name, Draco's interest piqued. The room of requirement? How could that be found? Blaise scoffed. It was that Ravenclaw girl, the one named Ekmo, who spilled the beans. I suspect the ministry will be here soon, considering Umbridge has been ranting about Dumbledore's army. Ekmo. Marietta Ekmo. Autumn Zhang's friend. Astoria recalled having seen her a few times, and was surprised to learn that she was the one who informed Umbridge. Those fools still believed it was all Dumbledore's doing. Draco snorted derisively. Do they really need to see Voldemort's wand pointed at their faces to stop deceiving themselves? So, will Dumbledore be suspended? Crabbe asked. Astoria shook her head gently, murmuring, I do not believe Dumbledore will sit idly by. The venerable old man with the white beard possesses an array of cunning strategies to extricate himself from tricky situations. Indeed, as Estelle had surmised, the officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived in a huff, only to depart empty-handed. The Phoenix, Fawkes, along with Dumbledore, audaciously vanished before the eyes of the crowd. The ministry, rendered powerless, could only express its frustration through the promotion of Umbridge to the position of headmistress at Hogwarts. Prior to the impending OWL's examinations, all fifth-year students were summoned to a brief meeting with the headmistress to discuss their future career aspirations. As the newly appointed headmistress, Umbridge appeared particularly enthusiastic about this endeavor. With a notebook in hand, she scribbled notes while interjecting with smiles into each student's career plans, ultimately sending them out of her office with forlorn expressions. Next, Miss Estelle Belling. Snape intoned with a stoic expression. His mood had been rather dismal of late. According to Draco, it was due to Potter's intolerable reaction to the Serpent King's venom, which prompted him to employ the soul-sucking spell to pry into a fragment of Snape's memories. Consequently, Snape had furiously terminated the lesson on mental occlusion. The office door swung open, and in glided the elegant, silver-haired young lady with poised grace. Umbridge's hand trembled, causing her quill to leave unsightly ink blots on her pink notebook. "Now let us discuss your career plans, Miss Belling," Snape remarked, retrieving a thin sheet bearing Estelle's name alongside a list of professions with accompanying checkboxes. Estelle, maintaining her composure, replied, "To inherit the family business and expand it." Cough, cough, cough. Umbridge nearly spewed the water she had just sipped. Snape offered her no glance, silently marking an affirmative beside the family business option. "Perhaps, Miss Belling, you ought to elaborate on your future intentions." Umbridge set down her cup, straightened her neck to project confidence, and continued. "We have recently noted your name intertwined with several pureblood families. Moreover, their enterprises have mysteriously begun to interconnect. Miss Belling, can you enlighten me on this matter? The foundation of the alliance remains precarious, still concealed from public scrutiny." Yet, she had not anticipated that the ministry's efficiency had deteriorated to such a degree. They likely had not even uncovered a shadow of truth, hence the decision to have Umbridge confront her with such an unremarkable inquiry. Estelle curled her lips into a smile devoid of genuine mirth. It should merely pertain to some straightforward business collaboration. "Pray tell, is the ministry not only concerned about Dumbledore's army, but also this? Is it dubbed the Pureblood Army or the Belling Army? Perhaps the deputy minister has already devised a more formidable title for us?" Umbridge's face flushed crimson with rage. Yet Snape showed no inclination to prevent his student from continuing her affront toward the headmistress. He reclined in his chair, seemingly amused by the spectacle of the pink toad's indignation, as if his spirits had lifted considerably. "Fear not, madam," Estelle chuckled lightly, rising to loom over her. "I firmly believe these families harbor no ambitions to usurp the ministry's dominion over the wizarding world, for we inherently occupy a loftier echelon than wizards such as yourself. The relentless pursuit of what you deem paramount holds little significance for me. The truth is indeed harsh, is it not?" She turned toward the office door, adding, "Do extend my regards to Minister Fudge, Ms. Umbridge. I hear you are currently residing together. It should be quite convenient for you." Bang. The first sound was the door slamming shut behind Estelle, while the second was Umbridge's rigid form collapsing to the ground. Within mere hours, the entirety of Hogwarts was abuzz with the news that Miss Belling from Slytherin had rendered Umbridge unconscious, and that Professor Snape had leisurely escorted her to the infirmary. This exemplified the adage, "Silence speaks volumes," but when one does speak, it can be astonishing. It turned out that Snape and Malfoy's usual banter was but a drizzle. Estelle was the true harbinger of venomous wit. "Oh, how true it is what my mother always says. The more beautiful the woman, the more fearsome she becomes." What precisely did she communicate to Umbridge? Who cares? This surely counts as a form of vengeance for us students who have suffered her punishments. It is utterly delightful. Chapter 123, Weasley Fireworks. The atmosphere was serene. In the vast space, the only sound was the gentle scratching of students' quills against parchment as the OWL's, ordinary wizarding levels, examinations unfolded. With Umbridge seated at the forefront in her seemingly century-old pink woolen attire, overseeing the proceedings. Even after the recent debacle at the career planning meeting, Umbridge presented herself with an air of pride, her neck held high before the students, demonstrating remarkable psychological fortitude. Though Estelle was a year younger than her peers in the 5th year, she was still obliged to partake in 7 mandatory subjects and 5 electives. Her answering style was always incisive. Thus, Estelle completed her examination well ahead of time, shifting her body to the side to allow her academically negligent classmate, Daphne, to stretch her neck and endure the test. Umbridge, with her keen eyes, naturally noticed this scene. However, lost in her thoughts, she squirmed in her seat as if it were aflame, wrestling with indecision until she resolutely closed her eyes, choosing to feign blindness. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion erupted from outside, prompting many curious onlookers to glance back. "Focus on your examinations." Umbridge sprang to her feet, her voice piercing, no engaging in any activities unrelated to the test. As she marched toward the door, she shot glares at the fidgeting students. Draco also turned his head, exchanging a bewildered glance with Estelle seated nearby. Bang! The identical sound reverberated at the entrance once more. Umbridge perceived something dart past her, akin to a shooting star, zipping by her side and into the examination hall. Moments later, two figures on broomsticks came hurtling toward her. "We're here, Professor." George and Fred cheered as they soared through the air, unleashing a barrage of fireworks that erupted above the examination venue. A brilliant green firework trailed a dazzling tail, bursting spectacularly right before Estelle's eyes. The same spectacle occurred before many others. All pens halted, and students rose to behold the exuberant Weasley twins, their eyes alight with excitement. "Isn't this fun?" Fred bellowed. "They said they wanted to pull off a grand stunt before dropping out. It turns out this is what they meant. What a marvelous way to depart from school. It's magical fireworks. So beautiful." Amidst the uproar and clamor, Umbridge gazed in disbelief at the swirling examination papers above, her lips pale and her entire being trembling. "Ah!" Pansy gaped, sidestepping a firework that hovered before her, fleeing alongside the Slytherin students from the investigative action group. The boy named Asher was particularly disheveled, his backside singed, as he ran about shrieking, dragging a tattered piece of fabric behind him. Perhaps they had never been in such a predicament in their lives. "Are you ready?" George called out, fixated on the flustered Umbridge and the hastily arriving caretaker, Filch. Beside them, Fred erupted into laughter, and in the next moment, the two of them, with remarkable synchronicity, hurled their objects even higher. The vibrant fireworks instantaneously transformed into a magnificent golden dragon. It unfurled its sharp fangs, swooping down menacingly toward Umbridge. "You are utterly mad," she exclaimed, her clumsy form hastily retreating towards the door, her screams piercing the air like a shrill alarm. A resounding roar followed, and that nauseating pink figure was engulfed in a sea of gold. The school rule signs, hanging high, came crashing down one after another, stirring up a cloud of dust. The cheers reverberated through the air like thunder. Draco, taken by surprise at the grand spectacle orchestrated by Weasley, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Along with the other students, he and Astoria rushed out of the classroom to the observation platform. Confetti swirled, and fireworks dazzled. The wizards, who had been under tension throughout the semester, raised their arms in jubilation, some even shouting, "Weasley is our king." Amidst the chaos, Astoria even spotted the diminutive Professor Flitwick bouncing among the crowd, faintly shaking his fist. Oh, Professor Flitwick had certainly endured his share of torment from Umbridge due to his heritage as a wizard. "Hey, Astoria," Draco's voice came from beside her. Astoria turned back with a smile, meeting his gentle gray eyes that sparkled with warmth. She rose onto her toes, and he bent down, their lips meeting softly. In the midst of the thunderous applause, they shared a natural kiss in the corner. This was a small promise between Draco and Astoria regarding the fireworks. "Potter fainted?" Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was it because of Weasley's fireworks? Is he that excited?" Beside him, Blaise shrugged. "Who knows? This entire semester, Mr. Xavier has been rather peculiar." "Indeed," Daphne chimed in. "After all, Potter has never been one to instigate trouble with Draco." This made Astoria reflect on the recent quarrels between Harry and Draco both in and out of class. Their animosity had reached a boiling point, and she even suspected Harry had pilfered some instruction from Snape during his studies on mental occlusion, which might explain the increasingly venomous tone of his discourse. Draco scoffed, about to retort, when he noticed a familiar figure stumbling around the corner. "Harry, slow down." It was Hermione's voice. The Slytherin group turned to see Harry Potter, the very subject of their discussion, flanked by Ron and Hermione, who hurriedly followed behind. "Isn't he supposed to be in the hospital wing?" Draco muttered. "Astoria." Harry stopped in his tracks, his eyes lighting up as he called out. Draco's expression darkened visibly. "Oh, so he rushed out of the hospital wing to find Astoria." Astoria, somewhat taken aback, asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" The usually energetic Xavier now appeared utterly drained, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Harry struggled to steady his breathing, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the small group of Slytherins and declared, "Astoria, Draco, I need to talk to you privately." Ron and Hermione flanked him, their expressions laden with complex emotions as they looked at Astoria. Before long, they found themselves in an empty classroom. After pulling out a chair for Astoria, Draco scrutinized the pale Harry, his tone less than cordial as he inquired, "So, what exactly happened?" "I had a dream." Harry hesitated, the strangeness of Draco's expression evident. Seizing the moment while Draco was momentarily distracted, Harry rushed on. "You need to listen to me. I dreamt that Voldemort captured my godfather, Sirius, and threatened him to go to the Department of Mysteries for the prophecy. And what does that have to do with us?" Draco's eyes widened, as if he were about to drag Astoria away at any moment. "In the dream, Astoria fainted beside me. I don't know if she was hurt, or..." Harry trailed off, anxiety flickering in his eyes. "You're the one who's going to die, Potter," Draco snapped, his face turning crimson with rage. "If you called us here just to say such nonsense, then..." But his previous dreams came true. Ron interrupted loudly. Astoria frowned in his direction. Ron's chest heaved as he continued. He dreamt my father was attacked, and it actually happened. Thankfully, Dumbledore's people arrived in time to save him. They're right, Astoria. Hermione's voice was laced with deep concern. Astoria glanced at Harry, whose anxious expression seemed genuine, then turned to meet Draco's gaze. He still harbored a skeptical attitude, but firmly grasped Astoria's hand. So what do you plan to do? Draco queried. Harry took a deep breath, calmly uttering. Disrupt Voldemort's plans, and seize the two prophecies before he can. Perhaps what you've seen is merely what he wants you to see. Draco replied quickly. Harry was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure how to respond. Considering Harry's unusual behavior this semester, Astoria's mind raced. All right, she said softly. The trio and Draco turned to Astoria in unison, the latter raising her voice. What? Astoria smiled slightly. I will join you at the Department of Mysteries. It seemed that Voldemort, through Harry's dream, had extended an invitation to her. Evidently, his strength had returned to a considerable degree, allowing him the confidence to bring her and Harry together, aiming for a two-birds-with-one-stone strategy. Astoria found the prospect of adding some spice to her otherwise mundane life exceedingly intriguing. At the Department of Mysteries, this time, the ever-solo Harry Potter found himself accompanied by several companions. Luna from Ravenclaw, Ginny and Ron from Gryffindor, Astoria from Slytherin, and the perpetually reluctant Draco, who had no choice but to partake in this youthful adventure. They had better have devised a foolproof plan, Draco grumbled, his lips curling downward in frustration. Astoria chuckled lightly, teasing him, or perhaps their rapport had evolved to such a point that they could anticipate one another's thoughts with mere words. Draco swiftly covered Astoria's mouth, mumbling, all right. You know full well I won't let you go alone. Astoria's eyes sparkled with delight. It was hard to imagine the expression on her godfather's face upon learning of this escapade. She hoped he wouldn't simply whisk them off to Gryffindor. Draco clicked his tongue, lamenting, back in the day, Snape warned us repeatedly to stay away from the lions. Ultimately, it was a misplaced concern. Here we are. Harry halted at the threshold of Umbridge's office, the expressions of the group varying widely. At present, Hogwarts was under thorough lockdown by the Ministry of Magic, and entering or exiting the school gates required stringent approval processes. Thus, Hermione had devised the plan to utilize the Flu network within Umbridge's office. Alohomora, with a resounding click. The grand door creaked open, releasing a cloying, pungent scent of perfume that enveloped us. A small cat on the decorative plate at the entrance mewed twice. The familiar arrangement greeted us. We must act swiftly. Umbridge has just concluded her invigilating duties and should be returning shortly, Hermione hastily declared, distributing Flu powder into everyone's hands. Where are you all off to? Ginny inquired, her voice laced with intrigue. Just as she began to speak, she gasped, her body stiffening as she turned to meet Umbridge's furious gaze. During the lockdown, to attempt an escape via the headmaster's office? I must say, you are truly exemplary students of Dumbledore. Let me see who we have here. The illustrious savior, Harry Potter, the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger, and Ron Weasley with his sister, along with a Slytherin. As Umbridge spoke, she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her mouth closing as if she had choked on her words, staring incredulously at the two figures lingering at the back whom she had not clearly seen before, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. She muttered, retreating a few steps, her words becoming a muddled whisper. Colloportus. As Umbridge prepared to stealthily approach the door, Estelle raised her wand. In an instant, Umbridge found herself bound once more, tightly ensnared. This time, Estelle took meticulous care to silence her, deftly shutting the office door behind them. The visible despair on Umbridge's face was palpable. She curled into a corner, offering no resistance, resigned to her fate. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the others, Draco exclaimed. Estelle is a genius at spells. Estelle is the best. Estelle is mine. You cannot have her. The flames in the fireplace crackled fiercely. One by one, figures vanished from sight. Umbridge huffed twice, adjusting herself to find a more comfortable position, surrendering to a deep slumber, entirely unconcerned with breaking free from Estelle's binding spell. Of course, it was futile. The ministry employees rushed about, their faces ashen under Fudge's relentless pressure, completely oblivious to the group stealthily making their way toward the Department of Mysteries. Thus, the group successfully located the room from Harry's dream. In the suffocating darkness, luminescence illuminated their path. Countless prophecy orbs lay upon rows of wooden shelves, some dull in hue, while others flickered with intermittent light. The surrounding silence was unsettling. Chapter 125. Indeed, there is something. The room soared as high as a cathedral. The flames of the candles burned a deep shade of blue, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. You mentioned one is in row 97 and another in row 99, Hermione whispered. Indeed, Harry replied, inhaling deeply, continuing onward. We must venture deeper. Ready your wands. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Draco, breathing softly, trailed closely behind Estelle, his fingertips turning pale as he gripped his wand. Observing their familiarity with the surroundings, one couldn't help but wonder if the great savior had previously led his restless friends on similar escapades in such a place. Estelle, too, felt uneasy in the murky environment, slowing her pace to align with him. "Are you scared, Draco?" she inquired softly. Draco coughed lightly, glancing around to ensure no one was aware of their exchange, and swiftly leaned down to plant a fleeting kiss on Estelle's moist lips. The soft sensation vanished in an instant. "Not anymore," he declared, straightening up, attempting to maintain a dignified demeanor. Estelle's ears flushed crimson. She regretted her question. 97. Hermione suddenly raised her voice, prompting everyone to look in unison. They gathered at the end of that row, fixated on the adjacent aisle. Yet it was devoid of any presence. Harry swallowed hard, whispering, "He lies just behind there. He must be nearby." He was convinced that one more step would reveal Sirius's disheveled figure upon the darkened ground. However, as they reached the end of the row, the candlelight dimmed further. And still, no one appeared. Only echoes and the oppressive silence laden with dust filled the air, sending Harry's heart plunging to the depths of despair. "Hey, Harry! Look at this!" Ron exclaimed. Harry swiftly turned, urgency lacing his tone. "What is it?" "Your name is on that one." Ron pointed to a crystal ball, grimy yet emitting a faint glow, likely untouched by many hands. "And this, Estelle Belling," Luna's airy voice drifted from behind. The girl seemed entirely unperturbed by the potential dangers of straying from the group. Estelle and Draco exchanged glances and hastened toward her. Luna stood there quietly, curiously staring at the twinkling prophecy orb above her. It was positioned rather high, requiring Draco to tiptoe to retrieve it, placing it gently into Estelle's hands. "Thank you," Estelle murmured softly. She approached Harry, eager to observe if his orb revealed any distinct reactions. Just then, an ancient, slow voice echoed from behind them. "Very well. Potter and Belling. Now, turn around slowly and hand over your prophecy orb." Shadows materialized, blocking their path. The eyes of these figures glinted from beneath their hoods. 12 gleaming wands aimed directly at their hearts. Without hesitation, Draco stepped forward, shielding Estelle behind him. It was reminiscent of the Quidditch World Cup day. "Hand it over." Hector Parkinson's voice was weary. "We're serious," Harry shouted. Laughter erupted from a few Death Eaters, particularly from the disheveled woman behind Hector, her voice sharp and piercing. "The Dark Lord is well aware of everything." A small head peeked out from behind Draco. Estelle recognized the woman immediately. She had seen her visage in the Daily Prophet after Christmas. Bellatrix Lestrange, an unrepentant Death Eater, likely had recently escaped from Azkaban. Estelle recalled Aunt Edith's remarks about the portrait in the Belling estate and found herself curiously examining Bella. The latter quickly caught her gaze. Her eyes filled with disdain and malice. The little boy awakens from his dreams, still believing his fantasies to be reality, Bella taunted in a terrible babyish tone. "And even drags along the infamous Belling who caused the Dark Lord to flee. Ha! Who would believe such nonsense? Do you truly trust Voldemort?" Estelle tightened her grip on Draco's cold fingers, stepping out from behind him. "You dare speak his name?" Bella shrieked, her eyes wide with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Estelle, as if she might consume the silver-haired girl whole. Intrigued, Estelle recalled Aunt Edith's words and asked, "So, do you truly have affection for Voldemort? Is it true that you have a child together?" The Death Eaters ceased their laughter, and an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Bellatrix stood frozen, her complexion gradually flushing with a few shades of crimson, her chest heaving as if she had just heard an earth-shattering revelation. Harry and his companions gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their mouths agape, as if they could accommodate an egg. She appeared to embody the truth of the matter. Draco was the first to regain his composure. He leaned closer to Estelle and whispered urgently. Bellatrix's expression became increasingly terrifying, intensified by the crimson hue on her face. "The Dark Lord would never allow us to have children." Her shoulders trembled, and her tongue flicked over her thin lips. "Enough, Lestrange," Hector suddenly interjected, as if recalling the task assigned to him by Voldemort. "Hand over the prophecy orb, or we shall resort to our wands." "Miss Belling, I trust you do not possess the confidence to confront so many alone," he hissed, his voice as frigid as a serpent's. It was evident that Voldemort had dispatched sufficient Death Eaters to exhaust her for Estelle's sake. Even Hector, who had witnessed Estelle's confrontation with Voldemort, lifted his chin, adopting an air of superiority as he regarded her. "Very well, let it commence." Harry raised his wand before his chest, and simultaneously, the others followed suit, brandishing their wands alongside him. "No one is to pass the prophecy orb." "Ha ha ha, what do I see? This little boy is commanding the other children to attack us." Bellatrix interrupted Hector's words, her harsh, raspy laughter echoing. "Avada Kedavra!" With a swift instinct, Bellatrix sidestepped and raised her wand to meet the pale red energy. Though her reaction was quick, an agonizing pain shot through her arm the next moment. Blood flowed like a river from the gaping wound on her arm, revealing the bone beneath. In disbelief, she glanced at the injury before raising her gaze to meet those indifferent mist blue eyes. "You are rather noisy, Miss Lestrange," Estelle remarked with a slight smirk. Chapter 126. The Fierce Battle and Reinforcements. Crucio. Bellatrix screamed hoarsely, and in an instant, the blood-red light intertwined with the pale red energy emanating from Estelle's wand. Simultaneously, other Death Eaters surged toward them. A flurry of unforgivable curses and disarming charms erupted, causing the wooden racks holding the prophecy orbs to collapse in chaos. Estelle was unyielding in her assault against Bellatrix, initiating with the killing curse. The latter, driven to madness, disregarded her increasing injuries, trailing blood as she sought a flaw in Estelle's defenses, eager to claim the head of this insolent girl who dared to disrespect the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, Draco faced Hector Parkinson as the perennial top student at Hogwarts. Malfoy showed no sign of weakness in this practical confrontation. To keep Estelle focused, Draco took on 2 additional Death Eaters, aside from Hector. Impedimento. He aimed his wand at a Death Eater preparing to cast the killing curse upon Harry, sending the man flying several meters away. "Thanks, Draco," Harry shouted, oblivious to the name he had just called him. Draco shot him a cold glare, venom dripping from his words. "I assume your eyes aren't located on the back of your head. Move. Hurry." Neville's eyes are severely injured, Hermione cried out, supporting a staggering Neville, who covered his bleeding eyes with his hands, yet pressed on in silence. The resilient young lad even managed to hurl a disarming charm at a Death Eater attempting to ambush him. Avada Kedavra, as they drew closer to the exit. A frantic Bellatrix clawed at Estelle, unleashing a killing curse. Counterforce. The backlash from Estelle's counter curse struck Bellatrix, and she let out a strange scream as her figure abruptly vanished. The situation seemed to clarify. They left the Death Eaters behind, winding their way into a peculiar room where a stone door stood at the center. "Are you unharmed, Estelle?" Draco asked hastily, scrutinizing her as the last one entered the room. "I'm fine, but what about you?" Estelle replied, her gaze fixed on the slender bloodstain on his cheek, her fingertips brushing against it. "I'm all right." Draco turned his head awkwardly, ensuring she could only see the uninjured side of his face. The burden of the young master remained as heavy as ever. Estelle found herself both exasperated and amused, her attention solely captured by him, oblivious to the injuries of others. Draco, awkwardly avoiding her gaze, felt a sudden tightness around his neck. Fortunately, this little dragon insisted on wearing a suit even in perilous situations. Otherwise, Estelle wouldn't have been able to grasp his tie, compelling him to lower his head. "Estelle." Before he could finish his sentence, a damp sensation brushed against his face. A slight sting mingled with a tingling warmth rendered Draco breathless. Estelle acted swiftly, releasing his tie, her lips stained with vivid red, accentuating her striking features and fierce demeanor. "All right," she whispered. Draco blinked, instinctively raising his hand to touch his cheek. The wound had miraculously healed in those brief seconds. She had inherited the healing abilities akin to Mammon. Harry inadvertently witnessed this scene, but glancing at Neville, whose blood flowed profusely, and Luna, with her head bloodied, he found it inappropriate to request Estelle to assist them all with her healing kisses. "The Department of Mysteries truly lives up to its name," Hermione remarked breathlessly, gazing at the stone door before them. "Wait, their essay sound." Harry perked up his ears. Ron, puzzled, remarked, "I don't hear anything." Harry furrowed his brow, shouting, "Everyone, gather in the center." Confused, Draco and Estelle exchanged glances before joining the group. Harry fixed his gaze ahead, just as he was about to speak. Tendrils of black smoke suddenly enveloped them. Mist. Estelle's dispelling charm was cut short as they found themselves surrounded by Death Eaters exuding a rusty odor. The Death Eaters held everyone captive, except for Harry and Estelle. A man behind Draco, donning a skull mask, pressed the tip of his wand harshly against his chin, as if intent on puncturing his pale neck. Estelle narrowed her eyes, calmly observing Hector Parkinson as he approached her and Harry. "Now, be a good child," Hector murmured. "Hand over your prophecy orb. Let them go, and I will give it to you," Harry implored. Laughter erupted among the Death Eaters, with Bellatrix conspicuously absent. "You possess no bargaining power, Potter," Hector replied, a gleam of impending triumph lighting up his face. "You and Belling are merely 2, while we are 8. Did Dumbledore not teach you how to count? Come, hand over your prophecy, or watch your friend perish." Estelle was the first to take a step forward. Without a hint of hesitation, she placed the prophecy orb into Hector's hands. Observing this, Harry pressed his lips into a firm line, resolutely relinquishing the crystal ball he held. A smile instantly graced Hector's face. But then, a chilling male voice rang out, Do not touch my godson. 5 figures materialized before them. Sirius! Harry shouted. Hector, startled by this sudden turn of events, stumbled back, losing his grip. Thud! The hard-won prophecy orb fell to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Estelle showed no interest in identifying Harry's reinforcements. Witnessing Draco and the others escape while the Death Eaters were caught off guard, she raised her wand, aiming at the one who had just taken Draco hostage. Avada Kedavra! Bang! The Death Eater collapsed, his body stiffening, breath extinguished. Sirius quickly shot a glance at Estelle before turning to confront the dark brown energy that Hector unleashed. Lupin, Moody, and others engaged in fierce combat with the remaining Death Eaters. Splendid work, James. Harry deftly deflected an energy blast from Hector, momentarily taken aback by the name Sirius had uttered. However, at that moment, a shadowy figure silently emerged behind Sirius. Unaware, a flash of crimson lunged towards Sirius's back. Harry's heart halted, his pupils dilating. In a desperate bid to shield his only remaining family member from the impending strike, a familiar pale red light suddenly flickered before him. Swish! Estelle's wand was trained on the ambushing Bella, advancing upon the wounded Death Eater who still sought to serve Voldemort. Bella trembled, blood soaking her black robes, her eyes wide with fury as she unleashed her energy, heedless of her waning strength. I've got you now, Ms. Lestrange, Estelle sneered, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Sirius immediately understood, fully entrusting his back to Harry. Yet, he could not help but steal another glance at Estelle. Shouldn't those words have belonged to Bella? You ignorant half-breeds. Bella spat, her eyes bloodshot as she struggled against the crimson energy that threatened her life. It is the Dark Lord who, before she could finish, a platinum dragon materialized upon Estelle's left shoulder. A brilliant radiance flashed, illuminating the entire room. Bella instinctively squinted, her gaze drawn to the growing dragon head before her. It was over, she thought despairingly. Bella had been imprisoned in Azkaban the first time Voldemort faced Estelle. Thus, she was completely unaware of Estelle's dual mastery of the killing curse and the Patronus charm. Naturally, had she been informed, she would not have believed it. In the blink of an eye, the dragon lunged at Bella. Yet, just as her pupils dilated in resignation to death, a towering figure suddenly appeared before her. A pale blue energy flowed unceasingly from the tip of the wand, causing Estelle's Patronus to dissipate in midair. Voldemort cast a glance at the 2 prophecy orbs shattered into 8 pieces on the ground, an unmistakable anger flickering in his eyes. Bella's heart raced. Yet, she was acutely aware that remaining here would only complicate matters. Without a moment to pledge her loyalty to Voldemort, she slipped away amidst the flaring black robes. The remaining defiant Death Eaters seemed to sense their master's intent and vanished into shadows. The members of the Order of the Phoenix, Harry, Draco, and Estelle, finally converged, standing in tense opposition to Voldemort. The flickering green flames in the fireplace danced unpredictably. In the next moment, Dumbledore's figure materialized. It appears we are all familiar friends, Voldemort remarked with a sinister smile. Dumbledore gazed at him intently, replying, Tom, I never anticipated you would grace us with your presence tonight. The Aurors are on their way. By then, I shall be gone, and you will be dead. Voldemort grinned widely. In an instant, a massive fire serpent surged forth, charging at the group. Aguameni. Estelle reacted swiftly, summoning a deluge of water in tandem with Dumbledore to confront the ferocious fire serpent. Draco, Sirius, Moody, and the others raised their wands, unleashing a spectrum of energies. Voldemort's fire serpent visibly faltered against their combined efforts. Yet, Estelle was acutely aware of Voldemort's restored strength to withstand so many wizards alone. His defenses held firm, illustrating that the Dark Lord was indeed formidable. Bang! Voldemort lowered his brow, slightly turning aside to let the relentless wave crash against a large pane of glass behind him. With a flick of his hand, the shards transformed into a cloud of dust that surged toward them. Simultaneously, Voldemort's figure vanished from sight. In the ensuing haze, a shadow slipped into Harry's forehead. Moments later, Dumbledore withdrew the protective barrier shielding the group, only to find Harry writhing on the ground in agony. What has happened to him? Draco stepped back, uncertainty etched on his face. Before he could finish speaking, the veins on Harry's face grotesquely bulged, taking on a ghastly gray hue. Sirius rushed forward, kneeling to embrace his godson. Harry, you've lost, old man. Harry's eyes rolled back, casting a horrid glare at Dumbledore behind him. Estelle narrowed her eyes at the scene, realizing that Voldemort's soul-sucking curse had evolved to merge with the very essence of the soul. Listen, Harry, you are not like this. You are not that person, Dumbledore implored, watching in dread as Harry twisted on the floor like a serpent. All held their breath as they focused on Sirius, Harry, and Dumbledore. Harry convulsed, his gaze sweeping over Hermione, Estelle, Ginny, and even Draco. The young Malfoy shivered involuntarily. You are the coward. You will never understand love and friendship. I genuinely pity you," he whispered. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from Harry's body, transforming into the visage of Voldemort. The Dark Lord glared furiously at the gasping Harry, but his attention shifted momentarily to the glimmering platinum figure. The Malfoy boy. Estelle sensed Voldemort's penetrating gaze, her brow furrowing as she glanced back. "Oh, I have discovered your weakness, Belling," Voldemort casually remarked. Before he could utter another word, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from behind. Fudge, accompanied by a cadre of Aurors, arrived just in time to witness Voldemort vanish beneath their very eyes. The Minister of Magic stood frozen, shock written all over his face. The front page of the Prophet has been dominated for an entire week by headlines concerning the enigmatic return of a mysterious individual. Interspersed within these reports are updates on Umbridge's suspension amidst investigations, Dumbledore's reinstatement, and news regarding the Pure Blood Alliance. Perhaps it is the astounding revelation of the Dark Lord's resurrection that has captivated the attention of wizards, resulting in the Pure Blood Alliance receiving scant scrutiny. Most view it merely as an intricate web of connections among pure blood families, akin to ordinary business collaborations. Thus, Ethel, unburdened by public sentiment, has finally enjoyed a leisurely summer. Conversely, Draco has found himself unexpectedly occupied. His study is buried beneath a heavy tome of spells and forbidden charms, nearly engulfing him entirely. Despite his already exceptional prowess in magic among his peers, he is not content to rest on his laurels. The Malfoys and Ethel are acutely aware of the reason behind his fervor. "Dahlia, I shall not become your weakness," he murmurs softly, gazing at the serene visage of the girl slumbering in his arms. His ambitions are grand. He aims to stand beside her at the summit of success, to be the armor that shields her from all adversity. Chapter 128, The Polished Rogue. The actions of the Death Eaters have grown increasingly audacious. They have repeatedly infiltrated the Muggle world, sowing chaos and even orchestrating bombings around the bridges over the Thames. The ominous dark mark hovering over London has instilled fear in countless hearts. In response, Fudge has attended several clandestine meetings with leaders from the Muggle realm. On the Hogwarts Express, many wizards discuss matters of taking a leave of absence. In the Slytherin compartment, Draco, Ethel, and Blaise sit together, though an odd tension hangs between Blaise and Daphne, as neither dares to meet the other's gaze, suggesting a recent quarrel. "Really, Draco?" Blaise drawls, casting a languid glance at the man across from him. "Are you seriously attending to paperwork at a time like this? I recall Ethel doing just that last semester." Draco, without diverting his gaze, inscribes his name at the bottom corner of the document. Lifting his eyes to Blaise, his grip on the paper remains firm. Ever since Voldemort uttered those words, the diligent Draco has embarked on an unrelenting journey of spell study, seizing any available moments to review pressing documents. In contrast, Ethel, aided by Agent Leanburster, finds herself considerably more at ease. "What's so surprising about that? You two have taken over part of your mother's enterprises," Draco replies coolly. Blaise scoffs. "Don't remind me. This summer has been exhausting with all the social obligations, especially that banquet a few days ago." His voice falters abruptly as he notices Daphne sitting rigidly beside him, her expression impassive. He lowers his gaze, choosing not to continue. Draco's eyes sweep over the peculiar couple before he adjusts his slightly tight tie and prepares to turn the page of the document, only to sense a burning gaze directed at him from beside him. Ethel, believing herself to be inconspicuous, slyly gazes at the collarbone revealed beneath Draco's suit, her eyes gradually ascending. The prominent Adam's apple on his pale, elongated neck signifies his maturity as a man. His lips, usually pressed thin when he is serious, are now slightly parted. Perched upon his straight nose are delicate gold-rimmed glasses, which he has recently taken to wearing while handling documents. These enchanted spectacles, designed to enhance efficiency, lend an air of cultured rogue to his otherwise fair and handsome visage. Ethel finds herself quite enamored with this aspect of him, hence her frequent glances today. To her surprise, as her gaze travels higher, it meets his own pair of half-smiling, light gray eyes. Noticing his raised brow, Ethel defiantly returns his stare, as if to say, "What's the matter? Is it forbidden to look?" Draco suppresses a smile, redirecting his focus back to the document in hand. The sound of pages turning coincides with the mischievous thoughts brewing within Ethel. "Here," Ethel exclaims, pinching a bear-shaped cake between her fingers and cheerfully presenting it to Draco's lips. He, engrossed in drawing a line across a lengthy passage on the document with his quill, instinctively opens his mouth. The sweet, soft confection melts in his mouth, but it appears to be slightly oversized, causing Draco's tongue to inadvertently brush against the girl's glistening fingertip. She seems oblivious to this fleeting contact, pulling away almost immediately. Draco squints slightly, leisurely observing the seemingly innocent little cat. It is only when Ethel reclines against his legs, feigning boredom as she begins to measure his waist with her hand, that Draco becomes convinced of her intentional mischief. With a whistle, the Hogwarts Express gradually approaches its destination, and some students have already risen to make their way to the door. It's time to disembark, Draco, Ethel, Daphne announces. Upon hearing this, Ethel, having played enough, begins to sit up, but before she can move, Draco presses her down, his long fingers tangling in her silky silver hair, gently tousling it. You two go ahead. We shall follow shortly, he replies, his gaze as calm as before behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Daphne, indifferent, nods in agreement, and, with a murmured affirmation, gathers her belongings and departs, not sparing a glance for the trailing blaze. As the noise gradually recedes, the compartment soon contains only Draco and Ethel. Draco, we. Ethel begins, but her words are abruptly interrupted as all the curtains in the compartment fall in unison, resting her head on his lap. The dim light makes it difficult to discern the expression behind his glasses. Aren't we getting off? She inquires softly. Draco smirks, leaning down closer to her, his lips hovering near hers like a flower awaiting pollination. Why the haste? It is clear that Dahlia yearns for something entirely different, he whispers, his breath warm against her. His cool tongue slips into her mouth, greedily seeking to devour all that belongs to her. In the tranquil space, an air of intimacy envelopes them, allowing certain tensions to flourish unabated. The ever-caring Malfoy, adept at looking after his sister, is considerate enough not to leave any marks upon her exposed neck. However, faint red blemishes quietly spread across the soft snow of her skin. Ethel's awareness begins to blur, and as she gazes up, she notices her clothing in disarray while he remains impeccably attired, his gold-rimmed glasses still perched neatly upon his nose, their icy touch sending shivers down her spine. What is the matter, Harry? Hermione asks, puzzled, as Harry suddenly halts in his tracks. He stares intently at the Slytherin compartment, now obscured by drawn curtains, his brow furrowed. Still pondering about Pansy? She seems to have left, Ron remarks. Following his gaze, they observe Pansy emerging with her head bowed. Her demeanor appears less than cheerful. Upon meeting their gazes, she scoffs and turns away, even without knowing what she was up to at Borgin and Burke's. I can firmly believe she is a bona fide Death Eater, Ron mutters. Her father, Hector Parkinson, serves Voldemort, so naturally. Keep a close eye on her. Harry interjects, his gaze deepening. I have an unsettling feeling about that cabinet. Ron and Hermione exchange solemn glances, their expressions grave as they nod in agreement. In the grand hall, 4 elongated tables were set, adorned with gleaming cutlery that sparkled under the flickering light of floating candles, reminiscent of days gone by. A new face occupied one of the faculty seats. Draco let out a slight scoff and leaned towards a stair, muttering, "This must be yet another societal misfit that Dumbledore has dredged up to serve as our new defense against the dark arts professor for the term." Chapter 129, The Transfer Gift. What has happened to Dumbledore's right hand? Estelle, her ears still tinged with a faint blush, had not directed her attention towards the newly appointed professor. How old could he be? Around 150 years, perhaps? She was not alone in her observations. Whispers regarding Dumbledore's lifeless, blackened hands swept through the hall. Yet, the esteemed Dumbledore merely smiled, elegantly concealing his injury with a violet and gold sleeve, perfectly interrupting their chatter. There is nothing to be concerned about, he said cheerfully. Welcome to Hogwarts. That looks like a dead man's hand, Draco remarked, fixating on the elderly headmaster. Estelle nodded. Some wounds were indeed beyond healing, and certain ancient curses left no escape routes for anyone. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested that I announce a decree applicable to all, the prohibition of any prank items purchased from a shop called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. As soon as the words left his lips, a wave of excitement erupted from the students below, animatedly discussing the wonders they had witnessed in Diagon Alley over the summer. Completely disregarding the new decree, Filch's countenance darkened further. He suddenly felt that the restrictions he had previously requested from Dumbledore seemed to have never been genuinely observed. We are delighted to welcome a new faculty member this year, Professor Slughorn. The new face stood up, his bald head reflecting the candlelight. He is an old colleague of mine and has graciously agreed to resume his former position as potions master. No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than the term potions echoed through the hall, leaving many questioning whether they had misheard. Meanwhile, Dumbledore raised his voice, declaring, Professor Snape will take on the role of defense against the dark arts instructor this year. No, Harry exclaimed, provoking many heads to turn in his direction. However, he remained indifferent, glaring furiously at the staff table. In contrast, Draco was nearly jumping for joy, exclaiming loudly about the heavens finally shining upon him. Dahlia, the Godfather has finally taken over defense against the dark arts. Draco and the other Slytherins applauded vigorously, and upon seeing the languid response from Snape, who merely raised a hand in acknowledgement, Draco's grin widened. Estelle, too, clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Despite the prevalent belief that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed, she felt joy for her old headmaster seeing him finally stand before the class. She firmly believed that Snape would break this so-called curse. Now, as everyone in the hall was acutely aware, Voldemort's power was on the rise. Once Dumbledore ensured the hall had quieted, he continued, "Thus, we are implementing updated and more robust protective measures. Aurors will guard this school, and magical barriers have been reinforced throughout the summer. Should you notice anything peculiar or suspicious within or outside the castle, please report it to any faculty member. However, I know your primary concern is to rest well for tomorrow's classes. So good night and farewell." With the benches scraping noisily against the floor, hundreds of students began to file out. Draco and Estelle fulfilled their duties as prefects, escorting the new Slytherins back to their common room. Throughout the journey, Draco appeared particularly exuberant, discussing at length with Estelle what gift to present to their godfather in celebration of his new position. Thus, the following day, as the defense against the dark arts class concluded, Snape found a carefully wrapped gift box adorned with a bow on his lectern. Attached was a warm yellow note. "To my dear godfather, Uncle Snape." Snape raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing towards the classroom entrance. The students exited, animatedly discussing the incantations they had just learned. Their platinum and silver heads nestled together as if the gift box that had suddenly appeared on the lectern bore no relation to them. Snape let out a soft snort and deftly untied the bow, opening the box. Inside lay a deep gray scarf and a vial filled 2/3 with a clear liquid. There was also an additional note. "Warm congratulations on your well-deserved position, Godfather. Winter is approaching, and I believe this scarf will keep you warm. Draco Malfoy." The essence of defense berries can withstand a lethal blow when consumed. Sourced from the dense woods of Belling Manor, it should serve this purpose well. Estelle Belling. Snape stared intently at the contents of the gift box. After a lengthy pause, the old professor placed the vial carefully into his pocket and remarked with a smirk, "If he still remembers that he is a wizard and knows how to wield a wand, he ought to be aware of a little spell called the Warming Charm." The next day, everyone at Hogwarts noticed Professor Snape parading about in a deep gray scarf. Draco's lips curled into a smile as he whispered, "I told you." The godfather wouldn't refuse. "Indeed, your brother's scarf knitting skills are improving," Estelle chuckled, revealing 2 dimples. Draco cleared his throat, adopting a posture of indifference. "Now, bring forth the scales." Everyone, Professor Slughorn's voice resonated in the empty potions classroom. Unlike the younger students, 6th-year students could only continue to choose subjects for in-depth study if they had passed their OWLs with sufficient grades. Aside from Draco, Estelle, and the Gryffindor trio, only 7 others had achieved such results, including Theodore, who performed well in this subject, and Daphne, who had inadvertently exceeded the required limits during last semester's lenient supervision by Umbridge. "I have prepared some potions for you to observe." Slughorn puffed out his already rotund chest, the buttons on his waistcoat appearing perilously close to bursting. "Can anyone tell me what this is?" He pointed to the cauldron closest to the Slytherin table, where the liquid bubbled like pure water. Hermione swiftly raised her hand before anyone else could, and Slughorn gestured towards her. "It is the Truth Serum, Polyjuice Potion, and Amortentia." "Professor," Hermione proclaimed loudly. "Excellent," Slughorn exclaimed, seemingly quite impressed by Hermione. "Then do you know what effect the last potion has?" "It is the most effective love potion in existence. It possesses a unique mother-of-pearl sheen and spiraling vapors," Hermione replied in a rapid-fire manner, adding, "Moreover, everyone perceives its aroma differently." Chapter 130, Amortentia. This relates to what attracts us. I can detect the scent of freshly cut grass, new parchment, and... Before she could finish, a blush crept across Hermione's cheeks. Slughorn, entirely oblivious to her embarrassment, inquired about her name. "What scent do you perceive?" Draco turned to Estelle. "Green apple, fresh leaves, cedar, and vanilla," Estelle replied, her nostrils flaring slightly, a curious tingling sensation causing her cheeks to flush. "And you?" Draco glanced at Slughorn, who was waving his hand to award Gryffindor an additional 20 points, and softly remarked, "An overwhelming fragrance of roses, dear." Estelle's mouth fell slightly open as she belatedly processed his words, her ears also taking on a rosy hue. Of course, the love potion could not conjure genuine affection. It was impossible to fabricate or replicate true love. It merely incited a potent obsession and delusion. Slughorn paused in his speech. "Yet for those who are deeply in love, consuming the love potion is akin to drinking water." Estelle tilted her head in confusion. "All right, for the remainder of the time, you will work in pairs to concoct a proper potion of life and death. This vial of Felix Felicis will be awarded to the group that performs best," Slughorn announced. Felix Felicis, a high-level potion that guarantees 2 hours of good fortune. While it could not be overconsumed, it provided a 100% boost of luck to the drinker. Whether for exams, sports events, or elections, Estelle and Draco had heard of this potion back in Spider Alley. Hence, it was not the Felix Felicis that attracted them, but rather the love potion simmering in the cauldron beside them. Despite Slughorn's assertion that the potion would have no effect on those who genuinely love each other, Draco remained profoundly intrigued. After successfully crafting a flawless potion of life and death, winning 20 points and the Felix Felicis for Slytherin under the astonished gaze of the new potions professor, Draco discreetly seized the vial of love potion when Slughorn's attention waned. Hermione shot him an inquisitive glance. Yes, just like that. Stir it gently. Slughorn stood beside Harry, admiring his potion making, entirely oblivious to the sudden ringing of the class bell. Would you like to try it, dear? He asked. Behind him, Draco lowered his voice and inquired, Shall we, Estelle? The eager young Malfoy was quite keen on engaging in this act that would testify to the unbreakable bond between him and Estelle. Estelle, ever compliant, nodded slightly. All right. With great enthusiasm, Draco took the potion vial, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and swiftly administered half to Estelle. He then pressed the remaining potion into her hand and drank the rest himself. It had no taste. Draco felt as though he were sipping plain water. After swallowing, he quickly turned to Estelle, who wore a similar expression of neutrality. No flavor. Estelle shook her head. Draco's lips curled into a smirk as he muttered, Indeed. Estelle, Draco. Shall we return to the common room? Daphne asked while tidying her desk. Sure, Estelle replied. Daphne casually extended the invitation to Theodore, but as usual, he declined, claiming he needed to head to the library. As they made their way back to the Slytherin common room, Daphne finally broached the subject of her relationship with Blaise. The two girls walked side by side, while the gentlemanly young Malfoy lagged a step behind, carrying a bag filled with books. So, did you argue because you saw Blaise flirting with another woman at that party? Estelle cautiously inquired. Daphne's expression turned pitiful. Not just that. He even drank the wine that woman offered him. 3 whole glasses. For other business partners, he would only sip or drink half a glass. She looked more beautiful than me and was quite capable, while I was merely there as Blaise's partner. Estelle pondered a moment before saying, It may not necessarily be flirting. What else could it be? Daphne's eyes brimmed with tears. Estelle's expression was somewhat peculiar. Blaise's gaze seemed indiscriminate. What was his reaction after you expressed your discontent? Daphne lowered her eyes and murmured, He was surprised and tried to comfort me, but I just felt. It dawned on Estelle that Blaise's underlying anxiety these past few days was not feigned. She had observed several instances where Blaise attempted to approach her, only to be evaded by Daphne. Perhaps you are simply too anxious, my dear. Estelle gently shook Daphne's hand. Blaise will eventually take on the role of head of the family, attending various social gatherings and parties, and you will encounter more business partners in your view. I believe it is better to fortify yourself, don armor, and grow stronger and more confident rather than remain unhappy about this. Daphne Greengrass was indeed remarkable. But if she could be even more so, it may very well be Blaise who becomes apprehensive. Daphne lifted her slightly flushed gaze, lost in the depths of his misty blue eyes. Well, if it were Estelle, it would indeed seem like Draco might be the more anxious one. Unbeknownst to the unfolding events, Draco suddenly caught Daphne's tear-filled gaze, sending chills down his spine. What are you looking at? I understand now, Estelle. Thank you, Daphne said shyly. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the Slytherin common room. Estelle smiled. What is there to thank? Look, isn't Blaise right over there? Hurry. Her voice abruptly halted. Daphne looked over in confusion, asking, Estelle, what's wrong? Estelle stared at Draco beside her, her speech slowing as she said, Aren't you going to find Blaise? Anyway, thank you for today, Daphne replied with a smile. With that, she took a deep breath, accepted the bag from Draco, and resolutely approached Blaise, who looked at her with bright eyes. The couple, who had been quarreling for several days, seemed to cling to each other like newlyweds. Yet, none of this concerned Draco. His gaze swiftly darted across Estelle's flushed cheeks and neck, causing his heart to skip a beat. It was not even the season for skin hunger to set in. Could it be the love potion? Perhaps the stipulation that the potion would not work on those truly in love was ineffective for someone with Estelle's unique constitution? Recalling how Estelle had experienced a delayed reaction to the animagus potion, Draco felt increasingly certain of his suspicions. A wave of guilt washed over him, and without further ado, he wrapped his arm around Estelle's waist and led her toward the dormitory. Where to, Daddy? Estelle mumbled. Draco inhaled sharply. Chapter 131, The Anatomy of Animagus. Shoo, Estelle. Don't say such things. Draco swiftly covered Estelle's mouth. The others in the common room seemed oblivious to anything amiss, but he felt his ears redden. Just as Draco continued to carry her forward, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Draco, Estelle, how's the new potions professor? Goyle beamed as he stood up to ask. Crabbe beside him also looked over eagerly. No wonder these two could get along so well. Draco shot them a glare, his words rushing out. Instead of that, You should concern yourselves with your family business rather than being unable to comprehend even the financial statements. I assume you'll manage to understand the concepts of financing balances and asset allocation this semester. Goyle and Crabbe simultaneously drooped their heads. Under the dual influence of the thirst for skin and the potion of infatuation, Estelle's complexion blushed deeper than ever before. After Draco gently placed her onto the bed, he hurried to the cabinet to retrieve 2 vials containing the suppressant. Severus had once advised that if symptoms worsened, one could appropriately increase the dosage. Thus, Draco acted swiftly, pouring a dose and a half into a cup before administering it to Estelle. She complied obediently, gulping down the entire contents of the cup as Draco guided it to her lips. However, her enchanting gaze remained fixed upon him, causing Draco to feel somewhat uneasy. You're breaking the rules, Della. His warm palm gently covered her eyes, her thick lashes fluttering like delicate brushes, igniting a tingling sensation in his hand. Estelle languidly remarked, I can't see. The playful lilt in her voice seemed to carry an enticing hook. Draco chuckled softly, leaning down to press his forehead against hers. In her childhood, Della would often whine in a similar manner, and she had not changed as she grew older. Perhaps he had indeed nurtured his little Rose quite well. Draco lifted her flushed face, placing soft kisses on her forehead and the tip of her nose, finally lingering on her tender lips. His movements were cautious, his gaze filled with adoration. Estelle murmured indistinctly, squirming uncomfortably. What is it? Draco's eyes fluttered open, slightly narrowed as he observed her. Estelle frowned slightly, scratching her head absent-mindedly, mumbling, It feels a bit itchy here. Draco cast a puzzled glance at her little head, about to speak when suddenly he froze. Incredulity washing over him as he beheld 2 familiar misty blue cat ears sprouting from her head, soft and bouncy, quivering in greeting. As if struck by a sudden realization, Draco's gaze shifted downward, and indeed, a furry tail had emerged from beneath her. The discomfort compelled the slightly dazed Della to shift her body, causing the tail to sway gently in front of Draco. Della. Draco heard his voice come out hoarse. He never anticipated encountering Estelle's animagus form under such circumstances. It feels strange. Estelle's arms draped around Draco's neck, her words a jumbled mess. They've come out. I want to see. I don't understand what's happening. See what? The man's tone was laced with a hint of coaxing. Estelle buried her small face in the fragrant crook of his neck, as if inspired by his words. The mirror. I can look in the mirror. The sudden sensation of being lifted made her gasp. Draco cradled the seemingly incoherent Estelle in one arm and strode into the bathroom, turning her around to face the mirror. In the reflection, Draco's chest pressed against the girl's back as he watched her ears, now flushed with warmth, and a mischievous smile curled at his lips. Look, he murmured, these are little cat ears. His fingertips lightly brushed the soft tips of her cat ears, making them tremble for a brief moment. Estelle stared at the scene, seemingly striving to comprehend the meaning behind his words. This is a little cat tail. Draco's gaze shifted downward, his palm suddenly grasping the fluffy base of the tail. His heart momentarily halted. Would you like to see how Della grew such an adorable tail? He asked softly. Estelle gazed at the 2 of them in the mirror, slowly nodding her head. Once granted permission, his dexterous fingers began to ascend. The secrets concealed beneath the fluff began to unravel. Breathing quickened. The following morning, the cat ears and tail had vanished. Estelle donned her nightgown, smelling delightful. Likely thanks to Draco's efforts. He always ensured she was freshly washed, applied with soothing lotion, and dressed in her night attire, exhibiting a level of care akin to that of a well-trained Malfoy house elf. Although Draco longed to see Estelle in her feline form once more, he resolutely abandoned any thoughts of the infatuation potion for the sake of her well-being, expressing his apologies for his thoughtlessness. The latter's cheeks flushed, forgiving him with a tender smile. One must admit, Professor Horace Slughorn indeed possessed considerable skill in potion-making. Yet, to Draco, he resembled a mere replica of Dumbledore. In just 2 months, Gryffindor had amassed an impressive 150 points due to Harry's outstanding performance in potions class. It seemed that the savior had suddenly discovered the secret to mastering potion knowledge, which also drew Estelle's attention to the notebook he frequently held close. Familiar, isn't it? Your godfather's notes? Draco raised an eyebrow. Yes, Estelle nodded. It looks quite similar. The 3 broomsticks was not overly crowded that day, allowing Draco to spot the Gryffindor trio enjoying their butterbeer from a distance. Slughorn was nearby, squinting and smiling as he engaged them in conversation. Surely, it can't be a gift from your godfather, Draco scoffed. I'll definitely bring this up with him when I have the chance. If that scarred fool took it without permission. Then, Malfoy, belling. Before Draco could finish his thought, Slughorn's voice interrupted. The rotund professor seemed to have operated in an instant, appearing at their table with a wide grin. Ah, Professor, is there something you need? Draco asked, perplexed. Slughorn beamed, explaining. I was wondering if you two might be interested in joining my slug club. Many of my outstanding students are members, and I believe you both would be a fantastic addition. Recalling the 100 points Slytherin had accrued in potions class, Draco politely tugged at the corners of his mouth, smoothly declining Slughorn's invitation. The Malfoys and Belling had already secured their place at the pinnacle of the wizarding social scene. They had no need to expand their connections in such a manner. Slughorn appeared somewhat taken aback by their refusal, but made no further attempts to persuade them. Exchanging a few pleasantries before turning to leave, Draco chose to redirect his attention to Estelle, who was dutifully sipping her lemonade, and remarked with a smirk, "Not having butterbeer today?" As soon as he spoke, Estelle's mind conjured memories of her first awkward experience with alcohol. Her cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "I just don't feel like having any today, and what about you? I still don't know how well you can hold your liquor. Perhaps you can't handle it better than I can." Draco nodded solemnly. "I'm merely waiting for Della's coming-of-age ceremony." Estelle paused, her eyes widening. December 20th of this year marked not only her 15th birthday, but also the day she would celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony at Belling Manor. Time truly flew by, and she was on the cusp of stepping into the next chapter of her life. "So, your coming-of-age ceremony truly isn't being held at Malfoy Manor?" Draco inquired. "My parents will take care of it." Last year, his coming-of-age ceremony had been grandly orchestrated by Lucius and Narcissa, with the dashing young Malfoy dominating the front page of the Daily Prophet for 3 consecutive days. Estelle nodded, suddenly recalling the letter she had received the previous night. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Rest assured, everything has already been arranged. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to either me or my father, Della." Draco was left pondering who she was referring to, as he mentally sifted through all the suspicious individuals without arriving at any conclusion. "Very well," Estelle smiled. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the dining hall. Estelle and Draco exchanged glances. Having finished their meal, they rose and followed the throng out the door. The crowd converged in one direction, the focal point being a girl in a red dress lying motionless on the ground. Beside her lay a beautifully crafted antique necklace. The first to discover her were Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who stood helplessly to the side. Why is it always them when something goes awry? Draco thought, his lips twitching, further solidifying his resolve to keep Della away from the trio. Estelle turned her gaze towards a figure disappearing around the corner and murmured, "Parkinson?" Following her line of sight. Draco furrowed his brow. Since their alliance had gained momentum and he was appointed head boy, Draco and Estelle had left the Quidditch team, affording them no opportunity to face Gryffindor's new keeper, Ron Weasley, on the field. In the match against Slytherin, Ron had exhibited exceptional talent. The loss of 2 formidable players left the Slytherin team defeated by Gryffindor. Ron garnered a legion of fans, and for days, the dining table was rife with discussions about Weasley. His girlfriend, Lavender, was upset after being provoked by one of Ron's admirers, and the relationship teetered on the brink. This displeased Draco for quite a while, prompting him to carve out time to provide extra training for Slytherin's Seeker. Yet recently, his focus had shifted away from the rather astute Seeker, as he was reminded, "Draco, do you need Coco to bring your meal to the cloakroom?" Narcissa's tone was laced with teasing as she leaned against the cloakroom door, observing her son, who had spent the afternoon trying on clothes. After Dobby's departure, Coco had taken over the Malfoy household's meals. "Is it time for dinner?" Draco asked, momentarily distracted as he carelessly tossed aside a gray suit jacket. Narcissa shrugged, slowly approaching, her gaze sweeping over her son's furrowed brow before drifting to the wardrobe beside him. She raised an eyebrow and pointed to a simple, elegant black suit. Narcissa personally helped Draco into the jacket and, looking up with a smile, said, "Even I know Della prefers you dressed this way. Is it necessary to deliberate for so long?" Draco stammered, "I want to appear more compatible with her." Hogwarts would commence its Christmas holiday on December 18th this year, marking the first time Estelle and Draco would return to their respective homes during this season. Although Estelle had invited only the Malfoy couple and a few familiar friends to her coming-of-age ceremony, it was clear she intended to return to Belling Manor to prepare thoroughly. As Della's boyfriend and dance partner, Draco felt an unavoidable tension. Narcissa smiled as she unfastened the first button of his shirt, adjusting the collar, and gazed at her son, now significantly taller than herself, saying, "My little dragon has grown up." "Mother, please don't call me little dragon," Draco mumbled, now a grown man. Narcissa nodded dismissively, patting his shoulder. "Very well, Draco. Time flies. Both of you are now adults. I remember when Della first came to Malfoy Manor, a tiny, soft little bundle. Although Lucius and I still sometimes view you both as children, Draco, I hope you realize you must gradually assume the responsibilities of a man." Narcissa gazed tenderly at her son. "Perhaps you and Della will face more complex challenges than our generation, so you must." Before she could finish, Draco interjected with a smile. "Cherish her, protect her, ensure she remains unharmed, and allow her to become the person she wishes to be." Just like how Dad treats you," he added. Narcissa's expression softened, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. She had grown up alongside Lucius. She held no interest in the trappings of fame, desiring only to be a carefree lady, and he succeeded in ensuring she was shielded from all burdens, her hands never sullied by toil. Not even Voldemort's dark mark had tainted Narcissa in the slightest. Later, when Draco was born, it was Lucius who resolved the troubles encountered by him and Estelle at Hogwarts. Not once did he command the children to reflect upon their misdeeds. Rather, he effortlessly wielded his privilege to ensure their path was smooth. Both she and her children were well loved by him. Chapter 133, Coming of Age Ceremony. Beneath the warm winter sun, the gates of Belling Manor slowly creaked open. The ancient wooden structure appeared even more dignified and refined under the passage of time. Melodious and profound harmonies resonated as a fountain sparkled with crystalline light in the evening glow, droplets gracefully leaping from the tip of the sculpture into the pond below, producing a delightful tinkling sound. Beside the fountain stood a colossal statue of a wizard, silently observing the guests entering the manor, its gaze profound. The grass flanking the pathway had been meticulously tended, transforming the once unkempt surroundings into a picture of elegance. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the entrance. Harry and Ron, barely having time to glance at the invitation in their hands, etched with what appeared to be spatial runes, found themselves frozen in awe at the scene before them. "Merlin, I had no idea such beauty existed in the world," Ron murmured. "That's George and Fred. Cedric and Cho are here too, and I can see Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor Flitwick," Harry exclaimed excitedly. Following his gaze, it was clear that many more had gathered than those he had mentioned. Among them were Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin, Neville from Gryffindor, Isabella from Hufflepuff, Luna from Ravenclaw, and several unfamiliar faces that appeared to be older, likely partners of Belling. Estelle considered herself a paradox. Although she had few genuine friends, she was well-liked and enjoyed lively company. Thus, her guest list was easily established. Besides business partners represented by Ellen Burst and a few Ministry of Magic employees discreetly assisting the Alliance, almost everyone else hailed from Hogwarts. "Hey, what a coincidence!" Hermione's voice rang out from behind. Harry and Ron turned to see her, arm in arm with a man, momentarily taken aback. He was tall and handsome, with deep-set eyes, and Hermione appeared rather delicate beside him. "It's wonderful to see you again," Krum nodded at the two. Harry looked at him, astonished. Before directing his gaze back to Hermione, his tone brimming with delight. "What is going on?" Hermione shyly bit her lip, explaining. Krum settled in the UK after graduation and happened to be on holiday, so Della sent him an invitation. Ron's mouth fell open, clearly stunned by the revelation. Shortly thereafter, Hermione dropped a bombshell that left Harry equally speechless. "We plan to get engaged next spring." "What?" Harry raised his voice, catching the attention of several guests conversing on the lawn of the estate not far away. Many acquaintances greeted them with smiles, and the somewhat awkward Neville nearly jumped upon spotting them. The four of them wasted no time and stepped inside. "Well, Autumn and I plan to get engaged after graduation. Once we've settled into our jobs. It seems we will witness your happiness with Estelle even sooner," Cedric remarked with a smile. Draco stood opposite him, gently swirling the champagne in his flute, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "That should indeed be the case. I shall send you an invitation when the time comes." "Very well," Cedric replied, exchanging a tender glance with Autumn in his arms. Estelle entrusted the task of hosting the guests before the ceremony to the Malfoy family. Lucius was standing among a group of businessmen, engaging them in conversation, while Narcissa was surrounded by many female guests, leaving Draco in charge of the Hogwarts teachers and students. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the trio from Gryffindor, accompanied by the additional guest Krum, who was animatedly questioning Hermione about something, causing Draco to furrow his brow in disapproval. He strode forward in his polished leather shoes, followed by a house elf carrying a wooden tray filled with champagne and fresh orange juice, making their way toward Harry and the others. "Welcome," Draco announced, coming to a halt in front of them, his tone cool and languid, gesturing for the house elf to serve them drinks. "Thank you," Hermione replied softly as she accepted the orange juice. Krum extended his arm to shake hands with Draco. "I heard from Della that you two are also getting engaged next spring?" Draco didn't spare a glance for Harry or Ron, although he still maintained his aloof demeanor. Harry felt that the battle at the Department of Mysteries had significantly bridged the gap between him and Draco. At least Draco wasn't malicious, Harry occasionally thought. "Indeed," Krum said, a slight smile playing on his lips. "In England." Draco nodded, lightly clinking glasses with Krum. "Wait, what?" Harry's voice involuntarily rose. Draco shot him a look, frowning. "What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that, Potter? I assume you are aware that it is basic etiquette not to raise your voice at someone else's coming-of-age ceremony." Harry's words caught in his throat. "Draco." Lucius's voice diverted Draco's attention. The platinum-haired gentleman cast a cool glance at Harry's group, tilting his head slightly to indicate that Draco should not waste any more time. Understood, Father, Draco replied, visibly shifting to a more composed expression as he approached Professors Trelawney and Sprout, who had just arrived together. His posture was impeccably straight. Sometimes, I truly wonder if Malfoy has enchanted Estelle, Ron remarked, his expression one of bemusement, as it seemed only she found Draco's haughty demeanor charming. Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement. That's quite an astute observation. Trelawney and Sprout were the last to arrive. And before Draco could exchange pleasantries with these somewhat nervous professors, a cacophony of astonished gasps erupted from behind them. Absolutely stunning. Draco adeptly extracted that word from the collective admiration and turned abruptly to see. Cascading silver curls framed a slender neck adorned with a teardrop-shaped blue diamond necklace, radiating a clear and vibrant oceanic hue. It was a coming-of-age gift from Draco to Estelle, clad in an off-shoulder, high-slit black evening gown. The girl's skin appeared as flawless as snow. Under the mingling hues of twilight and the venue's bright luminescence, her exquisite figure was unmistakably revealed, mysterious and regal. She seemed beyond the reach of any grandiloquent description. Estelle smiled as she approached the meticulously arranged lawn, the breathtaking beauty of the two figures behind her causing breaths to hitch. The man stood tall, his silver hair impeccably styled, while the woman exuded an icy allure with her misty blue hair and eyes, captivating all who beheld her. Mammon and Pegasus exchanged knowing smiles. They had emerged from the forest weeks prior and had quietly orchestrated this entire affair for Della. Besides the meticulously trimmed lawn adorned with invitation runes and the lighting arranged by the house elves of Belling Manor, a significant surprise awaited Estelle. Chapter 134, Love is Everlasting. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this coming-of-age celebration. Today marks a momentous occasion. Pegasus's deep and rich voice resonated, heralding dear Della's transition from youth to maturity. As a family who has witnessed Della's growth, I sincerely hope she will embark on her future with unwavering steps, becoming her true self. The applause erupted. Draco appeared exhilarated, completely casting aside his earlier musings about the two on stage. His light gray eyes were solely fixated on Estelle's figure. Tears glistened in his eyes, and he struggled to contain the overwhelming emotions that threatened to spill forth. Meanwhile, the sentimental Narcissa had already succumbed to tears in Lucius's embrace. Dumbledore glanced at Snape, who was rubbing his eyes beside him, teasingly saying, "Severus, I never anticipated you possessed such a softer side." "Just sand in my eyes," Snape retorted, quickly donning his former expression of calm indifference. "Oh, very well then." Dumbledore nodded, breezing past the topic. "So those two are indeed Estelle's parents? This is my first encounter with them." He looked over at the silver-haired man and the woman beside Estelle, who appeared to be engaged in conversation, his gaze penetrating. After the opening dance concluded, Draco posed the same question. "So, was that just now Pegasus and Mammon?" Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, Mammon Belling. What you usually see is her animagus form," Estelle replied with a smile. Draco's mouth fell open, leaving him momentarily speechless. This meant that the plump cat from his childhood had been an ancestor of the Bellings. If one calculated the timeline, Mammon must have lived for nearly 1,000 years. Just as a flurry of questions began to form in Draco's mind, the voice of Leon Burstead interrupted his thoughts. "Miss Belling, Mr. Malfoy," she said elegantly, standing before them with a wine glass in hand, accompanied by a square-faced middle-aged man. This blonde beauty was adept at handling the various affairs of the Alliance, and was now capable of representing the reclusive Estelle at important meetings. "This is Caleb from the Department of Magical Trade, responsible for coordinating our tax-related matters," Leanne introduced with a smile. "It is a pleasure to attend Miss Belling's coming-of-age ceremony." Caleb raised his glass. Estelle, having just finished the opening dance with Draco, noticed that the tray held only a few glasses of wine, causing her to pause. "I raise my glass to you, Mr. Caleb," she declared. Draco smoothly picked up a glass from the tray, smirking. "It is my honor, Miss Belling. Your tolerance for alcohol is rather impressive, isn't it? Have you secretly practiced in Hogsmeade before? I spend every day with you, dare?" In the ensuing moments, many approached to greet them. Estelle merely took some orange juice to appease the situation, while Draco downed glass after glass of liquor, attempting once more to earn praise from his little girlfriend through such means. However, it wasn't long before Mammon and Pegasus whisked Estelle away from a certain small dragon that had unfurled its wings. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Mammon suppressed a laugh and shot her a glance. Estelle, her gaze wandering, feigned ignorance of Mammon's words. "Enough now, Mammon, let us not tease this pair of lovebirds." Pegasus closed the door and approached, gently ruffling the girl's hair. "We summoned you because we have a gift to present." Estelle's eyes widened in surprise, yet she found no trace of a gift in the room. "Strictly speaking, it is a present for both you and Draco," Mammon added. Mysterious, what could it be? Her curiosity deepened. Pegaso smiled, extending his hand, from which a nearly transparent box gradually materialized. Inside, a silver droplet, the size of a thumb, floated silently. This is the culmination of our 2 years of seclusion, a revelation concerning the secret of immortality. Estelle gasped. Immortality? Although wizards enjoy lifespans several times that of humans, true immortality remains an elusive dream for them. Mammon had acquired this gift under Pegasus's singular blessing. Yet Estelle never anticipated that Pegasus's words from 2 years prior were not mere jest. Yes, it can only affect wizards of belling blood and their partners. Pegasus gazed at her gently. It is a type of horcrux. Long ago, wizards attempted to create horcruxes by dividing their souls and embedding them in objects in pursuit of eternal life, yet none truly succeeded. They invariably paid a price, such as losing their human form and emotions, or becoming grotesque abominations. However, the one I possess, infused with my power, bears no side effects. It merely requires a drop of your respective blood. But there is one caveat. Estelle stared at him, entranced. Pegasus continued. Only pure love can sustain its efficacy. In other words, you two become each other's horcruxes. As long as your love endures, true immortality can be achieved. Mammon's lips curled in a subtle smile. Consider this carefully. Dare. Estelle met her gaze, encountering the gentle and serene looks of Pegasus and Mammon. For the first time in a century, the guest rooms of Belling Manor had opened their doors to outsiders. The festivities continued until deep into the night, the cacophony gradually fading away. Blaise and Theodore supported the inebriated Draco on either side, unceremoniously depositing him onto the bed before them. He murmured softly, brow furrowed, rolling over. Just how much did he drink? Estelle stood aghast nearby. After stowing away Mammon and Pegasus's gift, Estelle found herself surrounded by a gaggle of girls, laughing and chatting. Oblivious to the extent of Draco's inebriation, Blaise wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead. I have no idea. Theodore had the house elf prepare an antidote. It should be arriving shortly. Estelle cast a surprised glance at Theodore, whose expression remained calm. Thank you. No need to mention it, Theodore shrugged. We'll head to the guest room now. You should rest early as well. Very well. Chapter 135, Awakening and Intoxication. After consuming the antidote, Draco's condition improved slightly. Yet the potion had not fully taken effect, leaving him still somewhat dazed. His normally pale cheeks bore a persistent flush, and the mingled scent of green apple and champagne was oddly delightful. Once the door was securely shut, Estelle leaned against her forehead, observing the dazed Draco on the bed, murmuring as she removed his suit jacket. You really shouldn't pretend to be tough when your tolerance is so low. Dare? Draco seemed to catch her words, half opening his eyes. Where am I? Estelle burst into laughter. Draco, I assume drinking 1 tea caused amnesia. We're in Belling Manor, my bedroom, you dolt. Draco nodded slowly, his nose twitching slightly before he furrowed his brow again. He propped himself up with one hand, then staggered toward the bathroom. Draco. Estelle quickly rose to assist him. Fearing he might fall, Draco struggled to quell his discomfort. I want to take a shower. You're drunk. What if? It's fine, Dare. Draco's eyelashes fluttered lightly, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to take flight. Otherwise, sleeping would be quite uncomfortable. Or do you wish to assist me? He smirked, his gaze fixed intently on his lovely girlfriend. The crisp scent of alcohol appeared to amplify his mischievous demeanor. Estelle felt her ears flush. Draco chuckled softly, ruffling her hair before turning toward the bathroom. The sound of running water soon followed. He seemed to be recovering somewhat. Estelle glanced helplessly at the misty glass door before rummaging through the wardrobe for 2 matching sets of pajamas. In recent years, Draco had frequently visited Belling Manor, prompting the house elf, Buddy, to always keep pajamas ready for him. In winter, the entire manor was enveloped in warmth-enhancing charms, making their pajamas as light as those for summer. However, just as Estelle finished changing into her top, an unexpected noise erupted from the bathroom. Thud. Estelle's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, she cast a nonverbal spell to open the bathroom door. Draco lay on the floor, wrapped in a towel, rubbing his head in discomfort, groaning softly. The floor was too slippery. Having not fully sobered up, he had slipped. Estelle anxiously grasped Draco's hand, attempting to pull him up. To her surprise, a sudden force tugged her forward, and she cried out, losing her balance and falling onto the man. Water droplets that hadn't been entirely wiped away clung to his chest, dampening her pajamas to a deeper hue. I've been tricked, he murmured, squinting at her face. Mere inches from his own, Estelle instinctively covered Draco's eyes, realizing he was attempting to salvage his dignity. His shoulders quivered slightly, as if he stifled a laugh. Get up. The floor is cold. Estelle poked his firm chest, insisting. If you're drunk, you need to rest properly. You mustn't disobey. Draco pouted, looking pitiful. I'm not drunk. All right. All right, I knew you would say that. Estelle finally seized the opportunity to tease him, her eyes sparkling as she chattered on. How many drinks did you have? I should have asked Blaise and the others to keep an eye on you. You mustn't do this again. Before Estelle could finish her sentence, Draco's handsome face suddenly loomed closer. He sat up, leaning against the cool tiles, firmly wrapping his hand around her delicate waist, physically silencing her incessant chatter with his lips. Entwined, intertwined, tasting. When their lips parted, a tantalizing thread lingered between them. I told you, I'm not drunk. Draco's voice was low and husky, his gaze leisurely sweeping across her dazed eyes, which were now clearer. Astoria breathed softly, her vision hazy. She felt as though her forehead burned hotter than Draco's. He lifted her effortlessly, standing up and twisting the showerhead above them, sending droplets cascading around. His touch was gentle, attending to every inch of her skin, kindly sparing her the need to wash up afterward. Only when the faint scent of rose lotion clung to his skin did they exit the bathroom. Perhaps having soaked in the water for too long had caused his long, pale fingers to wrinkle. It was with these very hands that he entwined his fingers with Astoria's, capturing her 10 delicate digits. In the dim light, their consciousness was hazy. Breaths quickened. Can you tell me, Astoria? The heat radiating from his proximity painted her skin a delicate shade of crimson. Astoria bit her lower lip, her watery eyes fixating on his handsome face, and murmured a barely audible response. This tiny sound shattered the last remnants of Draco's restraint. His fingers delved into his cool hair, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged like a tidal wave. Amidst the rising tide, a tempest roared, and she called out his name with a quavering voice, only to be met with an even fiercer onslaught. The flickering wall sconces could not illuminate the fervent flames of their entangled passion. The Christmas holidays slipped by swiftly amidst idyllic companionship. Upon returning to Hogwarts, anyone could discern the air of triumph surrounding young Malfoy. After all, even when encountering the ever-displeasing savior, Harry Potter, he could now greet him with calm composure. In stark contrast to Draco's irrepressible smile, the trio from Gryffindor appeared burdened with worry. Astoria had learned from Hermione that Bella had burned down the Weasley residence. Fortunately, George and Fred's magical joke shop could manage the expenses for the entire family. Otherwise, Ron and the others would have been utterly helpless. The news that the Weasleys, now part of the Pure Blood Alliance, had purchased a new villa on the outskirts of London spread like wildfire. This was a positive development for Astoria, as many purebloods who had previously remained ambivalent toward the Alliance were now rolling up their sleeves to join in. Consequently, the Alliance's influence grew at an astonishing pace, seizing the opportunity to establish two branches. The documents from Bursted, have you received them, Theodore? Astoria inquired without lifting her gaze from the parchment she was perusing in the Slytherin common room. Theodore's tone was cool as he replied, yes. I plan to reduce the investment in traditional textiles. What are your thoughts on transitioning industries? Blaise lazily leaned against the sofa, sipping his coffee, his eyes drifting over Theodore's frosty expression. Draco and Daphne were absent. The former was attending herbology class, while the latter, after a heated debate with her father, was gradually engaging with the family business, leaving her quite flustered. Last night, Blaise and Daphne had quarreled for reasons unknown, and as of now, neither had taken the initiative to reconcile. Chapter 136, Confidential Discussion. Theodore nodded. The entertainment industry will undoubtedly be a focal trend for the next decade, or even longer. You should consider giving more attention to the Weasley Joke Shop or other related entertainment companies. Blaise replied, pursing his lips as he elegantly signed his name on the last page of the document before handing it to Astoria. Since you're here, I won't need to pass it to Bursted anymore. Here, if there are no issues, please sign as well. Where? Astoria asked. Right here. Pay particular attention to this ratio. I believe it works, but I'd like to know your thoughts. All right, no problem. Just as Draco entered the Slytherin common room after class, he stumbled upon this scene. Blaise and Theodore were seated beside Astoria, accompanied by Goyle, Crabbe, and the ever-popular first-year Patrick. Especially Blaise, who seemed engrossed in conversation with his little Rose, their heads leaning in closely. Astoria, Draco strode over, casting a wary glance at all the men on the sofa before naturally settling himself between Blaise and Astoria. This semester, Hogwarts had relaxed its dress code for students. Naturally, no one would monitor the 6th and 7th years soon to graduate. Thus, Draco's various styles of tailored suits came into play, as he changed outfits almost daily, always mindful of Astoria's fondness for seeing him in formal attire. Astoria, too, wore a light gown she had yet to change out of, her feet adorned with delicate heels embellished with tiny diamonds. She had been bustling around with Leanne for several days, selecting a location for the Alliance's branch. Just as she finished signing her name, she looked up at him with a radiant smile and asked, how did today's herbology experiment go? Good, Draco nodded, smoothly redirecting the conversation to Blaise. Where's Daphne? Blaise hesitated, an unnatural flicker passing through his eyes as he replied, "In the library. Aren't you two planning to reconcile?" Draco continued. Blaise shot him a perplexed glance. "Since when have you been so concerned about others' relationships? I really don't know how to approach this. It's exhausting having to be the one to extend the olive branch every time." His voice dwindled, and he eventually fell silent. Draco raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, stretching his arm across the back of the sofa behind Astoria. "Well, I'll take my leave then, Senior," the delicately featured Patrick said at an opportune moment. Astoria smiled at him. "All right, go on to class. What brings you here?" "Prefect Belling, Professor Dumbledore is looking for you." A young girl with a sheep braid called out from the doorway before Draco could finish his sentence. His brow furrowed even deeper. Astoria, though puzzled, rose and said to Draco, who appeared less than pleased, "Wait for me, and then we can head to the Great Hall for dinner?" "Okay," Draco replied softly. After the girl delivered the message, she skipped away toward the lower-year classrooms. Nothing noteworthy happened along the way, but Astoria encountered Harry and, after a brief chat, learned that Dumbledore had summoned him to the headmaster's office as well. Meow. Mammon's tail brushed against Astoria's ankle. Clearly, Harry was unaware that Mammon was the stunning creature who had appeared on Astoria's coming-of-age day, merely considering it her pet cat. He asked, "Is it coming along too?" "Indeed. I need to ascertain the source of the aura of death surrounding Dumbledore." Mammon tilted its little head up toward Astoria. Even after the veil had been lifted between it and Pegasus, this creature was still reluctant to leave its post guarding Belling Manor, opting instead to wander around. In recent days, Mammon had developed a keen interest in observing the injuries on Dumbledore's hands, but had yet to find an opportunity to study them closely. "All right, then you can come with me." Meeting Harry's puzzled gaze, Astoria nodded. "Yes, it will accompany us." Harry was left bewildered. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, they found not only Dumbledore waiting for them, but also Professor Snape, who regarded Harry with an expression of disdain. When Dumbledore noticed the large cat behind Astoria, he paused momentarily, but did not voice any objection to its presence. "Headmaster, Professor Snape," Harry greeted politely. Just as Estelle was about to exchange pleasantries, Dumbledore interrupted her with a warm smile, saying, "There's no need for excessive formality, children. I wish to speak to you directly about a matter of great importance. Please proceed," Estelle urged. Dumbledore took a deep breath and spoke of Horcruxes and Deathly Hallows. Upon hearing the term Horcrux, Estelle instinctively lifted her gaze to meet Dumbledore's profound eyes. "What is that?" Among the five present, only Harry was oblivious to its significance. Voldemort had always regarded those 7 Horcruxes as his key to immortality, which had emboldened him. Dumbledore's beard twitched as he continued. "And you, Harry, are one of his Horcruxes, which is why the prophecy foretold that only one of you can survive." Harry sat rigidly on the sofa, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore and the silent Snape, his mind reeling from the revelation. "Perhaps the only way to defeat him is for you to destroy the piece of his soul that resides within you, my child," Dumbledore sighed. "So, it must be me who dies." Harry's voice trembled. Estelle shared his thoughts. She and Mammon straightened their spines, scrutinizing Dumbledore's face for any hint of emotion. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, this also pertains to the Deathly Hallows. You must be aware of the Philosopher's Stone's properties." With a flick of his wand, he conjured the familiar stone into his palm. "Resurrection," Harry murmured. Dumbledore smiled at Harry's quick response, his lips curling upward, but Harry's gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore's darkened hand, glistening with unshed tears. Although he did not finish his thought, everyone understood what Harry wanted to say. Dumbledore was not one to reveal all his cards. He often spoke in riddles, leaving others guessing his true intentions and strategies. "Well," Dumbledore chuckled softly, "as you can see, my time is limited." "It's Voldemort," Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. "Although he has indeed attempted to assassinate me, this is of my own doing." Dumbledore gestured to his hand. "It is the result of the Horcrux." "It's caused by the Horcrux, isn't it?" Mammon interjected suddenly. Estelle tilted her head in confusion. "Is the injury caused by the Horcrux incurable?" "Well, that's not entirely true," Mammon replied, licking the fur on his paw. Just as Harry was on the brink of collapse, a misty blue paw suddenly thumped heavily against his thigh. "You're rather loud, Mr. Potter." In an instant, Mammon transformed into human form, casting a fleeting glance at him before slowly approaching Dumbledore, who remained calm, unlike the astonished Harry and Snape, and simply watched the suddenly appearing woman with quiet breaths. "You convoluted old man," Mammon scoffed, unceremoniously seizing his darkened hand. Their palms hovered a distance apart. Mammon gently closed her eyes, a soft blue light emanating from her palm, continuously flowing into Dumbledore's hand. Visibly, the deep blackness began to regain its healthy hue. Mammon's powers had grown stronger. Estelle marveled at her. "All done." After a moment, Mammon lowered her hand, squinting as she recalled the Horcrux runes she had just explored. They were entirely different from those that Pegasus specialized in, suggesting a truly new and undiscovered realm of Horcruxes, which could provide some inspiration for little Papa. You, Harry stammered, staring at Dumbledore's restored hand. Struggling to articulate a complete thought, Mammon smacked her lips and, under the watchful eyes of the four, boldly reverted to her animagus form. You all continue. I must return to Belling Manor. Estelle noticed her disinterest in the ensuing topic and replied, all right. In an instant, shadows danced, and the cat's figure was no longer visible. Don't be surprised. She has always been this elusive, Estelle chuckled lightly. Now, can Professor Dumbledore and Uncle Snape share with me your original plan? Harry felt a tremor in his pupils, sensing that he alone was left in the dark. So, you already guessed. Dumbledore's eyes shimmered with inscrutable meaning. Estelle shrugged. I suppose it's safe to say that the headmaster anticipated my keen interest in everything related to Voldemort and was quite willing to add a layer of intrigue to this game. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Even Snape, who had been tense, seemed to relax. The illusionary fruit pretends to be dead, Snape noted. Harry seeks the Horcruxes, and if necessary, the Philosopher's Stone. As Estelle's entire plan came to light, Harry's astonishment was beyond words. Watching her slight smile, he suddenly found the girl before him somewhat unfamiliar. Only Estelle could orchestrate such a grand deception as to toy with Voldemort in this manner. Even the ever-venomous Malfoy paled in comparison to her prowess. Thank you, Estelle, Dumbledore expressed earnestly. Estelle revealed a grin showcasing her small canines. No need for thanks. I am just as eager to see his reaction when he discovers everything. But one thing, she seemed to recall suddenly. Dumbledore gestured for her to continue. I hope that when this is all over, everyone will know exactly who is behind the scheme. Her misty blue eyes sparkled with innocence. Very well. Dumbledore had not anticipated this request, but quickly acquiesced. Snape's eyes flickered with a shifting light, recalling the conversation he had had with Dale in the Slytherin office. Only now did he grasp the true meaning of her words regarding the perfect gimmick to elevate Belling to the pinnacle. After leaving the headmaster's office, Estelle was in high spirits, whereas Harry's furtive glances were complex. Estelle even took the opportunity to tease him. What's the matter? Do you think my plan is flawless? Harry swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. As a vital part of the plan, you must put in your utmost effort. Estelle feigned a serious demeanor, patting his shoulder. The latter could barely muster a smile. Dale. Draco's voice froze Estelle's hand, which had just rested on Harry's shoulder. She quietly withdrew her hand, feeling somewhat guilty as she looked toward Draco, who appeared indifferent, as if he had seen nothing. Well, I'll take my leave now, Estelle. See you later, Harry hastily said. From his perspective, Malfoy's tranquility felt anything but. He sensed that Draco's piercing gaze could penetrate his very soul. See you, Estelle replied. In the next moment, Harry vanished from sight in a flash, moving as if he were flying on a broomstick. Draco, what brings you here? Estelle asked. Feeling something was amiss. Just worried. Came to fetch you, Draco replied, a slight smile playing on his lips, his tone unremarkable. Mother sent some desserts. Should we head to the Great Hall, or return to the dormitory? Upon hearing the mention of desserts, Estelle's eyes brightened. Between the increasingly monotonous fare at Hogwarts and Narcissa's lovingly crafted little cakes, her choice was invariably the latter. Thus, Estelle merrily trailed behind Draco back to their dormitory. She hardly anticipated that, upon encountering such a choice previously, Draco had always unceremoniously whisked her away to the dining hall for a proper meal, followed by dessert. Yet, by the time Estelle realized this, the door to the dormitory had already closed behind her. The naive little lamb had unwittingly wandered into the wolf's den. Estelle's perceptiveness had never been applied to her brother, which allowed Belling, who was adept at manipulation in such matters, to occasionally seize the initiative. He pressed his lips against hers with fervor, grinding, nibbling, delving deeper than ever before, as if seeking to imbue her very being with his essence, leaving behind unmistakable marks of his possession. With one hand, Draco firmly restrained both of Estelle's wrists, while the other gripped her delicate neck. The pressure was not so forceful as to impede her breathing, yet it instilled an indescribable sense of control. As the kiss concluded, Estelle felt a faint flush creeping to the corners of her eyes. The air was imbued with a crisp green apple fragrance. Her chest rose and fell gently, and the hue of her lips deepened into a more alluring shade, rendering them irresistible. Draco nonchalantly tugged at his tie, casting his suit jacket onto the floor before lifting her effortlessly. Estelle sank into the softness of the couch, her intricately adorned high heels lost in the process. Chapter 138, The Binding Curse Versus. The Submission Spell. The warm, orange glow of the floor lamp enveloped the room, casting the two nearly entwined figures on the sofa into a hazy silhouette. Their breaths intertwined, the temperature steadily rising. Draco's platinum hair was not neatly styled as usual. Strands fell across his forehead, and his pale gray eyes fixated intently on the girl sprawled on the sofa, the depths of his gaze swirling with unspoken desire. Leaning closer, his heated breath caressed her tender, porcelain neck, the subtle scent of green apples lingering in the air. Why is it that I constantly see you with not, Blaze? And even that foolish lion, Potter? Draco's voice dropped to a low, melodious timbre. Dahlia. Estelle's raven-like lashes fluttered. Draco's expression darkened, his lips brushing against her neck, eliciting a shiver from her. Surely, you know what calling my name at this moment entails, don't you? Dahlia. At times, I find myself consumed with jealousy. Delicate kisses descended upon her glistening lips, his fingertips meandering upwards, lingering on Estelle's lovely calves. Suddenly, his bony fingers clasped her soft foot with an unmistakable intent. Estelle's breath hitched, her chest rising slightly. She endeavored to dismiss the peculiar sensation of her feet being captured, stammering an explanation. And no, I was merely discussing industry transitions with Theodore. Blaze had some documents requiring my signature, and I happened to be there. I had no idea Dumbledore had summoned Harry as well. Upon hearing Harry's name, Draco tightened his grip. Estelle let out a muffled sound, instinctively attempting to break free. Draco narrowed his eyes at her, his lips parting slightly. Colloportus. In the next moment, a soft rope ensnared her squirming form. Draco. After several futile attempts to cast a silencing charm in her bid for escape, Estelle stared at him wide-eyed, her voice tinged with urgency. Please, release me. However, before she could finish her plea, he swiftly covered her mouth. I can hardly fathom what more infuriating words you might utter, he retorted, though his pale gray eyes bore no trace of ire, as if he had merely concocted an excuse for himself. Estelle's voice came out muffled. She had never realized Draco wielded the binding spell with greater finesse than she. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Draco's mouth as he leaned forward, fixated on her reaction. Her lips parted slightly, her pupils dilating, her lashes fluttering as she fought to maintain composure. Tears threatened to spill from Estelle's eyes, her voice quivering with the edge of sobs. The one who could least bear to see her cry was, naturally, softened by her distress. He spoke to her gently, yet showed no signs of relenting. Fortunately, the Estelle who had recovered from her previous afflictions was no longer the naive girl who would lose herself to mere kisses. Once the ropes were loosened, she seized the opportunity to take charge of the encounter. Employing counter curses and submission spells, she finally turned the tide of their duel. Draco, beads of sweat forming at his neck, gazed at the surreal spectacle before him, his voice low and hoarse. Are you not tired? Not in the slightest. Dahlia is quite remarkable. Within a mere afternoon and evening, Estelle had managed to soothe Draco's troubled spirit. In truth, Theodore and Blaze were of little concern to him. It was Harry, who had yet to find a girlfriend, that stirred Draco's sense of urgency. Despite rumors of Harry's burgeoning closeness with Ginny Weasley, it would only be upon witnessing them side by side that Draco could truly breathe easy. However, he was left perplexed by Harry's recent behavior, which had caused the Slytherin prince's heart to race with anxiety. It seemed as if Harry was perpetually orbiting around Estelle, as though she were a tempest to be reckoned with. Though Draco found it curious, he was almost pleased by the turn of events. Furthermore, after he and Dahlia had participated in their engagement ceremony alongside Hermione and Chrome, the Gryffindor trio had unexpectedly withdrawn from school. This news sent shockwaves throughout Hogwarts, igniting fervent discussions among the student body regarding their reasons for leaving. It was not until May that Harry reappeared on campus. He entered Dumbledore's office, only to hurriedly depart with the headmaster, an image that etched itself in Pansy's mind as she hastened her steps, even breaking into a jog for the last stretch. Thus, she failed to notice the pair of misty blue eyes observing her from a distance. A snake slithered forth from the skeletal mouth, glowing with an eerie green light. The dark mark of the Death Eaters loomed ominously above Hogwarts. Amidst the rising clamor, the tower remained eerily silent. The professor is fine. Professor, you'll be all right. Do not worry. Harry gripped the locket tightly with one hand, while the other supported the seemingly frail and aged Dumbledore, his expression a blend of anxiety and sorrow. We must hasten to the hospital. We need Madame Pomfrey, quickly. Dumbledore, panting heavily, waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a disjointed manner. I fear I cannot move swiftly, Harry. Allow me to rest. With that, he leaned against a nearby stone pillar, as if he had lost all strength. The area around the tower was deserted. The door to the spiral staircase leading to the castle was locked tight. Go, find Severus, don your invisibility cloak. Dumbledore coughed twice. Harry's face reflected reluctance. Yet he knew he could not delay any longer. Drawing his wand, he dashed towards the door. Just as he reached the lower level, he glanced up to see Dumbledore's pale face through the gaps in the wooden stairs when several dark figures abruptly appeared beside the elderly wizard. Harry's heart felt as though it had been tightly grasped. Leave this, Severus Snape's voice startled him. Harry turned abruptly, locking eyes with Snape's indifferent gaze. All right, He gritted his teeth, responding in a similarly subdued tone before descending the stairs. As his figure gradually faded from view, Snape tightened his grip on his wand and strode purposefully to the top of the tower. "You are late." Bellatrix licked her lips, appraising the newcomer. Snape's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze fixed on the frail figure of Dumbledore, who was struggling to stand before them. He chose not to reply to Bellatrix, but pressed his lips into a thin line. Chapter 139, The Fall. No need to say anything else. Hector glanced at Bellatrix, his voice brimming with excitement as he addressed Pansy, whose expression was obscured. "It's up to you, Pansy. Kill him. That way, you will be the one to remove a significant threat to the Dark Lord." The Death Eaters raised their wands, all aimed at Dumbledore. Pansy's shoulders trembled slightly as she met the gaze of the seemingly defenseless white wizard. Gradually, a smile crept onto her lips. Bellatrix's eyes darted with manic delight, as if the scene before her was utterly captivating. "Hurry, do it," she urged, her voice sharp. Meanwhile, Pansy's eyes mirrored Bellatrix's hysteria, and in the next moment, the tip of her wand was directed at Dumbledore. Crucio. Dumbledore's body immediately contorted in agony, his face twisted in pain as cries of distress escaped his throat. "I won't let him die so easily," Pansy remarked with a wicked grin. "I haven't used this curse yet. I must experiment on him." Upon hearing this, Bellatrix burst into laughter. "Ha! Good child." Severus. Dumbledore struggled to lift his head, staring intently at Snape. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot from Snape's wand, striking Dumbledore squarely in the chest. In an instant, Dumbledore was propelled into the air, resembling a doll made of tattered cloth, soaring over the battlements and out of sight. Several Death Eaters stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the greatest white wizard in history had fallen so easily, momentarily frozen in shock. "Ha ha ha! He is dead. He is dead. We killed Dumbledore." Bellatrix was the first to react, rushing to the stone railing, her eyes gleefully fixed on the broken form lying below. She jubilantly tugged Pansy into a dance. Severus. Hector glared at the man who had usurped his daughter's glory, yet received only a cool reply. Delays can lead to changes. Hector's eyes burned with fury, and just as he was about to speak further, members of the Order of the Phoenix burst in. The Death Eaters had no time to utter another word, and were instantly embroiled in battle. The members of the Order, having witnessed Dumbledore's fall from the tower, fought desperately. Amid the chaos, Snape concealed himself and departed from the scene. This sudden confrontation ended with the Death Eaters fleeing in disarray. However, the news of Dumbledore's death plunged Hogwarts into a profound silence. Many teachers and students were unwilling or afraid to accept the grim reality until they beheld Dumbledore's corpse laid in the Great Hall, where they often held the welcoming feast. The elder's eyes were closed, with his hands resting peacefully at his sides. His wand lay beside him. Had it not been for the pallid hue of his complexion and the splotches of blood on his chest, one might have thought he was merely asleep. Muffled sobs rose and fell like a tide. Professor McGonagall's eyes were red-rimmed as she stood at the front, gazing down at the weeping students, forcing herself to maintain composure. "Listen, children, in times like this, we must remain calm and collected. As long as we stand united with unwavering resolve, nothing can defeat us. Dawn will surely come." Hundreds of wands were raised high, various energies converging in the gray sky. The terrifying dark mark was dispelled, slowly fading into nothingness. Hermione, her eyes glistening with tears, watched this scene unfold, yet she did not see Harry, who had returned to Hogwarts with her. "Where has Harry gone?" She grasped Ron's arm, her anxiety palpable after the recent battle. Ron, slow to realize, wiped the moisture from his face and shook his head, uncertain if Astoria had also vanished. Desperate, Hermione's eyes brightened at the sight of a platinum head scanning the crowd. "Malfoy," Hermione called out. Draco furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of urgent unease. Hermione and Ron rushed through the throng to his side, both speaking simultaneously. "Where has Astoria gone? Have you seen Della?" Hermione paused before hastily adding, "So you don't know where she is either? Harry is missing." Astoria's OWL scores were exemplary, allowing her to delve into subjects as Draco did. Yet she had not chosen herbology. When the turmoil erupted at Hogwarts, Draco had been in the greenhouse, expecting Della to remain in their dormitory managing paperwork as usual. However, he had searched the entire lake bottom and found no trace of her. Draco bit his tongue, the metallic taste of iron flooding his senses, barely keeping himself alert. The simultaneous disappearance of Harry and Astoria was an ominous sign from every perspective. "Let us go up," Draco said, his brows drawn low. "I've searched the lake bottom and the first floor." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. "All right." The three hastily exited the hall, encountering numerous students with sorrowful expressions along the way. Dumbledore was the greatest wizard in the world. Damn Voldemort. You uttered his name. So what? Am I imagining things? When did Harry dye his hair blonde? Is that Malfoy? How could he be walking with Ron and Hermione? I almost thought he was Harry. Draco dismissed these voices from his mind, feeling an instinctive pull towards the headmaster's office. Yet, before he could reach the corridor, two familiar figures appeared around the corner. Even the wand he held felt as if it were drawn to the sight of a small snake standing beside the two Gryffindors, causing him to frown deeply. Astoria, puzzled, followed his gaze and, before she could comprehend what was happening, was enveloped in a warm embrace. Draco rushed over and held her tightly, oblivious to Snape's piercing glare nearby. Thump, thump. Astoria seemed to hear the frantic beating of his heart. "I've found you, finally found you." Draco's voice trembled. Astoria's nose tinged with emotion. She had thought she had been discreet and swift enough, unaware of how much he had worried. It's all right. She gently patted his back, speaking softly. "I was with my godfather, and no one can harm me." Snape cast a glance at the couple entwined in their embrace, his lips twitching slightly before he turned to leave. "Professor Snape," Hermione called out. The gloomy potions master halted momentarily. Chapter 140, Vacation. "Do you know where Harry is?" Hermione inquired anxiously, striving to ignore Snape's icy demeanor. Her words prompted Snape, who had managed to momentarily dismiss recent events, to recall something that darkened his expression further. It was clear that Harry Sweetie had gone to the Bellin Manor with him, yet on the return journey, Sweetie had insisted that Harry linger a while longer, so as not to incite jealousy in her foolish boyfriend. "How could I?" "Hermione." Ron's voice interrupted Snape's thoughts as Harry emerged from around the corner, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she rushed to envelop her friend in a warm embrace. "Where have you been? You made Ron and me worry sick." "Dumbledore." At this, Hermione's voice faltered, and she gazed at Harry, wishing to articulate more, but was momentarily struck silent by the tranquility in his eyes. Harry." It wasn't just Hermione who noticed the peculiarity. Ron was also casting a curious glance at him. Prior to seeing Harry, they had prepared themselves to console him in the depths of his sorrow. But now, the atmosphere shifted. I know. Dumbledore has passed away. Is that true? I can't believe it." Harry's sudden outburst of anguish startled Hermione. Yet, his expected display of emotion momentarily caused the other two to forget the calmness in his gaze, and soon, the three lions huddled together, weeping profusely. Snape let out a soft hiss, casting a disdainful glare at the inconsolable Harry before promptly striding away. Draco, consumed with thoughts of his beloved Rose, naturally refused to let the oddly somber trio serve as a backdrop for his moments with Dare. Thus, the two little bats followed closely behind the elder bat, relinquishing the stage entirely to them. Over at Hogwarts, gloom permeated the air. Meanwhile, at Bellin Manor, time passed serenely. A gentle breeze stirred, playfully lifting strands of silvery hair. The elder reclined on a beach chair, a faint smile gracing his lips as he admired the seemingly endless lakes and dense forests of the estate through his sunglasses. Clouds drifted lazily overhead as he reached for a plump fruit from a nearby wooden tray. Crack! The sweet and tangy juice flowed down his throat, eliciting a satisfied sigh. This was a secluded area within the manor, enhanced by spatial enchantments, where he would not be disturbed except for the little house elf who brought him meals and fresh produce daily. Retirement was indeed so liberating. Had he known, he would have embraced it sooner. Dumbledore hummed a tuneless melody in delight. This summer, some parents were already preoccupied with arranging their young wizard's leave of absence, while many upperclassmen who had once been under Dumbledore's care chose to remain at Hogwarts to continue their studies. Dumbledore's death ignited an unprecedented sense of justice and hatred towards the Death Eaters among the students. Even though the environment was no longer safe, they stood ready to fight for Hogwarts at a moment's notice. Surprisingly, Snape had ascended to the position of headmaster. He had brought dozens of Death Eaters into the school. Among them was the elder brother of the pair that often trailed behind Snape, seemingly in support, yet also in watchful scrutiny, Alecto Carrow, who had taken up the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. In no time, rumors spread that Snape had been responsible for Dumbledore's demise and had always been a traitor. Many students found themselves summoned to detention under his authority. However, the expressions on these students' faces upon exiting the headmaster's office were quite peculiar. "Colin, what on earth happened?" "I saw you go in. And then a Death Eater followed you in. Did Snape torment you?" Colin bit his lip, an unsettling sensation crawling over him. As the rumors escalated, speculation arose among the students that perhaps Snape had punished them and administered some silencing potion. Astoria and Draco no longer devoted the majority of their energy to the overt and covert disputes within Hogwarts. They simply vacated the dormitory and returned to Bellin Manor. The Ministry of Magic was tirelessly preoccupied with Voldemort's affairs, and the newly appointed minister, Scrimgeour, could only watch helplessly as towers belonging to the Pure Blood Alliance rose across England. The industries led by the Bellins and Malfoys finally achieved a true and meaningful connection. "Miss Bellin, Here is this month's financial report. Lean burst knocked on the study door and, upon receiving permission, entered. Upon seeing Astoria sitting upright at the desk, Lean paused for a moment before quickly regaining her composure. Lowering her gaze to place the documents before her employer. For the sake of facilitating work, Astoria had granted this capable assistant unrestricted access to the manor. However, Lean had never witnessed such a serious expression on her face. What has happened? A profit of 4 million galleons, an upward trend influenced by recent public opinion. Lean succinctly presented the essence of the document. Astoria mumbled an indistinct acknowledgement, her eyes scanning the striking figures following the net profit term, before looking up and responding, "All right. I understand." Although Lean felt puzzled, she adeptly refrained from further inquiry and exited the office. As the door closed, a platinum head emerged from beneath the loose, comfortable linen skirt. Draco knelt before Astoria, his lips seemingly more luscious than usual. He observed the flustered dare with a leisurely gaze, his voice low. "She arrived too suddenly. I simply couldn't stop." "You," Astoria gasped, lifting her foot to kick him sharply in the chest. "You naughty boy. I finally understand why the Godfather wanted us to return to Bellin Manor." Draco stood up, clutching his chest, his eyes crinkling in feigned innocence. "Father simply wanted to spend some quiet time with Mother without being disturbed. It has nothing to do with me." "Oomph," Astoria shot him a glare. But before she could contemplate how to retaliate, her foot was captured and gently massaged by the bending man. Draco smiled broadly. "Does it hurt?" Clearly, he was the one who had been kicked. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the intimate atmosphere within the study. Draco frowned and approached the window, his breath hitching as he caught sight of the dark mark flickering ominously in the sky. Astoria tilted her head, her gaze shifting towards the distant iron gate outside. There was no one in sight. Yet, she was certain of the identity of the visitor, the Dark Lord, who believed he had gained immense power with the Elder Wand, would undoubtedly not forsake the allure of Bellin Manor and was now attempting to breach the estate's spatial barriers. "I'll go take a look," Draco declared, moving to exit. Chapter 141, The Yarn Ball. "No need," Astoria interjected, grasping his arm, recalling the fleeting misty blue figure she had glimpsed earlier. With a sly smile, she remarked, "Mammon has gone to play with them." Draco raised an eyebrow, silently cursing the commotion caused by the Death Eaters. "Speaking of which, what are you and the Godfather hiding from me?" Draco approached and pinched Astoria's cheek. "How did he suddenly become one of Voldemort's people?" "That's a secret," Astoria replied, her eyes sparkling. "You'll find out on the day of the performance. Why not look forward to it?" Draco nodded thoughtfully, casually accepting the page, his hand brushing against her slender waist. "Well, I must admit, I am more eager to continue what we were just engaged in with Delaware." Meeting those suggestive pale gray eyes, Astoria felt her cheeks flush as she recalled the tingling sensation evoked by Draco's high nose, perfectly complementing the garden's beauty. "I truly cannot fathom where this miscreant finds such boundless energy throughout the day." In the northern outskirts of England, within the Whiteham Woods, Bellatrix was intently gazing at the dark mark hovering in the sky, her magical power surging forth in an unending stream. Accompanying the emergence of the skull mark was the gradual appearance of an ancient and exquisite door. The scene behind it became increasingly vivid as the mark manifested: fountains, statues, and a castle. Voldemort observed the spectacle before him with palpable excitement, clutching the Elder Wand he had procured from Dumbledore's grave, nearly bursting into laughter. Truly this wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, could even guide him to the treasures hidden within the Bellings estate. That insufferably proud little girl and the concealed treasures of Bellings were finally about to face their reckoning. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from deep within the woods, causing Bellatrix to stumble unsteadily, setting her wand aside and retreating several steps. The color of the dark mark in the sky ceased to deepen. Bellatrix cast a fearful glance at Voldemort, who narrowed his eyes and gestured for her to stay put as he stepped forward, gaining Voldemort's forgiveness. Bellatrix felt a smirk curl her lips, her gaze sweeping over the tall figure of the man before her and his bare feet. "Mors Mordra, meow." Abruptly, a cat's meow froze Voldemort in his tracks as he raised his wand toward the sky. Bellatrix whirled around, glaring fiercely at the suddenly appearing cat not far off, her voice dripping with disdain. "How dare you disturb my master? Avada Kedavra!" The crimson energy surged forth, but the cat nimbly sidestepped, evading the fatal strike. Bellatrix was momentarily stunned, while Voldemort remained fixated on the oddly behaving feline. Mammoth strode gracefully, her head held high, attempting to look down elegantly upon the Death Eaters towering over her. It had been ages since she had encountered a wizard audacious enough to trespass upon her estate. Thus, her misty blue eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. The noseless wizard leading the group must surely be Voldemort. No wonder Dell chose not to associate with him. Such a countenance is truly a rigorous test for Belling's eyes, Mammoth mused. Seeing that the cat exhibited no signs of fear, Bellatrix quickened her steps, her resolve wavering. After receiving a signal from Voldemort, she aimed her wand once more at the cat. Avada Kedavra, counterforce. Just as the vivid red beam was about to strike Mammoth's head, it suddenly halted mid-air. Whoosh. Voldemort barely grasped how Bellatrix's curse rebounded before a loud bang echoed beside him. Dust billowed. Bellatrix's eyes widened in shock as she fell rigidly to the ground. A gaping wound in her chest. The metallic scent of rust assailed the air, if Voldemort could have perceived it. In the blink of an eye, as gray smoke curled, Bellatrix's form utterly dissipated from sight. Just like that, she had perished. Avada Kedavra. A Death Eater reacted swiftly, driven by an unknown fear. Casting a similar killing curse at the unflinching cat, Mammoth's eyes glimmered with delight as she leaped to meet the energy, akin to swatting away the yarn balls tossed by Pegasus. In the next moment, the Death Eater collapsed to the ground. A wisp of black smoke rose, and upon closer inspection, Voldemort had vanished without a trace. He runs incredibly fast. Well then, he must leave the spoils to Delaware. With remarkable speed, Mammoth reduced several sluggish Death Eaters to mere dust, then languidly sat down to groom her paw. Suddenly, a warm hand unexpectedly scooped her up. I told you to maintain hygiene. No licking, it's dirty. Pegasus gently extracted the cat's paw from her mouth. Amidst the swirling mist, a woman with flowing misty blue hair appeared in his embrace. But I've grown accustomed to it, Mammoth pouted, rolling her eyes mischievously as she extended her powdery pink fingertips. Well, unless you assist me. Before she could finish, a warm, damp sensation enveloped her fingers. Pegasus's voice was somewhat muffled. If you wish to play with yarn balls, I have plenty. Curses are not toys. What if you were to get hurt? They are quite wicked. Umph. You have no idea how fierce that frizzy-haired woman is. Luckily, I, your sister, am quick on my feet. Indeed. You are the best and the smartest, kitten. I have mentioned it numerous times. Pegasus, you ought to call me sister. Once we return, you may request anything. Voldemort remained silent for a considerable time. He could not fathom the origins of that cat, but he had completely abandoned any thoughts of invading Belling's estate. However, upon sensing the destruction of his scattered Horcruxes, Voldemort could no longer remain idle. Over 100 Death Eaters congregated outside Hogwarts Castle, dark clouds obscuring the sun, an uneasy tension enveloping the school. Voldemort's chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears, hand over Harry Potter. Should any of you possess knowledge of Potter's actions tonight and fail to report, then Snape's gaze swept over the shimmering heads of students amidst the crowd, pausing momentarily. Oh, Miss Bellings, radiating the scent of love potions, has returned with her rather vacant-headed boyfriend, Mr. Malfoy. He is here. Pansy's shrill voice drew everyone's attention as she tightly gripped Harry's collar, yanking him from the throng of Gryffindors. Professor Snape, take him away. Pansy glared at Snape, oblivious to the fact that the Death Eater siblings trailing behind him now consisted solely of Sister Electo Carroll. Chapter 142, Family. Harry stumbled a few steps as she yanked him, then forcefully broke free from Pansy's grip, standing resolutely in the center of the hall. All eyes were upon him. Professor, what are you waiting for? Pansy gasped. You didn't hesitate at all when you killed Dumbledore that day. As her words fell, a wave of murmurs erupted among the students, who began to retreat in alarm. Snape found himself standing alone. Professor McGonagall, with tearful eyes, approached Harry, her wand aimed at Snape. So it was you. In an instant, golden energy erupted from the tip of her wand, a series of silent curses hurtling towards Snape. Bang! Snape, maintaining an impassive expression, faced McGonagall's onslaught while continuously retreating. It seemed he had no intention of retaliating. As the final beam of radiant energy missed its mark, Snape transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing through the window behind him before the onlookers. McGonagall then turned her gaze toward Electo Carroll and Pansy Parkinson, who had appeared beside the Death Eater without anyone noticing. Electo glared at the group before her, muttering darkly, "Where the hell did my brother and the others go? We must leave, Pansy." In the ensuing moment, 2 wisps of black smoke fled through the shattered window. The air was thick with the hushed murmurs of students around me, speculating it was indeed Snape who killed Dumbledore. But why would he? Shoo! The members of the Order of the Phoenix have arrived. Look! As the grand doors of the hall swung open, Sirius, leading the charge, immediately fixed his gaze upon Harry, who stood solitary in the midst of the chaos. He rushed forward and enveloped his godson in a tight embrace, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right, Harry?" "I'm fine," Harry replied, returning the embrace with a measure of strength, though his eyes subtly drifted toward the fragmented window. After a thorough search confirmed that no Death Eaters lurked within Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall and the other faculty, along with the Order, erected a formidable magical barrier around the school. Stone sentinels, resembling soldiers, were summoned forth. standing resolutely against the distant throng of Death Eaters, Dementors, and Giants. The air was charged with an impending tempest, saturating the entire campus. Filch and Pomfrey took charge of evacuating the students, while the age-appropriate wizards who volunteered to safeguard this sacred ground were permitted to remain. Thus, amidst the disheveled and anxious crowd, Miss Bell and Mr. Malfoy stood out conspicuously, their demeanor relaxed, as if oblivious to the impending turmoil. "Where's my godfather?" Draco inquired in a hushed tone. Estelle shook her brother's bony hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, we shall see Uncle Severus again soon." Though uncertain of the implications of her words, Draco felt a flicker of relief, just as he was about to voice another thought. His gaze caught the familiar figures by the staircase. The trio from Gryffindor was animatedly conversing, Neville hurriedly bounding up the stairs, while Isabella struggled to retrieve her glasses. Cedric, having rushed in from outside, clasped Cho's hand as he approached Harry. Luna, meanwhile, had lost her shoes, while Lucius and Narcissa paid no heed to anyone else, solely calling out for Draco and Estelle. Following Draco's line of sight, Estelle also noticed the scene and widened her eyes in surprise. As if sharing an unspoken connection, the Malfoy couple locked eyes with them. "Mother, father, how did you come to be here?" Upon their reunion, Draco and Estelle found themselves embraced tightly by their parents, muffling their voices. Narcissa's chest rose and fell slightly as she spoke, her eyes shut tight. "When no one responded to our inquiries at the Bellings estate, we surmised you would be at Hogwarts. Even now, Lucius remained a member of the Board of Governors, naturally retaining his privileges to enter the school. I'm sorry, godfather, godmother, for causing you worry." Estelle nuzzled into Narcissa's soft embrace. Lucius appeared to come to the realization that his son had grown, and the gesture felt somewhat inappropriate. He hastily released his arms, resuming his usual composed demeanor. Draco, feeling awkward from his father's unexpected embrace, scratched the back of his head. Ahem. Lucius regarded the two children, their eyes darting nervously. There's no need for apologies. "Dear Draco and Estelle, we understand you may have your own secrets or plans, but whatever you intend to do, we must face it together as a family, mustn't we?" His gaze was steadfast yet gentle. Estelle's heart skipped a beat. Family. Simultaneously, Sirius, Lupin, Arthur Weasley, and his wife hurried past the Malfoy family, making their way towards Harry. "What is Malfoy doing here?" Mrs. Weasley questioned, glancing back in confusion. Arthur, out of breath, replied, "They are with the Bellings, do not worry. Our priority now is Harry." "Harry, you cannot confront Voldemort." Sirius interjected, grasping Harry's arm with urgency. "Hogwarts is secure. We can defeat him. You need not concern yourself with his words." "Yes, Harry. Just stand with everyone else." Lupin added. Harry pressed his lips tightly together. The prophecy was true. "What?" Sirius furrowed his brow. "Only one of us can survive. Voldemort and I am his Horcrux." The temperature around them plummeted. The members of the Order, Ron and Hermione, stared at him in shock. "The barrier is cracking. Dementors. They're coming in. Quickly, over here. Expecto Patronum." The clamor erupted as Harry, disregarding any further explanations, gripped his wand and dashed forward. Sirius's pupils dilated. "Harry, stay close and don't be reckless. In the hours prior, you have wielded remarkable magic with that wand, Master." Snape's voice was cold, his eyelashes fluttering as he watched Voldemort draw near. "No." Voldemort's blood-red eyes fixed upon him. "My abilities are formidable, yet this wand has consistently resisted me. Even that foolish magical barrier merely cracked, allowing only the Dementors to pass through." Snape lowered his gaze and replied, "No wand is stronger than this one. Ollivander himself has declared it. If that boy appears tonight, I assure you the wand will not disappoint." "Is that so?" Voldemort's gaze was sinister. "Does this wand truly obey me?" "Severus, you are a clever man. The Elder Wand cannot serve me properly because I am not its true master." Chapter 143, The Battle of Hogwarts. "The Elder Wand belongs to the wizard who killed its previous owner, and you killed Dumbledore." Voldemort's voice slithered like a serpent in his ear. "As long as you live, it can never truly belong to me. You have always been a capable and loyal servant." "Severus, Master." Bang. Snape's back slammed against the iron bars, and in the next moment, Nagini's venomous fangs loomed large in his vision. Watching the man crumple to the ground, rigid, Voldemort's lips curled in satisfaction. "Well then, it is all about to end. Dumbledore, Harry Potter, they shall ultimately serve as the stepping stones to my ascendance." The assault of the Dementors was relentless, yet under the leadership of McGonagall, Flitwick, and the members of the Order, Hogwarts held its ground, refusing to yield an inch. With no other Death Eaters or Giants involved, even as the Dementors wreaked havoc throughout the school, casualties remained minimal. The most severely injured was Colin, who, even amid the chaos, had not forgotten to capture photographs of the battle. The last image on his camera was of the renowned Miss Bell and her fiancé Malfoy, side by side, driving away dozens of Dementors. Meanwhile, Colin, lying in the infirmary, wailing over his leg injury, had yet to realize that this photograph would become his claim to fame. The pale blue energy grew increasingly potent, and in the moment before it pierced through the magical barrier above Hogwarts, the Death Eaters erupted in thunderous cheers. Voldemort raised his wand high, laughter of exhilaration spilling from his throat. He glanced at Hagrid, who cradled the lifeless Harry Potter in his arms, his black cloak billowing in the wind. "My loyal servants, follow me." With the barrier above dissipated, those still capable of fighting at Hogwarts gathered together. The surroundings were littered with debris, and all eyes were fixated upon the approaching Death Eaters, with Hermione being the first to recognize the figure in Hagrid's arms. After incredulously confirming several times, she turned to Ron beside her and asked, "Who is Hagrid holding?" Ron's lips quivered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, rendering him utterly speechless. Sirius stood frozen in place, as if he had lost his very soul. Indeed, he had secretly departed to seek Voldemort. Voldemort and his followers traversed the Great Bridge, slowly advancing to the center of the circular platform. Nagini slithered robustly at his feet. His gaze swept across the group of defiant souls before him, lingering especially on Astoria and the long-unseen Malfoy family. "Harry Potter," Voldemort's voice rose in inflection, "is dead." Hermione screamed and lunged forward, only to be restrained by Lupin. Voldemort scoffed, "Foolish child, Harry Potter is indeed dead. From this day forth, you shall worship me." Astoria heard the muffled sobs emanating from beside her. Draco tightened his grip on her hand. Voldemort excitedly turned around, arms outstretched, and proclaimed again, "Harry Potter is dead." "Ha." The Death Eaters erupted in laughter. "Now, it's time for your soliloquy." Voldemort coldly observed the people of Hogwarts. "Join us, or perish." Of course, with the exception of Miss Belling. She and her family are adept at cowering away. I certainly cannot force them out, can I? A louder wave of derisive laughter swept through the Death Eaters. Pansy, standing beside Hector, smirked, her eyes betraying any facade of malice. At this moment, she had become an unabashed supporter of the Dark Lord. Noticing Astoria still smiling at him, devoid of any fear or anger, Voldemort's expression darkened. "Perhaps many have heard that Miss Belling is my equal in combat." He elongated his words, clearly exaggerating. "You should not underestimate the Elder Wand in my possession. It effortlessly breached Hogwarts' magical barriers, which surely involved your participation, Miss Belling." Astoria stepped forward, with Draco closely following. "I must commend your spellcasting skills," she remarked, as the wand played no significant role in breaching that barrier. Voldemort momentarily failed to comprehend her meaning. "What? Mobiliarbus?" As soon as Astoria's words fell, the wand in Voldemort's grasp unexpectedly flew to her front. It swayed back and forth as if possessed of its own volition. A faint crimson light spilled from her fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, the wand made of elderwood revealed its true form. It was a plain wooden branch, yet intricately carved with countless enchanted runes, forged by the hands of Pegasus. "It seems you have developed quite an affection for wands produced at Belling Manor, to the point of being unable to part with them," Astoria observed, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Voldemort's shifting expressions. The onlookers held their breath, transfixed by the scene. Even the Death Eaters exchanged bewildered glances, their shock unmistakable. They had witnessed Voldemort unearth Dumbledore's grave and seize this wand. Voldemort's fingers trembled, his eyes darting uncontrollably from side to side. Grabbing Hector's wand from behind him, he aimed it directly at Astoria. With a swift motion, the people of Hogwarts raised their wands in unison, fixating their gazes on Voldemort. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. "What a flawless plan," Voldemort attempted to steady his voice. "It seems I should not have abandoned my search for the secrets of Belling Manor. However, do you think that without the Elder Wand, I would be defeated by you? Dumbledore and Harry Potter are both dead. I shall be Tom." A familiar, aged voice echoed from behind the crowd. Draco and the others from Hogwarts turned around, only to freeze in shock the next moment. Dumbledore approached slowly, holding the genuine Elder Wand. He appeared vibrant, even his beard seemingly having been meticulously groomed for this moment, billowing gracefully in the breeze. Following closely behind Dumbledore was the impassive Snape. Voldemort tilted his head in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. He was not the only one questioning reality. Draco stared in disbelief at Astoria, who seemed to have anticipated this, her fingers gracefully dismissing the wooden wand that had just vanished from sight. "What a splendid turn of events, is it not?" Astoria said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 144, The Astonishing Ruse. That day, at the very moment Dumbledore plummeted from the tower, the prepared Astoria utilized a spatial spell to transport him to Belling Manor. The Polyjuice potion had fabricated Dumbledore's corpse. The wooden wand, inscribed with magical runes, was a counterfeit of the Elder Wand. This wand, crafted from the woods of the manor's secluded forest, was why Voldemort could sense the location of Belling Manor. Voldemort's eyes were bloodshot, fury coursing through him, causing his lips to twitch. He glared intently at the indifferent Snape. His voice hoarse. Haha. Severus, it appears you can answer my queries. Where have Alecto and my other servants at Hogwarts gone? He had attempted to summon these individuals using the Dark Mark that very morning, only to fail repeatedly. After Alecto returned with Pansy, she too reported their absence, believing it was merely part of the Dark Lord's plans. This instilled a foreboding feeling within Voldemort. Snape smirked slightly. I believe the students of Hogwarts ought to thank you. Your servants have provided them with ample one-on-one combat experience. One-on-one combat experience. Upon hearing this, even Astoria shot Snape a surprised glance. Draco's mouth hung agape, as though he were trying to comprehend his identity, his surroundings, and what had transpired. Merlin, before I was confined to solitary detention, I was terrified. Who could have imagined that Professor Snape was actually imprisoning the Death Eaters to provide me with practice? Wait, can we discuss this now? The effects of the potion had worn off. Thus, I absolutely refused to believe that Professor Snape killed Dumbledore. God knows how worried I was when Professor McGonagall attacked him. But Pansy's words still startled me. So who killed Alecto Carroll? It was me. Neville pursed his lips, his fists clenched tightly. He stepped forward, his honest face tinged with a hint of red, his eyes unwavering as he met Voldemort's stunned gaze. Harry's death does not matter. People die every day. Friends, family. Yes, we lost Harry tonight, but he is still with us, right here. His sacrifice was not in vain, but you shall perish in vain. Harry's heart beats for us. For all of us, this is not over yet. Neville unsteadily grasped the sword of Gryffindor, positioning himself protectively in front of the students of Hogwarts. You are right, Neville. Harry's voice rang out from beside Voldemort, causing everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. He deftly extricated himself from Hagrid's embrace and landed on the ground, raising his wand to point directly at Voldemort. Voldemort's mouth gaped wide, and as Harry finally steadied himself to look, he realized that the wand he held was none other than the one recently returned to Astoria, inscribed with enchanted runes. Thus, this was an astonishing charade. The participants included the world's most illustrious white wizard, Dumbledore, the new headmaster Severus, who treated Death Eaters as mere teaching tools, and Harry Potter, the Dark Lord's fated adversary. The mastermind behind this intricate plot was none other than Miss Astoria Belling, who had yet to graduate from Hogwarts. She stood with a godlike perspective, keenly observing the Dark Lord, who was as foolish as a jester, performing upon the stage. Voldemort finally grasped this reality. His crimson eyes darted towards the silver-haired girl who stood quietly watching him, and he growled through gritted teeth, Astoria Belling. In an instant, a pale blue beam filled with unrelenting murderous intent surged towards Astoria. With a hiss, a delicate red magical energy met it head-on. Draco reacted with extraordinary swiftness, raising his wand to point directly at Voldemort. The brilliant beam emanating from that hawthorn wand was dazzling, nearly rivaling Astoria's. Deprived of the Elder Wand's support, Voldemort found himself at a standstill, and before Harry and Dumbledore could further incite the battle, they were swiftly ensnared by the advancing Death Eaters. Meanwhile, Neville unhesitatingly raised the Gryffindor sword and struck down Nagini's head. Voldemort's chances of resurrection were extinguished. The atmosphere was tense, and the cacophony of battle surrounded them. No one noticed Pansy stealthily maneuvering around the ruins towards Hogwarts. Avada Kedavra, her eyes widened, her voice laced with hysteria. A deep green light shot forth like lightning towards Astoria's back. Astoria did not even glance back. Yet she had forgotten that Draco was unaware she too had consumed the defensive berry extract. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed beside her, causing Astoria's pupils to constrict. Leave it to me. With Dumbledore and Snape's aid, Harry broke free from the Death Eater's grasp, shouting as he confronted Voldemort. Time seemed to slow down exponentially. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lucius and Narcissa, disregarding the pursuing giant behind them, desperately running towards him. The upright figure fell backwards, and Astoria reached out to catch him. The once pale and handsome visage had drained of color. Draco's eyelashes fluttered. In the next moment, those pale gray eyes locked onto Astoria's. She wanted to scream something, perhaps his name, but her throat felt as though it were glued shut, rendering her voiceless. Hey! Draco's voice was barely above a whisper. This reminded Astoria of the words spoken by protagonists in the books Isabella had written just before their demise. No crying. After uttering this, Draco pressed his hand against the nape of Astoria's neck. Their warm lips met fervently. Now, it was Astoria's turn to be perplexed by the unfolding events. Roar! A colossal dragon leapt forth from the obsidian around his neck, its roar reverberating through the air. It was the birthday gift she had given him, a necklace imbued with dragon essence. Overwhelmed with concern, Astoria completely forgot about this. High above, the dragon's sword, its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, appeared before the dazed Pansy in an instant. The massive shadow penetrated her body, claiming her soul before dissolving into nothingness. Did you do this on purpose? Astoria suddenly realized, her words spilling out rapidly. Draco's gaze flickered, no longer reflecting the earlier weakness. I told you not to undertake such dangerous endeavors without informing me. Astoria felt a mix of anger and amusement, marveling at the thoughtfulness of his revenge. Mr. Malfoy. Draco let out a soft hiss, standing straight to the side, looking exceedingly obedient. In truth, he had merely acted on instinct to block that blow. And it was only when meeting Astoria's gaze that he remembered the dragon essence necklace he wore, but his tendency to tease had gotten the better of him. Chapter 145, The Wedding. A red light sliced through the sky above, akin to brilliant sunlight streaming through the nearest window. Astoria, along with everyone else, instinctively looked up. Voldemort's arms spread wide, his scarlet pupils rolling back. Then he crashed heavily to the ground before Harry. A wisp of black smoke scattered, and Tom Riddle's form disintegrated into fine dust, slowly vanishing from sight. Voldemort was dead. He had succumbed to Harry's Patronus charm, which was as soul-stealing as it was protective. After a few seconds of silence, chaos erupted. Shouts of joy and celebration surged from the crowd, soaring into the heavens. Hundreds, if not thousands, rushed forward, engulfing Harry, Astoria, Draco, Dumbledore, and Snape at the center, rendering it impossible to distinguish each voice. The sun gradually ascended above Hogwarts, filling the hall with vigor and light. The remaining Death Eaters were swiftly apprehended, and the innocent wizards imprisoned in Azkaban were immediately released. The Daily Prophet inundated the world with news of the victory in the Battle of Hogwarts. As the orchestrator behind the elaborate ruse targeting Voldemort, Astoria Belling garnered even more attention than the savior, Harry Potter. The wizarding world knew her name well, as did they the formidable economic entity, the Pureblood Alliance, that had rapidly risen under her command. At the tender age of 16, Astoria led her family down a path of prosperity, heralding the dawn of the swiftly advancing Belling era. Regarding Draco's childish antics during that great battle, Astoria had never been more furious. A certain little dragon had languidly set up camp outside a forest in northern England for several days before somehow relocating to the fragrant rose-scented bed at Belling Manor. For reasons unknown, Draco had not disclosed the truth of that day to anyone. Fortunately, after the family convened a serious meeting on cherishing life, starting with Draco, the matter was laid to rest. The wedding of Miss Belling and Mr. Malfoy was then set in motion. They had become engaged at Belling Manor. Thus the ceremony would take place at Malfoy Manor. The sunset's afterglow illuminated the golden spires, while twinkling lights gradually illuminated the venue, enveloping it in an air of mystery and romance. A long red carpet extended from the grand entrance to the wedding altar, flanked by an array of flowers gently swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, the emotional Mammon linked arms with Pegasus, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the couple on the altar, unable to suppress her laughter upon catching sight of a few swans standing at the rear. In preparation for today's nuptials, Narcissa instructed the house elves to meticulously clean every creature within the manor. Thus, the swan Dudu and its companions appeared especially sleek and polished, each adorned with pristine white satin bows around their necks. An ageless pet tortoise, Lance, perched atop one of the swans, gazing ahead. After being enchanted with a certain spell, its eyes and Dudus were now live-streaming the ceremony to the portraits unable to attend. This was Abraxas's idea. Draco Malfoy, do you take Astoria Belling to be your wife? From this day forth, in both prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, will you forever love her, cherish her, and be loyal to her until the end of time? Severus Snape cast a fleeting glance at Draco, who was gazing intently at his bride. She was adorned in a pure white mermaid wedding gown, its hem embellished with shimmering diamonds. It bore a striking resemblance to the resplendent dress Draco had sketched in his notebook years ago. Estele's silver hair was elegantly arranged in an updo, with a few curled strands framing her face, and her misty blue eyes sparkled with joy as they met his. Today, she was his bride. Draco Malfoy, Snape called again, pulling Draco from his reverie. Under the cool gaze of his godfather, Draco pressed his lips together and replied, I do. Estelle Biling. Snape turned to the radiant Estelle, his voice instinctively softening. Do you take Draco Malfoy to be your husband until the end of time? I do, she replied softly. A smile graced Draco's lips, his breath quickening. Now, please exchange the rings, Snape instructed. Lucius and Paygrass stepped forward, each carrying a tray adorned with small velvet boxes. Draco placed a meticulously chosen diamond, as large as a pigeon's egg, upon Estelle's finger. Meanwhile, the ring adorning Draco's hand was a rustic, uncut, irregularly shaped emerald. The guests exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their astonishment at the immense wealth of the Biling and Malfoy families. You may kiss your bride now, Snape announced. No sooner had the words left his lips than he witnessed his eager pupil tenderly cupping Estelle's face, carefully pressing his lips against hers. Draco's tongue invaded the territory she had guarded, gently exploring every corner, leaving a trail of faint green apple fragrance. His lashes fluttered as he kissed his beloved with sincere reverence. Mistletoe quietly spread behind them, a witness to the devotion of the faithful. Oh, Albus, why? If not for this wedding, Harry might never have witnessed the sight of the Slytherin king, inebriated and clinging to Dumbledore's collar, unwilling to let go. After much effort, he and Draco managed to pry the old professor away from Dumbledore's robes, each taking an arm of Snape as they guided him toward the guest room. When she first arrived at Spinner's End, she was so small she would cling to my leg, and now my sweetie is marrying that arrogant little brat. Am I right, Lucius? Snape gazed earnestly at Draco, whose golden hair mirrored that of Lucius. Indeed, Draco replied, stifling a laugh as he nodded, feeling validated by Lucius. Snape turned to glare at Harry, about to speak when his brow furrowed in frustration. Damn you, James Potter. Let go of me. Don't think I'll forgive you for not protecting her. Harry bit his lip, clearly embarrassed. The calm and composed Severus Snape had transformed into a man barely recognizable. After considerable effort to return him to the guest room, Draco finally opened the door to his and Icedale's bedroom. Chapter 146, Epilogue. The decor of the bedroom seemed unchanged. Just like in their childhood, the wooden shelves were piled high with books. The soft, dark green bed offered a view of the entire estate through its window, and they were still deeply in love. Icedale changed into a loose, comfortable nightgown and sat before the vanity, gently wiping away her vibrant lipstick. Beneath the nightgown, the delicate contours of her shoulder blades were subtly visible, causing Draco to momentarily lose his train of thought. Draco approached her, naturally taking the square cloth from her hand, gently assisting her in removing her makeup. Why didn't you drink today? Icedale teased. Draco raised an eyebrow. This is our wedding night, Icedale. Blaze and the others shielded me from many drinks. They're already back in the guest room, sound asleep. So is my godfather. Yet he remains blissfully unaware that Colin captured his tearful display clinging to Dumbledore's collar. Icedale chuckled softly, clearing her throat to mimic Snape's tone. I assume you know how to spell the word respect, you rude brutes. However, seeing her godfather in such a light made her genuinely happy. Draco smiled in agreement. Icedale nodded, acknowledging that, while not entirely accurate, Uncle Severus seemed to have come fully alive. Has the ministry not officially recognized him as the headmaster of Hogwarts yet? Draco set down the cloth and gazed at the unadorned silver-haired girl in the mirror, softly replying, the ministry has been quite busy lately, naturally deferring less significant matters. After all, in everyone's minds, my godfather is already the true headmaster of Hogwarts, so there's no need to worry. As tonight there are far more pressing matters for Icedale to focus on. Wouldn't you agree? Before Icedale could respond, the sudden sensation of weightlessness caused her to instinctively wrap her arms around Draco's neck. He kissed her forehead and strode confidently toward the bathroom. Draco, there's no need for this. Icedale's ears flushed crimson. It's just washing my face. There's no need to carry me around. Draco placed her gently on the sink, turning on the faucet as he spoke. I heard that before we met. Mammon and Paygrass used to carry you around the Biling estate. Had I known, I wouldn't have let Icedale walk an extra step. As Icedale was about to dismiss his exaggeration, her gaze met his soft gray eyes filled with warmth and laughter. She was certain that Draco was not joking. His strength had increased manifold since their childhood. Just like now, with one hand supporting her waist and the other reaching for a glass of water. Their lips met. Breaths entwined. Cool water flowed, momentarily soothing Icedale's parched throat. The dim, warm light cast two closely entwined shadows on the wall. Draco paused, his eyes filled with desire as he regarded Icedale, whose cheeks were flushed. Your little tongue can't always be out. It will dry up quickly. His deep, magnetic voice sent shivers down Icedale's neck. His passionate tone always stirred something tender within her. Draco extended his finger, gently placing it back where it belonged. His fingertip was moist, igniting a yearning in her heart. Broken sobs echoed intermittently, yet were ruthlessly silenced by the soundproofing charm. The man tirelessly sought everything from her. Icedale felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, repeatedly submerged by the winds and waves. Only when her consciousness faded did the sea finally return to a tranquil calm. After confirming that Icedale was merely exhausted and not unconscious, her exuberant husband decided to let her rest. Once Draco had taken care of everything and climbed into bed, pulling Icedale into his embrace, the dawn was already breaking. The girl lay peacefully with her eyes closed, her breathing shallow and even. Only her lips bore a slight redness and swelling, suggesting they had been tenderly cherished. Astoria Greengrass was the wife of Draco Malfoy. This realization heightened his awareness, making sleep elusive. He reached out, delicately tracing the contours of her face, his movements cautious as if handling a rare and precious treasure. I love you, dear, Draco murmured softly, Yet the girl in his embrace furrowed her brow in discontent. Astoria hummed her dissatisfaction, her arm reaching around Draco's sturdy waist. Almost instinctively, her legs draped over his, entwining him like a small octopus, rendering him immobile. This posture of trust and dependence sent a tremor through Draco's chest, eliciting a muffled chuckle from him. Outside, the warm sun of spring began its ascent. A gentle breeze brought petals that danced into the soft and damp recesses of memory. The lake shimmered, and the mountains flourished in verdant splendor. End of main text. Extra chapter, Soul Exchange, Part 1. Draco gazed incredulously at his reflection in the mirror. Silver curls framed his face, misty blue eyes sparkled, a finely sculpted nose stood proud, and luscious lips glistened. The visage he knew all too well now appeared in a mirror that reflected only one person. Tentatively, he reached out to pinch his cheek. Suddenly, he froze in place. Something had gone awry. Just moments ago, he had been in the Department of International Magical Cooperation attending to his duties. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to the office of the Pure Blood Alliance's president, now in Astoria's form. Draco managed to regain his composure. Recalling the previous day's visit from the Weasley twins, who had come to showcase their latest products to Astoria. George and Fred's magical antics had become a sensation throughout the wizarding world, and they had recently applied to expand into the Muggle realm. As the youngest director since the establishment of the department, Draco had naturally reviewed their application and accompanying documents, which he had been attending to just before this bizarre incident occurred. Could it be that this was somehow linked to the twins' new prank toy? With this thought, Draco hesitated no longer. If his deductions were accurate, Astoria, who had exchanged souls with him, would now be in the Ministry of Magic. Blue flames ignited at his fingertips, a pale red energy flickering awkwardly. As he spoke, the voice that emerged was distinctly feminine. Astoria. Draco stiffened, evidently unaccustomed to using her voice. Draco, I'm in your office, came Astoria's timely response to his message. The sensation of hearing his own voice in her tone was rather peculiar, so Draco succinctly replied, I will find you, Astoria. There must be some sort of issue. Regardless, wait for me. All right. Since Astoria had inherited the spatial transferabilities of Mammon and Pegasus, the president's office lacked a flue fireplace. The flue network platform in the building was located on the 20th floor. As Draco descended in the elevator, he inevitably encountered a few staff members. Good afternoon, President. President, here is the net profit report for the metal industry for the first half of the year. Should I leave it at your office door or hand it over to Miss Burstead? A short-haired woman in a tailored suit asked, noticing Astoria's apparent departure. Draco calmly nodded. Responding, hand it to Burstead. Understood, President. The woman maintained her composure. Draco and Astoria understood each other well. Thus, even with their souls exchanged, they could swiftly and seamlessly impersonate one another without revealing any discrepancies. However, should they encounter more familiar acquaintances? Astoria, is there something important? Upon exiting the elevator, the curious voice of Blaise Zabini reached him. Draco raised an eyebrow, turning to meet his gaze. What is it? Do you need something? Nothing. I just haven't seen you moving this quickly in a while. Blaise shrugged, scrutinizing him with a frown. Why do I feel like something's a bit off today? He glanced at her somewhat casual stance, raising an eyebrow. Draco's gaze became evasive as he attempted to appear nonchalant. The high heels were beginning to cause slight discomfort to his ankles. He would have to increase the time dedicated to massaging Astoria, he mused inwardly. I don't have time to chat, Blaise, Draco said, casting a sidelong glance at him, but Blaise seemed increasingly aware of the oddity. Such a curious tone. This floor is the Flue network platform, so where could you possibly be going that your spatial spells are rendered useless? Draco regarded him quietly. Blaise felt that expression was all too familiar, reminiscent of Malfoy or Snape, poised to unleash venom. I am, of course, going to the Ministry of Magic to find my beloved husband. The girl's voice was ethereal. I suppose such feelings would be difficult for Mr. Zabini, who has just returned to single life, to comprehend. Blaise gritted his teeth. There was just a minor misunderstanding between Daphne and me. We are nowhere near breaking up. Astoria's eyes sparkled as her lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so? Then I wish you luck. With that, she turned on her heel, leaving him with an elegant silhouette. Draco Malfoy. Blaise's expression stiffened. Don't think I don't recognize you just because you've changed your guise. The unmistakable scent of venom could only belong to his close friend who had married Greengrass and reached the zenith of life. Even though you are engaged. Daphne proposed that post-marriage, like Astoria, she wouldn't take your surname. The circumstances surrounding Greengrass are entirely different from those of Bellings. Perhaps there could be a compromise? Blaise pondered, furrowing his brow. Ministry of Magic. Following Blaise, Draco encountered two familiar faces. Harry and his wife, Ginny Weasley. After the war, they had officially become Aurors and were currently handling the paperwork for apprehending any remaining Death Eaters. Astoria, Harry exclaimed. his eyes lighting up at the sight of her familiar figure, while Ginny turned to reveal a radiant smile adorned with white teeth. However, Astoria merely offered them a faint smile, her steps unwavering. Is she headed towards the Department of International Magical Cooperation? Ginny inquired. Harry nodded yes. She should be going to find Draco. Their relationship is truly remarkable. Ginny watched the slender figure with a smile, wondering when they would hear good news about Astoria and Malfoy. I ran into Hermione a few days ago. She mentioned that Elena has learned to roll over. Really? Harry replied, astonished. But I still feel like Elena is just a newborn baby. Time indeed flies. Crumb has been taking excellent care of both mother and child. Indeed. In the empty office, the only sound was the rustling of papers. After a thorough examination of Draco's physical appearance in the mirror, Astoria settled at the desk. Engrossed in a book titled The Historical Collision of the Pureblood Alliance's Industry Chain and Muggle Economy. Draco's office exuded an air of lavish sophistication, adorned in shades of black and gray. The books on the metal shelves were meticulously arranged, the spines displaying a harmonious palette without any jarring colors. Initially, I presumed that the book I casually picked up would be rather dull and uninteresting. However, gradually, I found myself engrossed in its pages, oblivious to the figure standing before the desk. In the supplementary narrative of Soul Exchange, Part 2, the voice of the secretary broke the silence. Director, this is the document that requires your signature. Astounded, I diverted my gaze to the elegant girl poised before me. She flashed a mischievous smile, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes. In my view, she appeared quite enchanting. It seems that the latest innovation developed by Weasley is bound to become a commercial success, as even I found the sensation intriguingly novel. I cleared my throat, my voice resonating with a rich timbre. Why has this document arrived so late? My slender fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, my pale gray eyes offering an inscrutable glance at the silver-haired girl. Draco squinted slightly, almost instantaneously immersing himself in the present moment. Director, I did not intend for this to happen. Please forgive me. Forgive? I raised an eyebrow. Rising from my seat, I relished the newfound vantage point from above. Observing my own lips curving into a cryptic smile, a rush of mischief bubbled within me. This is a clerical error, Miss Secretary. Merely apologizing will not suffice. You must find an alternative way to atone for your mistake. Draco chuckled softly. An alternative way? I wonder if this would suffice. With the aid of high heels, he tilted his head slightly, pressing his soft lips against mine. The kiss was fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Yet, even in that moment, I swiftly recognized the sudden stirrings within this body. The wand that had always tormented me felt as though it had been subjected to an expansion charm, igniting an unexpected warmth. The peculiar sensations beneath my tailored trousers sent me into a flurry. My cheeks flushed crimson as I hastily sought to conclude this game. All right, Draco. Enough of this. George and Fred mentioned that by consuming the delayed release potion, we could revert to our original selves. I have the potion at the manor. Let us return at once. My eyes widened in disbelief as I glanced down to find my own hand misbehaving. It was deliberate, Draco smirked. If that is the case, it would be a disservice to the director's intentions to refrain from indulging in some amusement. Before I could finish my thought, the petite silver-haired girl shoved Draco against the wall behind him. He drew her body close, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. Had it not been for that bottle of prank potion, I would never have imagined witnessing such an aggressively charged expression on my own face. Our breaths intertwined. I was compelled to lean in closer to him. Just as our lips were about to meet, a series of knocks interrupted us, freezing both of us in place. Director, the minutes from this morning's meeting and the related data compilation have been completed, a youthful voice announced. Draco frowned, irritated at the interruption. Send them in later. I am currently the light voice startled not only the person outside the door, but also Draco and me, who belatedly registered the situation. All right. I won't disturb you any further, Director. The flustered man, clutching his folder tightly, turned on his heel and departed as if riding a broomstick. Merlin, who would have guessed that Miss Belling was inside? The team leader's voice broke through. What is wrong with you? Nothing. Oh, by the way, inform everyone in the team that unless it's of utmost importance, they should not knock on the director's office today. Oh, understood. Draco's gaze drifted downward, fixating on a particular area that had once again shifted, his lips forming a straight line. It seems we must heed what Dare said and return to the manor. The delayed release potion gradually diffused within me. Draco could distinctly feel his consciousness blurring, yet before his soul was expelled back to its original position, he endeavored to secure some advantages for himself. Disheveled, he recast the expansion charm on the hawthorn wood. A low groan escaped him, his eyes betraying unmasked desire. Lifting his gaze, he found the girl's sensitive face tinged with a faint blush, yet she did not cease her movements. Whispered musings filled the air. I have finally experienced the sensation of skin hunger. Dare, What about you? You must feel my longing as well. At any moment, I am captivated by you. This is the proof. The scene before me blurred, and in a daze, my perspective shifted. I suddenly realized I was leaning against Draco's solid chest, gazing down at him. He reacted swiftly, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he lifted me effortlessly. Moments later, we plummeted into the garden. The hawthorn wood once again enveloping us. Tears welled in my eyes, glistening like pearls. You wicked man. Amidst the surging waves of emotion, I playfully scolded him. Yet all was engulfed in the intertwining of our lips and tongues, the air thick with passion. In the supplementary narrative of temporal regression, Part 1. In the expansive office filled with towering stacks of documents and the hurried, chaotic footsteps outside, I felt utterly disoriented, much like a suddenly grown-up version of myself. The moment I uttered the phrase mudblood, the atmosphere between Dare and me shifted dramatically. Hermione is Dare's friend. Perhaps I should not have yet upon returning to the dormitory and sitting in my chair, unsure how to face Dare. I found myself inexplicably transported to this unfamiliar place. The International Magical Cooperation Department. Draco retracted his gaze from the documents on the table, his heart racing as he rose to his feet and strode towards the door. He had to uncover what had transpired. Thankfully, he was in his father's office at the Ministry of Magic, which should not be far from here. Director, Miss Granger from the legal department is looking for you. Do you have a moment? A staff member called out just as Draco stepped outside. He double-checked the title the man used to address him, then stiffly turned around. Upon seeing Hermione Granger, who appeared to have grown proportionally larger in her cheerful demeanor, Draco's pupils dilated. Draco, where are you headed? Hermione waved a thick stack of parchment in her hand. I need to arrange a time to discuss the revisions to the new international cooperation law. Of course, if now works, that would be even better. I can't always be so fortunate as to bump into you, the busy Mr. Malfoy. Hermione flashed a radiant smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. What did you just call me? Draco's expression faltered slightly. Hermione tilted her head, puzzled. Mr. Malfoy? Or Draco? What's the matter? She recalled having called him by that name long ago. Draco's gaze wandered, and he suddenly felt as if he were dreaming. Ah, it's nothing. He struggled to regain his composure. By the way, do you happen to know the way to the council? The council? You mean the Pure Blood Alliance Council? Hermione paused momentarily. Draco quickly clarified, what alliance? I meant the Ministry Council. Hermione regarded him with a peculiar expression. ISNT, the Ministry Council disbanded since the war? Disbanded. That Draco's heart raced even faster. I see I have something to attend to. I must take my leave now. With that, he vanished from Hermione's sight without a backward glance. The latter furrowed her brow and muttered a few phrases before realizing that Draco had not truly engaged her in a discussion regarding international law. Forget it. Could you please assist me in checking any available appointment slots with your director? Is 4 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days from now suitable, Miss Granger? 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Yes, that works. Thank you for your help. Malfoy Manor. Has she not informed Draco yet? If he knew, he would surely be overjoyed. No, perhaps she wishes to surprise him. Indeed, it is a surprise. Merlin, you cannot fathom how exhilarated I was upon seeing it. I share your sentiments, sissy. This is the continuation of life. Lucius extended his hand, gently wiping away the moisture from his wife's eyes. Before them lay a small gift box containing 2 tiny garments, only slightly larger than the size of a palm. Both were blue. I must ponder carefully about what to prepare for day. Narcissa murmured. Bang. Before Narcissa could finish her sentence, a loud noise erupted from the direction of the fireplace in the living room. The couple instantly turned to look. Dust swirled as a shadow coughed and began to rise. Draco? Narcissa exclaimed, standing up. At the sound of his name, Draco's eyes lit up upon meeting the familiar faces. He rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Lucius, quick on his feet, pulled Narcissa into his embrace, preventing the dust-covered Draco from soiling his lovely wife. How did you get yourself into such a state? He frowned in distaste, and besides, ISNT it's still before the Ministry of Magic's closing time? But Granger said the Ministry's board had been dissolved, so I had no choice but to return to the manor to find you. Draco replied. Lucius squinted, scrutinizing his son. What exactly are you saying? Did I not leave the Ministry long ago? Narcissa looked at Draco with concern as well. 10 minutes later. So, you only remember events that occurred before your second year? Lucius's tone rose. Draco nodded, looking glum. Narcissa could not help but laugh as she observed him. It seems our little dragon is merely 12 years old. Mother, Draco sighed, somewhat exasperated. Lucius remained relatively calm. Well then, go wash up and clean yourself. We will contact Day and have her come to Malfoy Manor. Day? Has she no longer been residing here? Draco gasped. Well, they cannot possibly live together forever. Day has her own life. She is a Belling, and perhaps she has returned to Belling Manor after reaching adulthood. But why did father say to have Day come? The situation doesn't seem too dire. At least it sounds as if they are still close as siblings. Narcissa stifled a laugh as she watched Draco ascend the stairs. His heart filled with trepidation, and then shot Lucius an annoyed glance. You just keep tormenting him. The latter wrapped his arms around his wife's slender waist, whispering something softly. Narcissa's ears flushed crimson. Mammon has once again gathered fruits from the forest for us, but I haven't had the chance to eat mine yet. Yes, that is normal. It should be ready in a few hours. Let us stay at Malfoy Manor tonight. All right, there are indeed two. Yes, I have already confirmed this with St. Mungo's. This is quite astonishing. The sounds from the hall below reached Draco's ears, and he paused momentarily after finishing his shower. Day has arrived. He suddenly recalled the photographs in his bedroom and the various dresses in the wardrobe, swallowing nervously. Surely he hadn't guessed wrong. As he pondered this, Draco descended the stairs. His gaze fell upon the slender, upright figure of a girl. She stood there in a beautiful little dress that appeared to be made of expensive fabric, and she had grown quite a bit. Excerpt from the time-traveling side story, Part 2. Just as Narcissa, facing the staircase, noticed her little dragon, she could not help but smile. Look, he is here. No sooner had she spoken than Draco saw the silver-haired girl turn her head. Her striking beauty pierced the depths of his soul, like a rose in full bloom. She radiated an unparalleled allure. Her misty blue eyes narrowed slightly, sparkling with mirth as they met his gaze. Just one look was enough to ensnare his very being. Draco held his breath, standing frozen in awe. What are you dawdling for? Come over here, Estelle chuckled. Having learned from Lucius and Narcissa that his memory was stuck in his second-year phase, her tone was akin to comforting a child. Draco snapped back to reality, making an effort to appear more composed as he approached with measured steps. Day, he said, somewhat bashfully, biting his lip. Estelle's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to his slightly flushed face, pinching his cheek playfully. How adorable. It was obvious that Draco's ears flushed a deep crimson as well. Having not seen her son so flustered in a long time, Narcissa immediately aligned herself with her mischievous daughter-in-law. It was not until Draco was rendered speechless, stammering, and unable to form a complete sentence, that Estelle led him back to his room. It turned out to be about Hermione. Estelle had found the moment from Draco's memories when he clashed with the Gryffindor trio in his second year. However, the details had faded with time, and she could hardly recall the specifics. Estelle was confident that neither she nor Draco would allow this incident to create a rift between them. Yet, observing the expression of the young dragon before her, it seemed he was still troubled by the matter. What do you think our relationship is now? Estelle suddenly shifted the topic. Draco was taken aback, his gaze drifting to a photograph on the table featuring the two of them in formal attire. His lips involuntarily curling into a smile as he lowered his head and replied, "We are husband and wife. So, do you still believe I would be upset over that incident, or that I would not reconcile with you?" After hanging up his coat, Estelle smiled and sat beside Draco. It seemed he had just grasped the crux of the matter, and his eyes brightened instantly. However, before he could continue, he suddenly found himself enveloped in a warm, soft embrace. The scent of alluring roses filled the air. The little dragon, only 12 years old inside, momentarily lost his breath, then tentatively wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist. Estelle had not seen Draco so shy in ages. If it were any other time, her proactive affection would have drawn out his usual playful grin, and they would have leisurely explored the mysteries of the human body together. Ding! An excellent idea flashed through Estelle's mind. She released her embrace, and, under Draco's puzzled gaze, slowly leaned in toward his delicate lips. Her enchanting features gradually magnified in his sight. Draco felt as though his heart was about to leap from his chest. She is going to kiss me. Their breaths intertwined. Estelle could clearly see Draco's eyelashes fluttering nervously. The young dragon tightly shut his eyes, as if engaged in a difficult internal struggle. Just before their lips met, Draco suddenly recoiled. This isn't right. His breath came in quick bursts. This is too fast for me. And what if? Draco's voice faltered, unable to meet the gaze of the girl before him, thus missing the keen interest and absence of displeasure reflected in her eyes. What if I am not the same person as he is now? Just then, the incessant chatter of young Mr. Malfoy was silenced as Estelle covered his mouth. He remained oblivious to the fact that his memory had become muddled after consuming the fruit sent by Mammon, allowing Estelle to interrupt his spiraling self-doubt just in time. Her misty blue eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, yet shone with unwavering resolve. No matter what transpired, Estelle would forever harbor a special affection for Draco. It had been so in the past, it was so in the present, and it would remain so in the future. Even if you have come from another world, there too, you will find a version of me who loves you dearly. Draco stared at her, seemingly overwhelmed by a surge of boundless affection, softening a corner of his heart that had long been hardened. With newfound determination, he leaned forward, his cool lips brushing lightly against hers. The innocent kiss concluded in a haze for Estelle. When she regained her senses, she noticed a faint blush creeping up Draco's neck. He exclaimed, This is my first kiss. I am quite serious. Now that you've said it, you must keep your word, no backing out. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you, dare. Estelle couldn't help but laugh. First kiss. She arched an eyebrow. Indeed, it is quite precious. But fret not. For this will not be the only first I shall witness of our dear Mr. Malfoy. At her words, Draco's eyes widened in shock, his face reddening profusely. You naughty dare, how could you say such things? As Draco spoke, he suddenly swayed unsteadily. Estelle furrowed her brow and quickly steadied his arm. What's the matter, Draco? Are you all right? The platinum-haired lad hung his head, seemingly lost in thought. Fortunately, just a moment later, he let out a low groan and slowly returned to meet Estelle's gaze. He had come back. Dare. Draco quickly surveyed the surroundings, realizing they were in the bedroom of Malfoy Manor, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Was it a dream? Had he dreamt of returning to his second year? It is not a dream, Estelle smiled. It was that fruit from Mammon. It must possess some form of time reversal capability, for just now, both my godfather and godmother and I encountered Draco from his second year at Hogwarts. Huh. Draco blinked, seemingly struggling to digest this revelation. What did that lad say to you? Estelle had expected him to pose other queries, yet was taken aback when the jealous Slytherin prince seemed to be envious of his own self. What lad? He is merely you, after all, she teased, pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Draco feigned surrender. All right. I'm just afraid he might say some absurd things. Estelle scoffed lightly. He didn't say anything else, merely that Miss Belling spent considerable time comforting a certain young dragon's distressed spirit. Draco's gaze drifted. But there is something you do not yet know? Estelle shifted the conversation. What? She said with a playful smile, taking Draco's hand and placing it gently on her abdomen. He looked at her in confusion. Here, there is already a treasure that belongs to us, she murmured softly. Draco's pupils widened, his breath hitching as he incredulously asked. Our treasure? Estelle's lips curled into a smile. Two. His voice involuntarily rose, the disbelief evident in his tone. Extra chapter, The Transferee, Part 1, in the office of the Hogwarts headmaster. Let me think. A clever and innocent girl, brimming with immense potential. In my view, both Gryffindor and Slytherin would suit you well. Where would you like to go? Anywhere. Very well then, Slytherin. At the moment the Sorting Hat called out, Brian Belling, who had been intently watching his dear daughter, finally exhaled in relief. In recent years, the Belling family's business had shifted focus to the UK, leaving him and Gloria overwhelmed with work. At times, they could only rely on Mammon to look after their daughter Estelle, who was far away at Durmstrang. After considerable discussion, the couple unanimously decided to facilitate their daughter's transfer to Hogwarts. Due to the differing academic progress between the two schools and Estelle's exceptional talent and spells, Headmaster Dumbledore permitted her to directly engage with the third-year curriculum. With the sorting successfully concluded, Estelle officially became a young wizard at Hogwarts. The silver-haired girl removed the hat from her head, obediently walking over to Brian, who regarded her with a warm and affectionate gaze, and flashed him a sweet smile that revealed two adorable dimples. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully at Slytherin. He looked kindly at the elegant and beautifully poised young girl before him, and said, For the Belling family, Slytherin is indeed a fitting place. I hope you have a delightful journey through your studies at Hogwarts. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Dumbledore, not overly surprised, smiled as he said, It is your head of house, Professor Snape. He is the potions master and occasionally substitutes for Professor Lupin, who teaches defense against the dark arts. While explaining, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the door opened with a creak. Snape immediately spotted the strikingly beautiful faces of both an adult and a child. His gaze lingered on the younger one for a moment before he approached with his usual impassive demeanor. What a coincidence it is that Miss Belling, who has journeyed from Durmstrang, has been sorted into Slytherin, Dumbledore remarked cheerfully. I believe you need to head to the third-year defense against the dark arts classroom shortly, yes? Indeed, Headmaster, Snape replied flatly. Perfect. Please take Miss Belling to meet the other students. Dumbledore turned to Estelle. Fear not. Most of the students are only a year older than you, so you should get along well. Of course, if you encounter any troublesome issues, you can always seek out Headmaster Snape for assistance. All right, Estelle replied, her eyes sparkling. In an instant, Snape's eyes twitched at the prospect of being promised to help the new pretty little witch. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Students were incessantly discussing the recent breakout of Sirius Black, and Harry appeared somewhat restless. Just then, a paper crane fluttered down and landed on his desk. Harry blinked, unfolding the paper crane to read, May you be struck by lightning during the Quidditch match. It depicted a lively figure riding a broom with wild hair. Without a second thought, Harry spun around in anger, only to find Draco's eyes glinting with mischief. Beside him, the hulking crab smirked provocatively. Malfoy, you are insufferable. Shoo. Snape is coming. Harry, sit down. Hermione swiftly pulled Harry back just as he was about to charge at the sharp-tongued young master. Feeling utterly frustrated, Harry tossed the note away, where it landed on an empty seat in front of Draco. Snape, witnessing the scene, shot Harry a disdainful look. Yet, to Harry's surprise, today as king of the Slytherins seemed disinclined to unleash venom upon him. Enough. Cease your current activities and stop the foolish squabbles, Snape said with a disdainful snort. Today, before class begins, I need to discuss a matter unrelated to the curriculum. As soon as he finished speaking, the students below eagerly focused their attention on Snape. The students appeared significantly more enthusiastic than usual. Draco's keen eyes caught sight of a shadow at the doorway of the classroom. Snape, succinct as ever, announced, "Hogwarts has a new transfer student. Please enter, Miss Belling." A transfer student? That surname seems vaguely familiar. It appears she has chosen between Slytherin and Gryffindor. I wager she belongs to Gryffindor. Merlin, she is stunning. The moment Estelle stepped into the classroom, all questions and whispers vanished into thin air. Like the rest, Draco found himself entranced by the exquisite girl standing by the podium, her hair seemingly shimmering with light. Surely, he must be dreaming. "Hello everyone, I am Estelle Belling, and I will be studying magic alongside you in Slytherin. I look forward to your guidance." Facing a myriad of astonished or dazed gazes, Estelle showed no signs of trepidation. However, when her eyes passed over the platinum-haired boy, she momentarily faltered. For some reason, Estelle was reminded of a brilliant gem cherished by Pegasus deep within its cave. "Please, take a seat." Snape gestured nonchalantly toward an empty chair in the row directly in front of Draco. Estelle nodded and gracefully made her way over. Most of the students had regained their composure by then. When Draco noticed her walking directly towards him and taking the seat in front of him, he felt an unexplainable warmth creep into his cheeks. "What is her name?" "Estelle Belling? Such a melodious name. She has been sorted into Slytherin. Could she also hail from a pureblood lineage? Yet, this surname is unfamiliar to me. I must write a letter to Father tonight." Draco, Crabbe nudged his elbow, interrupting Malfoy's reverie. Just as Draco was about to voice his impatience, he caught sight of the girl curiously picking up a crumpled piece of paper that Potter had carelessly left on the desk. Draco's breath hitched. Seizing the moment while Snape turned away, he discreetly raised his wand. Incendio, flames erupted. In an instant, the paper in Estelle's hand was reduced to ash, dissipating into the air. She turned in confusion, her gaze locking onto Draco's eyes, which seemed to shimmer with an air of guilt. Struck speechless by her beauty, Draco felt his body stiffen, his heart racing, as he subconsciously attempted to mimic his father's calm demeanor. Fortunately, Estelle only glanced at him before turning back, allowing the heat in Draco's face to subside slightly. "Well done." Once he had regained his composure, Draco murmured to Crabbe beside him. The latter chuckled, his chubby cheeks squishing his eyes further. "Potter." Snape's icy voice cut through the air, causing Draco to straighten immediately. It was once again time for Potter's torment during class. "Yes, Professor," Harry replied, striving to keep his voice steady. Snape regarded him with a bland expression. "What is required for the successful casting of a dark curse?" After a moment's thought, Harry tentatively replied, "A wizard must have precise control over the incantation and wand. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Snape swiftly declared, cutting Harry off. Harry bit his lip in frustration. Snape continued, "What is the function of the obscuring charm?" Having recently studied this section, Harry suddenly felt emboldened and stammered, As the name suggests, the obscuring charm hinders the speed of the target. "I hope you won't regurgitate textbook definitions, Mr. Potter." Snape scrutinized him. "You still cannot manage to answer succinctly in my class, can you?" With that, Snape leisurely strolled to the front of the podium, ignoring Miss Granger, who was raising her arm eagerly, and suddenly called out, "Miss Belling." Estelle stood up, her watery eyes fixed on the irritable professor. Snape, somewhat awkwardly, lowered his gaze. "You may answer the previous 2 questions. To successfully cast a dark curse, one must possess malice," Estelle replied with a light, airy tone. "The function of the obscuring charm is to temporarily hinder the target's speed." "Excellent. Slytherin gains 20 points." Snape's tone rose slightly. Estelle appeared somewhat taken aback. Although she was still unclear about the significance of points, the admiration and excitement reflected in the eyes of her fellow Slytherins made her feel as though she had accomplished something remarkable. "Miss Belling, are you aware? Slytherin gains 5 points. Perhaps only Miss Belling can answer my question." "Slytherin gains 5 points. Miss Granger, I assume you are aware of how foolish your answer is." "Belling, you may respond." "Slytherin gains 5 points." After a class filled with questions on dark magic, Snape felt pleased to have a second student, besides the Malfoy heir, who could outshine Gryffindor with genuine skill. As he left the classroom, the old professor's footsteps were lighter than ever before. "Don't be disheartened, Hermione. The questions Snape asked afterward were not what we are currently studying. It's perfectly normal not to have the answers. Belling is truly impressive, She earned Slytherin at least 40 points this class. Where did she come from? Durmstrang or Beauxbatons? Has Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts curriculum fallen so far behind other schools? I hope Professor Lupin can hold on. The constant change of instructors is quite unbearable. Hey, Daphne. Why do you look so glum? Belling has added so many points to our house. I'm just pondering how many points Dumbledore will need to award Harry and the others at the end-of-year feast to surpass Slytherin. Oh, suddenly, I don't feel quite so happy. The whispers filled the air. As Estelle gathered her books into her bag and prepared to leave, a shadow loomed before her. Looking up, she saw the platinum-haired boy seated behind her. The thin sheen of sweat on Draco's forehead betrayed his nervousness. I burned that paper before class because it contained some unpleasant remarks. Draco could even hear the pounding of his own heart as he continued. I believe I should apologize for my rudeness. With that, he extended his hand, revealing a delicately crafted paper crane resting in his palm. Estelle's eyes widened in surprise. She spotted a few simple enchantment runes inscribed on the crane. Thank you, she said, and the moment her fingertips brushed against it, the wings began to flutter. In the next instant, the tiny crane soared into the air, circling around Estelle before gently landing in the palm of her hand. I am Draco Malfoy, he declared, gazing at the enchanting girl before him. It is a pleasure to meet you. Estelle Belling, she replied with a radiant smile. I look forward to our time together. Epilogue, 2 diary entries. Cat's diary. Today, I discovered a newborn foal in the woods of the estate. It looked frail, lying alone beneath a tree. Its mouth dark as if it had eaten a poisoned apple. The foal was frightened of humans. It even nibbled my hand when I brought it back to the castle. Should I call it brave or timid? Alas, it was indeed my fruit that caused the poisoning. As a responsible Bellin, I must take accountability for it. Yet, this creature cannot articulate its needs, leaving me perplexed as to its intentions. Surely, I shan't let it perish under my care. Today, Merlin informed me that I nearly let my little pony meet its demise. It turns out that it requires not only milk, but also water. No wonder its complexion has become increasingly sallow by the day. My sincerest apologies, dear pony. The growth rate of this little creature appears to exceed that of a wizard by several folds. Today, it finally found its voice. What does Pagizos mean? Is that its name? How peculiar that a horse would inherently know its own name, and such an odd one at that. I still prefer the name I initially bestowed upon it. Little White Bellin. Does that not sound delightful? Why, whenever I call it that, it turns its rear towards me. Oh, so it is called Pegasus, and it is indeed a stallion. Little Papa hardly sits still for a moment. I have taken the liberty of dividing a portion of the woods for him. He has excavated a cave and claims he wishes to plant an abundance of fruit to repay me. Very well, this will help alleviate the inexplicable energy swirling within him. The fruits he cultivates are rather unpalatable, even more so than my own. However, they seem to possess some of his unique abilities, resulting in wondrous effects. As for me, I shall not partake, but in light of his pitiful expression, I have resolved to find a gullible soul to consume them for me. Austin, at the tender age of 4, appears rather dim-witted. It should be easy to deceive him. That child puts everything in his mouth. Today, little Papa invited me to accept his blessing. He declared his desire for us to be together forever and ever. Humph, such a greedy pony. I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Dear Papa, heavens, it seems the illusory fruit holds myriad benefits. Although I glimpsed Papa briefly transformed into human form, he was truly enchanting. He expressed admiration for my animagus form, proclaiming me the most beautiful and charming cat in the world. Naturally, I am Mammon Bellin. Even my animagus form stands apart from the rest. Adore me, little pony. Papa and I have plans to send little dear to the Malfoy household. Alas, I cannot bear to leave her unguarded, so I must accompany her, leaving Papa to watch over the estate. He wouldn't want us to spend our days curled up in the cave, weeping, would he? He kissed me. He uttered a flurry of nonsensical words. But they have escaped my memory. I only recall the softness and sweetness of his lips. Indeed, I cannot resist Papa in human form. When shall I steal another kiss? Tomorrow morning? No, tonight. Yes, tonight. Can Papa and I have little babies? Will they be wizards or little ponies? No, I am not yet prepared for that. Perhaps simply playing with dear's children would suffice. Cecilia's 2 brothers climbed my statue today, truly embodying my once fierce spirit. For reasons unknown, Draco gave them a sound thrashing. But when Cecilia grows up, she too shall be as strong as her brothers. Draco's diary. Today, Granger and Crumb visited the estate with their children. Thankfully, Elena did not inherit Granger's prominent front teeth. Yet, why is she even more mischievous than those troublesome boys? They chased after her incessantly, even climbing that statue. Although dear Cecilia is only 2 years old, as her brothers, they ought to set a good example for her. Thus, after the Crumb family departed, I administered a sound reprimand to Louis and Eric and warned them not to report my actions to dear. Is it merely my imagination? Or does Lewis gaze at Elena oddly? Never mind, my precious dear has been so busy lately. I miss her. Perhaps I must devise a plan to distract her. Daphne suggested I purchase a butler outfit from her company, claiming Dear would surely adore it. I suspect Daphne may not have the purest of intentions. However, for Dear's sake, I might discreetly acquire a set to try. I must admit, Daphne sometimes understands Dear better than I do. What on earth is Cecilia doing bringing Albus Potter to the estate? Could it be to invite him to savor the St. Puss red tea he has never tasted? It must be so. There can be no other explanation. I hope to never recall the events of today for the rest of my life. Albus Potter, leading my obedient, beautiful, lovely, and graceful daughter before me, uttering some absurd hopes for uncle and aunt's approval. Surely, I must be dreaming. Cecilia looked exquisite in her wedding gown. Potter is indeed a man. I have resolved to immediately initiate plans for Dear and me to travel the world. Far from this realm of sorrow. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.